You leave today. So please just make sure you have that filled out before you leave. Let's, just by way of announcement, we have joining with us, and we thank them for their service, Utah Highway Patrol Sergeant Bradley Shaw and Security Davon Booth. In case of emergency, use these two doors leading to the hallway to exit the building. Let's go ahead and start with a roll call vote. We'll start with Member Bogus.
I think you just mean roll call. I'm not voting on it.
We're not voting, we're just saying whether you're here or not.
Yes, sir, I am present.
You are, thank you. Member Bollinger?
Present.
Member Booth?
I'm here, thank you.
Member Brenton? Member Davis?
Here, good morning.
Member Earl?
Good morning.
Member Green?
Here.
Member Hall?
Present.
Vice Chair Hart?
Here.
Member Kelly?
Present.
Member Carey?
Here.
Member Lear?
I'm here.
Member Reel?
She's on 6th Street, just running.
She's close, okay. And Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
And I am here. Okay. Let's begin with a Pledge of Allegiance. We've asked Member Green to lead us. Thank you, Member Green. Next, we're going to move to the oath of office, and with us we have our new Attorney General, Derek Brown, and we're happy to welcome him forth.
Great, thank you. I appreciate this. They asked me to say a word or two, and then we will get going. One of the, to quote the famous educator Bill Nye, he says, "We can always learn something from everyone we meet." And I love that quote because that is the essence of education. And today's particularly poignant for me because we have two members that are being sworn in, one of whom was instrumental in teaching my children, one of whom was instrumental in teaching me. And I may get a little emotional because Emily and I, in fact, my wife Emily is here. She's back there. She and I, boy, do I say how many years ago it was? Randy, are you okay with that? I mean, I was about to say that 2 or 3 years ago. Actually, it was more like 30 years ago. Emily and I were part of a performing group with Randy at BYU. And Randy was the master teacher because he understood the concept that, yes, you're teaching groups, but really you're teaching people one by one. And he did it in a masterful way, generally sitting at a piano and looking at you one by one by one. And this is one of the things that I learned when I served in the House of Representatives is that, and one of the pieces of advice I would give, and it's free advice, but the reality is everything you do here comes down to the one. Always remember the one, because we get caught up in these debates and discussions that were very heated and sometimes personal, and we would forget that really education is about the one, that one student. And as Randy taught Emily and I many, many years ago, about 18 months ago, a little more than that, we called up our middle school principal, who happens to be sitting to my left. And what was interesting is, whoop, we got feedback. And we were concerned because we have a young boy who was finishing up 6th grade and had some not neurotypical, and had some very, how do I put it, some unique challenges. And it's no different because every kid has unique challenges, right? Some are maybe more unique than others, and this is a little boy who is a brilliant in his own right, a musical genius, and at the same time socially very different. And Emily and I mean, we just struggled. What do we do? I mean, is middle school the right thing for this kid? Is there something we should do? And so we called our principal, and said, what do we do? And she said, look, we're on it. We've got a team. Like, we know what we're doing. We said, okay, great. So come to the school. Let us know, what we can do, but we want to meet with you. So we got to the school that day, and she had convened. I mean, we walk in this room, and it was like the Council of Elrond from Lord of the Rings. There were like 15 people, and it was everyone. Okay, here's the therapist. Here's what she does. Okay, here's the speech and language pathologist. Here's the math teacher. Here's the, and she went around the table. And Emily and I were really emotional as we sat there listening to this team of people that said, look, we got Spencer. Like, we got him. Like, don't worry. Like, we're there. We are there for this kid. He is one of us. He's part of our community. And the last year and a half has been phenomenal. And they are there for him. And he loves school. And last night he was not feeling well. He slept for, 14 hours, woke up this morning at 7 a.m. before we came here. And we're like, hey, you don't have to go to school. And he goes, oh, no, I'm ready. And we're like, no, really, it's okay. He would have none of it. He feels great. He's at school. He loves it. But my point is that this is all about the one. And when I was in the House of Representatives, sometimes we got carried away with the theory and the academic level, and you'd sometimes forget that this is about that one individual child. And so that's my hope, is that things will get passionate and heated, and have those crucial conversations, because our kids are worth it. But always remember that everything you do touches that one individual child. And thank you for serving. So many of you, it's been a long year. I know, I've seen it. I have aged 7 years in the last year, right? I mean, it's kind of like dog years, right? I mean, those of you who have been through campaigns, you have those tough conversations and those tough moments, but this is worth it. And congratulations. And I appreciate the opportunity to swear in your members. So should we start from are we going, is this the order? Okay, fantastic. Okay, fantastic. Well, we'll start with Amanda. And do you want to have anyone from Amanda's family that would like to stand? Amanda, anyone you'd like to introduce before we begin?
My husband, Corey.
Here, should we? Here, I'll just move this over here.
And then we give a little space.
A little space.
I can do this.
Should I speak into this?
Yep.
All right. You ready?
Ready or not, here we go.
Please repeat after me. I
I,
state your name.
Amanda Bollinger,
Having been elected or appointed
having been elected or appointed
to the office of the Utah Board of Education,
to the office of the Utah Board of Education,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support,
that I will support,
obey, and defend
obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge
and that I will discharge
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good. Fantastic. All right. Next, Carol Lear. No. Carol Barlow Lear. Thank
Yes,
you.
Do I have to raise
Yes.
my hand? Right, please.
Okay, fantastic. Is there anyone you want to introduce before we
No,
begin?
they've done this.
They've done this.
Not their first
You know
rodeo.
this, they're not first, nor yours. So,
Yeah.
I
I,
state your name.
Carol Barlow Lear,
Having been elected or appointed
having been elected or appointed
to the office of the Utah Board of
to
Education,
the office of the Utah Board of Education,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Cole. And anyone here with Cole, feel free to stand. And Cole, if you'd like to introduce anyone, have anyone come up.
Yeah, this is my wife, Stephanie, and my youngest son, Teague. And I think Teague saw an opportunity to get out of class, so, so he came to join us. But he's a senior at American Fork High School. And my wife, Stephanie.
Fantastic. All right, raise your hand. Repeat after me. I state your name.
Cole Kelly,
Having been elected or appointed
having been elected or appointed
to the office of the Utah Board of Education,
to the office of the Utah Board of Education,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Joanne, would you like to introduce anyone?
Sure, I have my parents here and my brother, and Mitch is over here, and my sister-in-law Tiffany that are here today. My sister is stuck in traffic.
Oh.
Darn it. Yeah. Oh, I could go
Do you wanna
last
wait?
and see.
Would
She
you-
said she was almost here.
Oh,
so
is
you
she?
know what?
Oh,
That
well,
would
let's
be
wait.
great. Okay,
Yeah,
let's wait.
We can do that.
Perfect.
We will wait for her. Okay, take two. All right, in that case, Matt, you ready?
I'm ready, yeah.
All right.
No, I don't have anybody.
You don't have
This is
anybody.
it.
And this is where, usually with the little kids, they'll have them stand on a stool. This is where I should stand on the stool to be equal with Matt here. All right. Raise your hand. I
I,
state your name.
Matthew Hymas,
Having been elected or appointed
having been elected or appointed
to the office of the Utah Board of Education,
to the office of the Utah Board of Education,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties
and that I will discharge the duties
of my office
of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Would you like to introduce anyone? Have anyone come up?
No, my college students on a plane,
Oh.
and everyone else is on virtually.
Fantastic. All
But
right.
half these people are my family, really. Yeah.
This is the family.
Yeah,
I love
they
it.
are all out there.
All right. Repeat after me. I
I,
state your name.
Molly Hart,
Having been elected or appointed
having been elected or appointed
to the office of the Utah Board of Education,
to the office of the Utah Board of Education,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah.
and that I will discharge the duties of my office,
And I will discharge the duties of my
that,
office.
that I will discharge the
That I
duties,
will discharge
the duties of my office
of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I do.
You get a hug. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Randy. Fantastic. Anyone you'd like to introduce? or-
No, my wife is on her way to California.
She is, okay. I
I,
state your name,
Randy Booth,
having been elected or appointed
having been elected or appointed
to the office of the Utah Board of Education,
to the office of the Utah Board of Education,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Would you like to just... Oh, Rod. And those of you with Rod, if you'd like to stand up, and Rod, feel free to introduce anyone that's here. All right, I love it. I love it. I was going to say, if you're with Rod, come to the front, but on second thought, maybe not, right? Feel free to introduce
my
your friends.
wife, my two boys, Braden and Bryson, my mom, my sister, my pastor, a bunch of my church family and friends, and just thankful for everybody being here. Thank you.
This is exciting. Thank you. We appreciate all of you here. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Please repeat after me. I
I,
state your name.
Roderick Hall,
Having been elected or appointed
having been elected or appointed
to the office of the Utah Board of
to
Education,
the office of the Utah Board of Education,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Congratulations. Well done, my friend. Fantastic. Good to have you. Are you good? All right. Take two.
Okay,
do
take
you want to
two.
introduce?
Yes, my
You're-
sister Liz arrived from
Hi,
California.
Liz. It's so good to see you.
And this is my brother over here.
Fantastic.
Yep, mom and dad, a long way.
Mom and Dad will have to wait till they all come on up.
Come on, Dad.
Go. Please repeat after me. I
I,
state your name.
Joanne Spence Brinton,
Having been elected or appointed
having been elected or appointed
to the office of the Utah Board of Education,
to the office of the Utah Board of Education,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United
the
States
Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations, my friend. Well done.
Can we take, I'm not on the mic, can we take 10 minutes till 9:30? Please go get pictures with your family and those who joined you. And at 9:30, we'll get back into our agenda. Thank you.
Now. Recording in progress.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Christina. I didn't even think about something like that. My wife will appreciate it. You want me to text it to her? No, no, she's gonna come to Yes. Anyway, she's coming back tomorrow. She's
That's how I educate all
yeah. We can see you pass. I like you.
Both of them, they colluded.
I would like to, of course.
Matt, you know, I can't leave my house at 9:50 if you start on time.
Yeah.
I was like, he was like, you coming? I'm like, oh, yeah.
Testing 1 2, testing. Mr. Jerry.
And they took like these.
Recording in progress.
Oh, I think you're guys getting starting.
She's like, because Jim wouldn't look at it, so.
Okay, board members, let's go ahead and get started. We are moving to agenda item 3.1, our board member message. We need board member Booth in here. We have a quorum here. I'd love to get started. So Member Booth has our board member message today. And Member Booth, what do you need to get started? We'll get that PowerPoint going and then you go ahead and start.
Thank you.
One, two, three, four, five, six. We have enough. I'm closing doors. Nope. You stay. Yes, because we got uno, dos, tres, so we got 11 in here.
All right. Happy New Year, everyone. Let me be the first to welcome you to the Utah Board of Education 2025. We welcome our new board members. We're happy to see a few familiar faces, and we hope that we can move forward together new and old, in the very most productive ways possible as we join with the tireless efforts of our incredible USBE superintendency and staff, who 24/7 are the real dream makers. Together, we lead an army of thousands across this state who do their best to help every Utah child reach their potential through public education. America's presidents through the years have emphasized the critical importance of the work we're engaged in. Abraham Lincoln. Upon the subject of education, I can only say that I view it as the most important subject which we as a people can be engaged in. John F. Kennedy. Let us think of education as the means of developing our greatest abilities, because in each of us there is a private hope and dream which, fulfilled, can be translated into greater strength of the nation. Lyndon B. Johnson. We have always believed that our people can stand on no higher ground than the school ground, nor can enter any more hopeful room than the classroom. We blend time and faith and knowledge in our schools to shape the destiny of this great republic. This new year is a great time to reflect. It seems like just yesterday that we were campaigning for the opportunity to work for Utah's children. 4 years ago, and again in this year's election cycle, I promised my constituents, if elected, I will encourage best practices through USBE's current initiatives. If elected, I will work to ensure USBE positively reinforces achievement by inviting local district and charter boards to raise awareness of all the good things happening in public education. I even promised that if elected, I would facilitate student mastery of clearly articulated academic standards with aligned assessments. Do these promises of mine articulated more than 4 years ago when I was first elected sound familiar? What were your campaign promises? How do we make good on those promises now that we are here together? How effectively will we work together as Utah's elected leaders of learning? Fortunately, we have a strategic plan in place to provide direction for the work to which we have committed ourselves. We share a vision. We seek academic and organizational excellence in Utah education. And our mission is to open doors of opportunity for all Utah children. Our vision and mission help us focus our board conversations and decisions to open those doors of opportunity for Utah graduates at USBE. We are goal-focused and goal-driven. For the past several years, our first goal for Utah children has started with a strong foundation in literacy and numeracy through the early grades. Superintendent Dixon and our highly qualified USBE staff work every day and many nights to ensure each student is taught by effective educators who are supported by effective school leaders. Following USBE's focus and lead, local LEAs and charters are knocking themselves out to make certain Utah's children learn in a safe and healthy school environment. In recent years, we have worked intensely on these 4 goals, and now, with our new board members in place, we will work together to develop a new set of goals for this year and beyond. Goals that will ensure that we fulfill our responsibility to educate every child. In 2025, as a new board member, we will have the task of adjusting meaningful priorities and tweaking the direction that this ship is sailing. As we work together, let's sharpen our focus on how we propose to align more intentionally with our strategic plan and how we propose to adjust that plan. We can't really accomplish anything individually on our own. We move forward only when we learn to work together. Thanks to staff, to parents, to educators across the state who have contributed in so many dynamic ways to the success of our journey thus far. Today we move forward with new faces, new ideas, new perspectives, new hopes and dreams. Hopefully we will be lifelong learners. Our efforts to be prepared and to listen carefully will empower us to make the right decisions for Utah's children. Each board member will contribute ideas, perspectives, and experiences to cultivate a collaborative community of shared accountability and leadership. Let's find joy in this rigorous journey with amazing companions, all working together in public education to teach every child. Recognizing some of my own inefficiencies in accomplishing our work this summer, I looked for a chance to get my act together. My efforts to explore best practices and ways for me to improve led me to Arlington, Virginia, and Kentucky to participate with other state board members from across the nation in NASB leadership training. While there, we were taught that our best work will occur when together we take effective action that is mutually supportive and leveraged to produce measurable improvement in a result. I was introduced to the concept of each board member contributing to the work of the body. I learned there are 4 quadrants of aligned contribution. Let's briefly zero in on each of these quadrants. First, high action, low alignment. A board member in this quadrant works actively to contribute to the result that is not reaching out to build relationships with others to achieve complementary efforts. In other words, this board member is acting on their own agenda, uninterested in adapting to maximize impact. Next, low action, low alignment. This board member observes what is going on but does not engage in either relationship building or taking action that can contribute to results. This board member is sitting on the fence, not connecting with others. Low action, high alignment. A board member in this quadrant fosters relationships but is not using those relationships to leverage contributions to the result. This is a board member connecting with others but not taking action to implement strategies. And finally, high action, high alignment. This board member has developed resilient relationships and acts on collaborative decisions, accountable for measurably improving results. This is what I want to be when I grow up. A board member implementing shared strategies while working simultaneously to strengthen relationships. High action, high alignment is only possible if you and those you want to work with seek to achieve a common result that cannot be achieved alone. Authentic agreement on the result defines the purpose and meaning of the work and allows people to answer the question, to what end? What is the result you are committed to achieving that you cannot achieve alone? Considering the 4 quadrants of aligned contributions can help get boards moving together in the same direction and actively matching up their actions to achieve results. High action captures actions that contribute effectively to the result and are frequent enough and large enough to make a measurable difference. We might ask ourselves, are my actions timely and sufficient to make a difference? Look once more at these 4 quadrants of aligned action. Consider the result or goal you share with others that is worth changing for. What quadrant are you in now? Where do you perceive others to be? What do these assessments tell you that you need to do and what others might need to do to both get to or stay in the realm of aligned action? Achieving alignment with peers is hard when you are in the habit of being the expert and can tell people what you think they need to do. The work of alignment requires listening to other points of view, modifying your own understanding of the limits of your authority and accepting other people's authority, living with shared decision-making, and accepting other ways of learning and doing. What are you willing to do differently in how you work with others to align your actions? Each of us could make a commitment to aligned action that specifies what you will do, how you will do it, when you will do it, and how what you do will match up with or contribute to what others do. What is your level of aligned, actionable commitment? I invite you to study the handout that Sybil is sharing with you now and answer the questions for yourself. Consider our future time together and come prepared to our next board work session for important conversations that will open doors of opportunity for all of Utah's children. I'm personally looking forward to sharing this journey with you. Now let's begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Booth. Let's move to agenda item 3.2, our employee recognition.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. I want to take a moment to just congratulate and welcome new board members. And I've said to some of you that this feels a little bit like the first day of school for staff. When we recalibrate a board, we get very excited about watching you all work together and energized about the work. And I do warn your families that it's best that you don't know what you don't know yet, and that they should just plan on not seeing as much of you, because that's the role of the board. But I always feel such a sense of civic pride when I see our elected officials sworn in. I was able to attend the inauguration yesterday of 4 of our state elected officials, and it was so patriotic and almost a spiritual opportunity to be there. It was really amazing. So just so grateful for your work and your efforts, and welcome to the board. I have the opportunity to lead a staff of, as Member Booth said, almost 400 amazing human beings who show up every day because they want to make a difference in the life of our students. And they have a variety of roles. The majority of the roles are aligned to programs that are very specific in nature that come from the legislature. There's a line item that they are aligned to, or a federal item that they are aligned to. That's the majority of our staff. And so we like to honor our staff members, and we do so through a peer nominating process, and we get to honor them with a parking place, a mug, or a water bottle rather, like yours. Those are given out, not given out freely. You have to earn those. So we may take yours away if you don't. I'm just kidding. No, some of you have been through a couple of them, I think. And then we also give a stipend to the employee. And they get a nice plaque, and we don't let anybody park in their parking space. It's a sacred thing. So with that, we are going to introduce our January 2025 Employee of the Month, Tammy Walker. So Tammy, if you'll come up and let us embarrass you and stand to the podium. Just come on up. So one of my favorite things is embarrassing employees, because they do not like to be in the limelight. So part of this is just my sheer joy of being able to brag on them and embarrass them. Tammy works in the child nutrition programs, and she is just an incredible team member that is a stalwart, and everybody up there so appreciates and loves her. They use words like patient, kind, always concerned with staff needs and the needs of the sponsors and all of the providers that she works with throughout the state of Utah. She's incredible when it comes to coordinating and correcting issues within the child nutrition program web system. And it is quite an intensive system, and has this relationship with another program called Link. Some of you might be familiar with that software, but there's a lot of development that goes on. And Tammy is so knowledgeable about this that the software developer has her on speed dial. So she's almost consulting as we develop, as we go. So she really can identify the very precise issues and makes it very efficient for the company to resolve the issues. So she also creates this vast list of reports. And that may not sound exciting to a lot of you, to have a vast list of reports. But in the world of federal reporting and getting food to kids, that's what this is about, feeding our children. It's so helpful to have those lists of reports. And she, with snap of a finger, can get a report for anybody in her. I know it's not quite that easy, Tammy, but it feels like that to your team members to get those reports to them that then create more opportunities for students to get the food that they need. She's helping lead the creation of a new web system and the migration to the new system. And any of you who have been involved in migrating new web systems or technology systems, it is very overwhelming, but she just does it very calmly, and people are really relying on her. So I'll just end with saying that she is amazing in all parts of her job and so well respected and so deserving of this recognition. So congratulations, Tammy. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Dixon, and thank you, Tammy, for your work that you do here. We are at agenda item 4.1. This is public comment, and I want to just make sure that we have those who have signed up here with us, since we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Can we confirm that, or can we circle back to public comment?
Julie's here.
We've got one.
And I don't see Renee. Renee was here. Is she? Okay, just go ahead.
Well, let's go ahead and get started. We'll go forth with agenda item 4.1, public comment. And for the public's information, the public may sign up to share public comments at publiccomment@schools.utah.gov. The public may send written public comments to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per person. A comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional, and keep your comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, submit such material in writing to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. First on our list, we have Julie Clough. If you are here, please come forward. There we go.
Good morning. My name is Julie Clough. I am president-elect of Utah PTA, and I'm excited to be here. I'm excited that more of your faces are familiar, and I'm excited to see friendly faces as well. Today, I wanted to just share a few brief comments. We have held our board meetings for the last few days, and some of the comments that were made at our board meetings kind of struck me, and I've been contemplating and thinking about them a little bit, and I wanted to share a couple of them with you. So the most that I heard was, I didn't do anything over the break. And I loved hearing that because I needed that as well. I needed that time to disconnect and reconnect with my family and reconnect with me and do things for me. So I hope that you had the opportunity over that break to do the same thing, because the session can be overwhelming and we're about to jump into it full force. So I hope that you had that opportunity as we did. The second thing that I heard that was a little overwhelming, and it made my heart hurt, is that teachers feel overwhelmed and underappreciated. And I'm sure that you've heard those same things too. And so my nature is, how do we fix that? How can we help them? And so that's kind of my question to you, is how can we help them? Because if we're helping them, we're helping our students. And our goal is to make every child's potential a reality. So when I was a council president, I came across the national standards for school and family partnerships that PTA has, and I loved them. And as a PTA president, I challenged all of my units to know these standards and to use these standards and to set standards and set goals within those standards. And I feel like if any parent group uses those standards and connects with their schools in a positive manner, that will help achieve all of their goals. And it doesn't matter if they're PTA, a PTO, a parent group, a booster club, it doesn't matter. If you are positively engaged with your school and working with your school community, you are going to see positive results. I have that goal sheet for you, and I hope that you will look at it and set a goal and share it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Next, we have Sarah Erb. Is Sarah with us? We'll circle back. What about Renee Pinkney?
Okay, there we go. Good morning, members of the Utah State Board of Education, and Happy New Year. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Renee Pinkney, a 30-year veteran social studies teacher, and I'm here on behalf of the Utah Education Association to address the upcoming 2025 Utah legislative session. As we look ahead, the UEA is deeply committed to finding common ground and fostering collaboration to advance pro-public education policies. Our public schools are the foundation of our communities, and ensuring their success is a shared responsibility. Together, we can build policies that enhance student achievement, support teachers, and provide the resources necessary for every child to thrive. UEA has several legislative priorities that I would like to highlight. Provide at least 3% increase on the WPU in addition to the inflationary factor and enrollment growth. Increase paid professional hours for all licensed educators. Continue funding the stipends for future educators pilot program to offer financial support for student teachers during their student teaching experience. Support the Healthy School Meals Initiative, enabling more families to access no-cost school meals. Establish a sustainable and growing long-term revenue source while ensuring sufficient distribution of funds to K-12 public education. Increase resources for school safety and student well-being, including physical facilities, school psychologists, and workers and counselors. We believe that by working closely with you, with legislators, educators, parents, and stakeholders, we can champion initiatives that address critical needs, such as classroom funding, teacher retention, and equitable access to quality education. Let us prioritize solutions that empower educators and support student success. Thank you for your dedication to Utah students. Have a great meeting.
Thank you, Renee. And one more call for Sarah Erb before we circle back. Okay. With that then, board members, let's move into our Finance Committee report, and if it is okay with the board, when Sarah gets here, depending on where our discussion is at, then we'll invite her to share her public comment. So let's move to agenda item 5, and we'll turn time over to Chair of the Finance Committee, Cindy Davis.
Thank you. Nice to see you, members. I think someone is going to be putting up our motions, but I'll go ahead and get started. Looking at 5.2, State Online Education Program Contractor Requirements. The recommended action is that the board approves R277725 statewide online education program contractor requirements, draft 2, on second and final reading. And I'll just make a quick note that we are required via code to have this in place on April 1st. We have to do an RFP. We haven't necessarily had any folks express interest in doing it yet. But this, it may ultimately go into effect July 1st. But we also, as a board, made a motion that we would ask to separate the private and homeschool pieces of this, because the private school piece the format looks very different than the homeschool piece. The homeschool piece mirrors exactly the public school piece. So I don't know if the legislature will do that or not, but for now, we need to move forward on these contract requirements, which include both the home and private piece.
I may have missed that. Did you put a motion
I did.
forward? Okay. Let me repeat it then. The motion before the board is that the board approves R277-725 statewide online education program contractor requirements, draft 2, on second and final reading. It looks like we have Member Lear, or let's go with Deputy Jones, and then we'll go Member Lear and Member Brenton.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hymas. So there's an actual code that we need to put to you for your consideration that mandates that any change to a rule for an admin rule related specifically to the SOEP does not go into effect until the next school year. I believe Board Member Davis hit on this aspect. So in addition to the adoption of the rule recommendation, we're also recommending that the rule not go into effect until after July 1st of 2025 in order to support the code. Do we have that code available that we could pull up? Okay, the motion is on the document, Chair.
Sorry, you're saying that's a separate motion, or is that in the rule, in draft 2?
It's Well, the code, we need the board member to make the motion to put it into the rule in order to ensure that we're adhering to the code that governs SOEP changes for the next year.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart.
I'll go ahead and make that motion. I move that the committee amend draft 2 to add after line 355. This rule is effective after July 1, 2025. We will need a second for that. Cool.
Thank you, Member Kelly. Does that fit what your intent was?
Sir, my intent is always given to me by the board, so I was just recommending that I'm just making sure that the board and the public are aware that we're adhering to the law, sir.
Let me rephrase it. Does that fit what our intent is?
Yes, sir, and it fits that you're supporting the law and the code accordingly.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion before the board. And the motion is to amend, that the board amend draft 2 to add after line 355, this rule is effective after July 1, 2025. Any speaking to this particular motion? Clarifier, Member Davis.
Can we just make sure that we're clear, because in code we have a requirement to do something by April and a code that requires us not to make any changes in the school year. So can someone just, for the board really quickly, in case this comes up, how are we working those two?
Deputy Jones.
Sir, as I've testified to the board before, this process is obviously evolving between us and the legislature. It's a timing aspect. To Board Member Davis's question, yes, the law that she's referring to for April 1st is a requirement to have a contract in place. That can still go forward, and by making the rule effective July 1st of 2025, should there be any legislative changes, that would allow you to bring the rule back at any time to adapt or adopt to those legislative changes accordingly. Does that effectively answer Board Member Davis's question or concern, Chair Hymas?
Yeah.
It looks like it does.
Yeah, for me it does.
Is there any additional comment or questions on this motion? Can we move this, or Member Brenton?
My comment was that we shouldn't switch something mid-year with the teachers who were already on contract and following the law.
Agreed. Can we move this without opposition? Okay. Okay, so then the motion before the board is that the board approves R277-725, statewide online education program contractor requirements draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. And again, we're going to go to Member Lear. Point of order, go ahead.
I think I.
Can we get some help on Member Bogus's mic, and she'll use Member Kelly's for a second.
So I think my concern is that if we can adopt this without objection, but then the public record needs to effectuate and list that everyone voted in the affirmative. It can't just say carried without objection. I think that's my concern.
Let it be known to the public that there is no objection, but I do think, as I've read over Robert's Rules of Order, and we can discuss this at another time, but we can move forward in order to streamline the meeting.
So we can do it, but the record needs to reflect that everyone voted in the affirmative.
Let the record show that there is no opposition. Are there any that are neutral? Okay.
I just want to make
No,
certain
I hear you. No,
that the public record
Yes.
reflects how we are voting on
Yes.
these issues, even if they seem to be inconsequential.
Yes, this is not meant to, this is not taken lightly. I want the public to know as well.
Okay.
So I appreciate that. So let's move to Member Lear, and then we had, well, Member Lear for now.
And I sent in, am I on? Yep, I am. Thank you. I had sent in a number of grammatical concerns that I have not checked, but I'm assuming will be addressed. I won't belabor those, but I had 3 more substantive questions, if that's okay. First on line, and these are unfortunately not exactly in order, but on line 28 of the rule, it talks about the provider it means that a provider has marked a student as inactive in a course. I don't know who the person is that I should address these questions to. It seems like we maybe need a subject matter expert, but maybe Deputy Scott can speak to that too.
Deputy Jones.
And it's totally up to the staff. I don't.
Chair Hymas, I recommend to address Board Member Lear's question or process with the line item that you call on Quinn Kellis.
Quinn, can you come up? Thank you. Standing ready and poised. Good.
Thank you. So my first question on line 28, Quinn, if you can find that. Oh, it's on the board. Thank you. Is that administrative withdrawal, which is really important because that means is the school, is the provider, is the contractor, it could be, I guess, both or either, funded for this student, is only determined that if the provider, who has every incentive to keep the student enrolled, only the provider has marked a student as inactive. So is that the intent? That concerns me, as I'll start with.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Oh, and I'm sorry, can I just address my questions too?
Member Lear, thank you for your question. My name is Quinn Kellis. I am the lead administrator for the State Online Education Program. On line 28, it says administrative withdrawal, which is in the definitions section. Administrative withdrawal means that a provider has marked a student as inactive in a course for more than 10 days. There's a couple of elements that come into play here. One is, just like in a brick and mortar school, if a student doesn't show up for 10 days, then they have to be withdrawn. This indicates when we're talking about inactive, we expect that students are active. Activity could be emailing with a teacher. It's not necessarily doing assignments, but that there's some evidence of engagement by the student.
Sure.
That is measured by the provider. The provider is contracted by the contractor. So the contractor monitors the providers monitor the students. So this, as it says, that a provider would monitor that student activity and would make the recommendation to the contractor that the student be withdrawn.
So to get to my question, that is the only monitor we have for if students remain active.
The only measure of activity.
It comes from the provider who has, like I said, different than the classroom teacher, a financial interest in keeping students enrolled.
Yes, there's further language in this rule that outlines active participation and what that looks like.
But nobody checks on the provider.
It's the contractor's responsibility to make sure that the provider is following their plan of active participation.
Who also has a financial incentive to keep the student enrolled. I just want to note that that's a problem for me. I don't have a fix for it in the moment, but I am concerned that 2 entities or individuals who have a financial incentive to say the student's enrolled are the only 2 that check on whether the student's enrolled. So I want that noted for the record. That concerns me.
Thank you, Member Lear.
I don't have a fix immediately. Next one, on line 82, if I can just, is that all right if I proceed, Chair?
Yeah, we do have a couple, but you just have a couple more questions?
I've got 3,
Okay.
aside from the grammatical
Let's keep
ones.
going then.
Okay, on line 82 is the definition of teacher of record. It doesn't require any credentials in this definition for a teacher of record. And it seems, both that concerns me, and there are a couple of other lines in the rule that suggest that the teacher has to be licensed. So if we intend that, I think it should be in the definition. And if you want me to refer to those other two lines, lines 180 and lines 135, both suggest that it has to be a credentialed licensed teacher. So I would leave it to those really much swifter on their feet than I am to add a line that says teacher must have a active Utah license in that range of the definition. And I, again, don't have the exact words, but is that something you would agree with?
Mr. Chair?
Please.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm leaving
So-
that to Elise or Ben or somebody to quickly draft, which is, she's on it, an addition to, probably after, maybe at the beginning or somewhere under the definition of teacher of record. That left me concerned. My last question, and if you want to vote on these, I mean, there's only, it seems like there's one so far.
Well, there's no motion yet, so.
No motion yet, and I didn't, and I would move that we add that to the definition of teacher of record. That being a requirement to have a licensed educator, a Utah licensed
Right.
educator.
So do you want to wait for your motion to be, is this,
I'll give
okay,
them
so
a-
here's a motion. Is
Oh,
this,
that's
does
too
this capture
fast.
your intent?
Oh, shoot, let's see. And holds a Utah educator license. Do we need to say active, or is that implied with Utah educator license?
It looks like Quinn has an answer, and Member Davis has a point of order.
If that's already indicated in other parts of the rule, that would just be a technical change, so we don't need to make an amendment or vote on that, correct?
I heard that before you said it.
And I would
For our
prefer,
purposes.
I would
So-
prefer that it's in the definition.
Our board has chosen to have technical changes.
I think it would be, prefer that it's in the definition. The other two places just make it a little confusing because it's not in the definition, is my
Okay,
concern.
I just don't know if we need to
Um,
amend it or not.
if everybody does it by, if we can do it by acclamation, I'm fine about that too. And the very last one is on line 323, right at the very end. Where,
Can I just interrupt, Member Lear?
Sure.
If this is going to be, I can anticipate that we're going to divide if you're going to throw a couple motions at the same time. Just knowing this board. So could we pause on this motion for just 1 second and get this taken care of? Are you okay
Sure,
with that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so this motion before the board here is that that the board holds an active Utah educator license after line 82. Do we have a second for that? Second, thank you, from Member Booth. Do you want to speak to that, Member Lear?
I think I've spoken to it, thank you.
Okay. My question to this motion is, does this, similar to what Member Davis was asking about, is this riddled throughout? Is this the purpose anyway? Quinn, can you answer that for us? Almost. There we go.
So there, just for your information, you can make the decision. There are other credentials that are required other than a license. So we require background check. We require that they have content area endorsements that, in addition to the license, which allows them to teach in Utah, but that they are appropriately credentialed to teach the subject area that they are assigned to teach. So that's just a comment on that. As far as the intent is what I'm perceiving your question to be, yes, there is language throughout, and monitoring teacher of record and teacher credentials is one and the same. That as we go out, as a SOEP team, we go out to do our monitoring visits. Ensuring that the teacher of record is appropriately credentialed is one of the top 1 or 2 items on our monitoring list.
Thank you. Member Bogus, to this motion?
Not to this motion, I have a
Okay.
motion myself, but just,
Sure.
could we maybe move the podium and allow our staff to be seated? Is that an acceptable request at this time? Okay. Okay, I would like to stay in line though, thank you.
Okay. Any additional comments to this motion?
I'd like to speak to it now.
Member Lear, please.
As I hear you Mr. Quinn, I think that it's even more important to let it be known up front in the definitions that this has to be an active licensed Utah educator, because I think it would be easy with this kind of a program to have somebody from Montana or North Dakota, heaven forbid, sorry, I'm just kidding, teach without having the requirements met by, and I think we ought to be clear up front, and there are actually only 2 other places in the rule, it's not riddled, there are 2 places in the rules where licensed teacher is mentioned. So I think it's more appropriate to have it in the definition, and it's a minor change.
Thank you, Member Lear. So the motion before the board is that the board holds an active Utah educator license after line 82. So are we voting on that, or do we, okay, we're saying yes. We're ready. Okay. Board members, please vote on your screen. Okay, that passes. And the no votes are Member Earl, Member Hall, Member Brenton, Member Green, Member Hymas, Member Carey. Okay, so let's go now. Member Lear, you had one final question.
Necessarily simple, but it's a question to the specialist and any other staff people. On line 323, if there are issues that are unresolved by statute, and that was one of the technical changes, we need to add a by after unresolved, or board rule on a case-by-case basis, and shall report, and I may be mistaken about that, and shall report decisions described in this section to the board. I'm really wondering if the board wants to hear every problem issue that's not resolved by statute. If there's some update or opportunity when the rule is continued or something else, that seems reasonable. But do we really intend that the board hears about every change other than a rule update? Is that the intent, or were we meaning as the rule is it necessary for the rule to be changed?
Dr. Kellis, can you respond?
Yes. Yes. So there obviously are a scale of decisions that are made. We make decisions on a daily basis just on the management and operations of the program, and we definitely would not want to burden the board with those details of day-to-day management decisions. It's not qualified or quantified in here, the scale of the decision that should be communicated to the board, but if there is something that would rise to that level, I think our intent is that the board be informed and be able to speak intelligently with their stakeholders about these significant changes.
Gotcha. So do you think this adequately covers that? I'm always a little wary of intent, because it seems like if the words are written, it's clearer. But do you feel like, I don't want to belabor this or be tedious, but if you feel like this covers deciding between significant, important information for the board versus business rules, day-to-day operation, then I can live with this. But I wanted to call it to your attention because it sounds like the board would be doing SOEP to the exclusion of a lot of other stuff. So I'm asking, you do feel comfortable with being able to manage this and differentiate between significant and not?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Then I only had the one amendment, and I am hoping that Staff Member Rasmussen takes care of the other grammatical things that I sent him.
Thank you. Member Lear. Member Bogus.
Yes, sir, I would just move to reinstate line 40 and 41.
When we get that up, we'll take a look at that and wait for a second, if there is one. A second from Member Green. Member Bogus, can you speak to that?
Well, it was in there for a reason. And one of the ongoing issues with the SOEP is that at this time, it does include brick and mortar instruction. And I would articulate that if we're inside a brick and mortar building, we're not actually SOEP. So it seems to be logical that we would say that a course does not include blended learning, which would be combining online learning with instruction delivered in a supervised brick and mortar school away from the student's home. That just seems like a logical extension of that, and I think that it should not be included in the definition of course.
Can I ask, let me just throw it out to board members, people who have maybe heard this or not. I've seen this where sometimes LEAs will use SOEP as like a credit recovery within their own buildings, brick and mortar. So I worry that this would kind of take that away. Member Bogus?
So that's not what this line is actually speaking about. It's speaking about a course in which a student is enrolled. They meet daily or every other day according to an AB model block, and that the SOEP is used in conjunction with a live teacher inside the classroom.
Let me ask an additional question. Member Earl, do you have a question on this as well? Can I ask my question? Some schools, charters, rural, well, all, right, may not have all the courses that they want to provide for their students. Would it be an issue to have, let's say they want to take advanced calculus and the school doesn't have the resources to do it, but they can provide a room for the student to stay in and be monitored by a teacher while she teaches the other class, right? I'm just throwing out a scenario here. I get that if there's one, there's more. Can you help me understand that in context with this?
Yes, so I would articulate that typically in those situations, there's a policy that is a part of those rural LEAs or the charter that says there is an individual that supervises the student, not an individual that teaches the student. And that would be the differentiating issue, because as this says, it says with instruction delivered in a supervised brick and mortar school away from the student's home. So that would be utilizing the SOEP for something that would otherwise not be available. But when you have a hired teacher to teach calculus, and instead of letting that teacher teach, you're engaging the SOEP and that teacher, that's not the purpose of the SOEP. And so the course definition should not include language that would allow that to happen.
Thank you. We've got Member Earl and then Member Davis.
Okay, and I think this was debated pretty heavily in committee, and I actually listened to it again yesterday, but the law does not prohibit this at this time, and I think the argument was, is there some element of flexibility that we're eliminating with this? And I don't know whether there is or not, but what I'm saying is that it's not in the law, prohibited in the law, so why are we saying, okay, we're just going to put more prohibitions? And this kind of goes to Board Member Lear here just a minute ago when she was asking the previous question, is this document already is so restrictive, and it's like we put everything in there, the kitchen sink and everything, to make sure that there was no violation ever in this particular program. And I worry we're overstepping that to where it's making it almost unfunctional. So I don't think it's necessary. There's probably very few that use this piece, and if so, I just don't think the law allows us to do that. So
When you can you clarify, are you speaking for the motion
I
to
am not.
add
I'm
or
speaking
against?
to leave it.
Okay.
It removed it because it says these are not. So we're creating a greater restriction when we say you can't do these things, right? Or these things may be prohibited when the law does not articulate that. So that's my.
Thank you. So just a reminder that the motion is to unstrike, that the board reinstate lines 40 and 41. And so, yes, Member Earl is speaking against the motion. Member Davis.
I support the motion. It impacts 3,000 students, but to Member Earl's point too, there are concerns in code. I'm wondering if someone could remind us what the board voted on when we voted to separate the home and private from the contract. If we also in that motion moved to request a statutory request that the legislature just call the private school arm something different, because it isn't really SOEP. I mean, we're calling it, but it's kind of this new innovative thing where they're using kind of some assessments and things from SOEP providers, but they have a teacher in the school, and it's not an online experience like the public school students and the homeschool students are having.
Thank you. Member Davis. Member Green?
I'm just wondering if we unstrike that, if there is a student that is that goes through the SOEP, but then they are going to a public brick and mortar building that's a hybrid, how does that affect like the flow of money or the funding? Does that, sure, if you'd like,
who's that
or
question
whoever could answer
to
that.
the maker of the motion? Go, if you have an answer, please.
I mean, is that part of are these problems? Or does that not have anything to do with this? I'm just, the logistics of this, what is the problem of separating the two versus keeping them together?
So I would offer through the chair that that's a lot of questions in one question, but I'm going to do my very best here. So first of all, if you're dual enrolled in the SOEP for, let's say, calculus, and then you're enrolled 7/8 time in an LEA, this would not affect it. It's actually the structure of the course itself, because if you go up to line 35, we're talking about the definition of course, and then we say in 37, course does not include. And so we're saying that as we're defining course, it does not include an environment where you have a teacher inside that classroom, credentialed and certified, combining it with instruction through the SOEP. We're saying that's not what we mean here. And so I think that with that context, I've answered all the rest of your questions without. Chair, can I ask if that clarifies?
Yeah, of course. And Member Green, we also have staff who may have a response. Would you like to hear from them? Please.
So the additional complicating factor here is the funding. SOEP funding only applies to students' time instruction that happens online. So if you have we call a hybrid environment where there's live instruction happening, we're not paying that teacher for that instruction in that classroom. We're only paying for online instruction that happens for those students who are enrolled in SOEP. To Member Davis's question about what did the board decide, my recollection is regarding the separation of home and private is that staff was directed to work with legislators to try and make that separation. And thirdly, there's some conversation about LEAs and brick and mortar, but just for clarification, this rule only applies to currently home and private under the direction of a contractor, not to what happens in an LEA.
Thank you. Member Green has a follow-up, and then we'll. Okay, you good with that, Member Green?
Can I just ask him? Okay, so this could affect a brick and mortar and the pay structure, like those are separate. Could those cross over and cause problems with the funding? If a teacher, a chemistry teacher, was then asked to bring in this other realm into their classroom, if that happened.
Mr. Chair. So Member Green, this line 40 and 41 is only applying to home and private under the direction of a contractor. So it would have, any decision here would not carry over to an LEA or a brick and mortar. That's a separate, that's in R277726 This is 725, which would only apply to the home and private environment.
Thank you. Thank you. Member Davis.
Just, so I do remember that we voted to ask the legislature to separate, but did we also vote or include in that motion to ask them to just call the private piece something different that's other than SOEP in its own line? Because like a few different laws needed to be changed to get this new kind of private innovative model that these 3,000 students are using to fit into an SOEP. Did we add that to call it something different or to just create its own new sort of innovative category?
Mr. Chair. Member Davis, I vaguely recall that was an interest. There's nothing in here that references this program being called SOEP. But in code, that recommendation, I'm guessing, is still an active dialogue with legislators on.
It's still part of SOEP.
It falls under the SOEP administration.
Can I ask the board? We have our final public comment here. If we're ready to vote on this amendment, not the rule, but if we're ready to vote on this amendment, then let's go ahead and vote. If not, if there's still discussion, then maybe we could pause. Member Davis, you're the one with the light on. What are your and the question? So what are your thoughts? You ready to vote?
Well, we both voted to keep this in committee, but also understanding that there's this problem hanging out there. The whole reason that the whole group that wants this separate contract, most of 3,000 are in the brick and mortar and 150 are in home. So I realize there will be complications either way, but I mean, I support the motion, but I just want to say I understand there are multiple pieces out there that are tricky.
And Member Earl, is your comment to this or moving forward? Okay, let's go ahead and vote then. We have a motion before the board, which is that the board reinstate lines 40 and 41 to R277-725. So when that's pulled up, we'll go ahead and vote. Okay, so that passes with Member Hart, Member Brenton, Member Hymas, Member Carey, and Member Earl voting no. With that, if we can pause, board members, and invite Sarah Erb up to the podium for public comment. And Sarah, please come up. I'm not going to read everything. You've been here before. You know the rules. Keep it professional, and you have 2 minutes. Is that clear? That's good enough?
Can I be heard?
Yes, you're welcome.
You can sit. That's great. Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Erb. I'm a parent of a student who's a 5th grader. She was born blind. She attends an LEA in Rose Park in Salt Lake City in Board Member Wood's district. I live in Salt Lake City and am in Sarah Reel's district. I wanted just to thank those of you who are new to the board for your dedication, and for those who are not new to the board, for your continued willingness to hold the mantle that you carry to ensure that you have the role and responsibility to assist for the good of public education for our families across the state of Utah. I'm a representative of parents of children who are blind and parents who are blind that might have any type of child, but I want to thank you for remembering the importance of our kids and those who don't have access visually. Specifically, I can't speak to the deaf side of things, but as you are the board, the governing body for USDB, specifically something that's on the agenda tomorrow and today is to discuss an additional request for $2 million for transportation funds for Utah schools for the deaf and blind. The Wasatch transportation specifically has been a difficulty with parents because there is not much available as far as safety concerns, as the transportation is related to, as a related service for students who are attending USDB schools. So as there's asking for additional funding, I would also ask that you look at the safety concerns and the reports from parents, whether they've been documented all the way up or just documented to a teacher or something. Look for those documentation and for the feedback from parents. We discontinued services with the related service of transportation because we had concerns about safety. We live about 12 minutes from the school when my child was enrolled there, and they wanted to have her on the bus for the maximum of 75 minutes as a 4-year-old, a 3 and 4-year-old. We didn't feel that was appropriate, and so we just drove her instead. But our concerns are not isolated. But that's across the whole Wasatch Front where those services are provided. So as you're looking at asking for additional funding from the legislature, also looking at the board rules that navigate the safety concerns, number one, for our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, board members back in it. We have an underlying motion before the board, and that is that the board approves R277-725 statewide online education program contractor requirements draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. We have member Bogus with a point of information and member Lear.
So I am concerned because in backup, it has the wrong number, and I just want to make certain that the number on the rule is correct in the motion. So in backup, it lists 726, and it should be 725.
726 is the next agenda item. I don't know if...
And I understand that, but the motion for the board listed in backup on this agenda item has a 6 in it. I have it right here if you would like to see
well,
it.
let's go ahead. If you want to meet with and get that clarified, and we'll move over to member Lear for her question or comment.
Okay.
Question that I'm sorry I overlooked. And again, this is maybe one that can be addressed just by the specialists, and I apologize for not asking this in advance. It was a crazy time for all of us. Line 43, and Quinn, don't come up. Well, wait, just hold your, I mean, and it may be simple, so I don't want to make you make that walk unless you're willing. Thank you. Walk of shame. My question was online, and I think it's someplace else too. 43, line 43, a student has completed a course with a passing grade. I don't know if there's a common understanding of what, is it a D minus? Is it a C? What is a passing grade for any public education course? Unless it's a pass-fail course, and then it's obvious.
Do you want to shout it out or come up to the mic? Welcome to the mic.
Chair, may I engage in conversation ongoing without... Thank you, Member Lear, for the question. It's my understanding that there is no code or rule that delineates what a definition of a passing grade is, that is a local control item that is typically managed within the LEA or the school
in this case, it would be the contractor and the provider.
Correct. More
So-
likely the provider.
Okay. I again, expressing, what advice, or, I mean, certainly you do some training with these individuals or provide some technical assistance sometimes. What would be your technical assistance on this issue?
Member Lear, so many of the providers, well, all of the providers that the SOEP program currently has are existing LEAs that on the side are offering online courses through SOEP.
Gotcha.
So they have established rules for what their grading policies are.
Okay.
It is the expectation of this home and private program that the contractor will secure providers for the home and private students, and that those providers have to be approved by the board, that they would also have the knowledge and expertise and experience of running a program to be able to manage that.
So to make sure I understand your answer, it is we don't really have a definition for passing grade. We're leaving that to the LEAs, the providers, contractors.
Correct.
And that could be a D minus, it could be a C.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Lear. Let's go ahead and get ready for this vote here. The motion before the board is that the board approves R277-725 statewide online education program contractor requirements, draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. And we'll vote when that's ready. And that passes with a vote in the affirmative of 13 and 2 noes, the 2 being Member Carey and Member Earl. Okay, moving on, Chair Davis.
The board approves, the recommended action is that the board approves R277-726-7 statewide online education program draft 2 on second and final reading. And you'll all be happy that we have a substitute motion to table this indefinitely because the whole premise of this was that SOEP providers had to coordinate with LEAs for the administration of the end of year testing. But as we've dug into it more, we learned that not all SOEP providers have the LEAs do the administration. And so this is unnecessary. I don't know what you want to do with that, Chair, but.
Well, so the motion, then you presented a substitute motion for us to table R277-726.
Not the rule, but the amendment that was coming into the, well, yeah, basically, the amendment, the whole amendment.
We're gonna
yes.
table the motion that came out of committee indefinitely.
Mm-hmm.
Any discussion to that motion? Not coming. Oh, this is a substitute. Yes. Do we have a second for that? And that's a second by Member Lear.
What's the motion? To table it because some SOEPs don't use LEAs to give the test.
So I see no. Member Davis, you have your light on still. Okay, Member. Okay, Member Earl.
So would you mind just articulating what I'm sorry, I stepped out for just 1 second. So
Member Davis, can you repeat that?
It was going to require SOEPs to work with LEAs to administer the end of year assessments. But as we studied it more, there were unintended consequences because not all SOEPs use the LEAs for the administration. And so we're tabling it, that requirement.
So, so with that being in mind, could a SOEP student or family still use an
Yes.
LEA
Yes.
or not?
Absolutely.
With this removed, they could still do that.
Mhm.
Okay.
Is there any objection to tabling this? Seeing none, there is no objection. We are going to move forward with this being tabled. So I'm going to turn that back over to you.
The last
Chair
action
Davis.
item we had was 5.4, and we have no motion for the board because we tried to get a hold of the federal government, we assume due to holidays and such. We have not gotten a response, so we'll bring this back next month once we get some response in.
Thank you. Board members, we are on to agenda item 6. Just checking to see if we don't have a scheduled break, but would you like to take a break for a few minutes and then we can come back and start on agenda item 6? The head nods say yes. Okay, we'll be back. Let's shoot for 10 minutes. Board members, thank you for being back and ready to go. Member Davis, we're on agenda item 6, and Chair Davis, are you ready, or do you need 30 seconds? We'll just wait for that to get. Oh, here we
The
go.
committee moves that the board approves R277-490 Beverly Taylor Sorensen Elementary Arts Learning Program, BTS Arts Draft 1 on second and final reading. However, I know we're going to have a substitute motion on this as well.
Are you providing that substitute motion? or do
Member
we-
Hart, I believe, is.
She's a deer in the headlights here. We need some help.
If she's not ready, I can do it. Would you like me to?
Or just send it to me.
I don't have it written down.
Okay, I can't come up with it that fast.
The substitute motion, several parties impacted and involved got together and brainstormed and felt that the substitute to this right now would be most appropriate to that the board move to request a statutory language change for BTS funding from the uniform amount to something with more flexibility.
So this substitute, and we'll tackle that in our further on agenda item, the amount
But we
discussion.
can do it now because this is on the agenda now, and then we don't need to do it in statutory.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Technically correct because I've done this.
Well, thank you.
Well, because this is agendized
Let's
as
save
its
the
own.
argument then, and let's move forward. So put forth your motion in writing, or let's make sure that your motion is accurate, and then we'll open it up. How's that? Will you just confirm when you're ready?
Yes, it currently reads,
Amount be in quotations since those are the words.
we can, that the board directs staff to request a statutory change for BTS funding from the uniform amount to a more flexible formula. And I'm not sure if formula or language is the right there, but let's just say language, more flexible language, and then we'll have the option to do a formula.
Can we ask Deputy Jones what would be the most
Formula be most helpful.
helpful in this?
Formula.
You have to call on him.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones, I recommend that the terminology or the wording you're using is great. Rather than what we're trying to do is make it so it's a uniform formula that promotes the strategic direction of the program, right? So that the board, has the flexibility to align the formula to do what you intend it to do, right? And that's either to grow teachers in elementary schools or along those lines. And because we don't know what we don't know, and we don't know for sure that each year we're going to grow in funding. I mean, I think we will, those types of things. So if it's a formula, it gives us the flexibility to adapt to conditions on the ground where, different situations happen in different LEAs. We know that. It's a great program. There's a lot of support for it. But if you go with a formula rather than an amount, then the legislature and you is demonstrating flexibility to you towards whatever the ultimate goals are for the program accordingly. Does that help, Chair Hymas?
Yes, it does, and you can call me Matt. That's my name.
Chair Hymas, sir.
You're
Yes, sir, Matt
good,
Chair Hymas.
honestly.
So, thank you.
I just want to make sure that our motion is what what is wanted.
I think that language is fine. But the other piece we may want to put in the motion, if it's going to go before the legislature, is that we also want to meet the legislature's need for better budgeting and predicting. So whoever communicates that can just communicate that with this. We're not only doing it for BTS to have whatever it wants. We're trying to also meet the needs of the legislature.
Is
But
there some verbiage that
we
you would
need
like
some
to put
flexibility.
into this motion?
Uniform funding that promotes the strategic mission of the program and meets the budget, budgetary needs of the legislature. Budgetary. I mean, it'll work.
Okay,
Let's move
so
on.
I'm gonna restate this motion. I want to make sure that it's accurate so we can debate what you're hoping for. So is this two separate things? Or am I
No,
just?
it's one.
Okay. So the motion before the board, the substitute motion, is that the board direct staff to request a statutory change for BTS funding from the uniform amount to a uniform funding formula that promotes the strategic mission of the program and meets the budgetary needs of the legislature.
Second.
And we have a second from Member Hart. Member Lear, we're opening up to discussion now. Member Lear has a light. Let's go start there.
Just want to, a few of us met with the BTS staff prior to the, Cindy, this is kind of for you, met with the BTS staff prior, during the Christmas holidays. And I just want to make sure that the BTS staff is comfortable and has been involved in this decision-making here at the USBE.
I mean,
Can I ask that to Member Davis?
of course.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this then. The motion one more time before the committee is, before the board, is that the board directs staff to request a statutory change for BTS funding from the uniform amount to a uniform funding formula that promotes the strategic mission of the program and meets the budgetary needs of the legislature. Perfect. That passes unanimously. We'll turn it back over to Chair Davis.
We are on now 6.2, board member compensation. And the recommended action is that the board approves Board Policy 2001, board member compensation draft 2.
Okay, so that's the motion before the board, is that the board approves of Board Policy 2001, Board Member Compensation Draft 2. I have lights from Member Bogus first, and then Member Earl.
So a point of order.
Point of order. Will you get Member Earl's mic?
I believe that we actually postponed this, so the motion would not, it would be where we were when we stopped. So it's not the actual motion, there was an amendment to the motion when we postponed, correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, honestly, that sounds familiar to me.
Yeah, so
I
we
don't
would
know
Scroll
where
down
we-
a bit on that same agenda item and you'll see
Yeah, we'd have
that
to
trail.
start where we stopped, not at the beginning again. Because I think it was postponed.
Okay. Sure. Member Lear?
Were we looking from draft 2 at this point in this, when we stopped?
It would be nice to get some clarity, if we could, and I don't know who offers that clarity, where we left off, because I agree. I do believe we'll have some substitute motions, but I do want to make sure we start, to Member Earl's point, where we left off, if that was the motion, and I believe it was.
And it'd be helpful to know which draft we were in at that point.
Member Earl?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we could postpone this discussion till after lunchtime. I'd make a motion for that, and the reason being, there's a draft 3, it's got extensive revisions. I've not had time to compare those or even to finish reading through it and to look at that. That's my well, I spoke to it already.
So we have a substitute motion.
Yep.
That this get postponed
Until after
lunch. Okay, so is there a second to that? Point of order.
You can't make a substitute motion to
Can we give her a
It's
mic?
n-
In its amended state, we have to resolve the amendments and go back to the original motion before we can entertain any form of a substitute motion.
I don't know. That's something I don't have. It's not a substitute, it's a motion to postpone. Motion to postpones are okay at any time?
Yes.
Okay, so,
Okay.
and the motion.
Strike if I said sub. Motion
So the
postpone.
motion then on
Yeah.
the floor before the board is a motion to postpone until after lunch. Do we
Yep.
have a second? We have a second from Member Carey. Seeing no lights, or, well, there are lights. Do we have discussion to that, or can we vote?
So I guess I would comment, I don't mind postponing, but the articulation that there are extensive revisions is not factual. There's not extensive revisions in draft 3.
Okay. Member Earl?
Clarification, is the blue new language or not?
The blue is mobilized language.
But it's addition to the blue would be addition to what's there, even if it is mobilized, and that's what it looks like it's almost.
And that's fine. I don't know if we want to get into a discussion on what extensive looks like, but okay, yeah. So the motion before the board is that this is postponed until after lunch. Let's go ahead and vote on it. Okay, so that passes with 3 in opposition, being members Green, members Bogus, and member Kelly. So with that, Chair Davis. Okay, that concludes the Finance Committee reports. So, Chair Carey with Law and Licensing, Agenda Item 7.
Thank you, Chair. The first matter before the board is the 3.2, our data sharing agreement with the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity. And the motion before the board is that the board approve the data sharing agreement with the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity, ETI, and Waterford.
Thank you, Chair Carey. The motion before the board is that the board approve draft 1 of the data sharing agreement with the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity, ETI, and Waterford. Discussion of this motion, Member Bogus?
So I'm looking at the background here, and it says to identify the SSIDs of students enrolled in Upstart within the e-transcript, all the things, but I still don't see what the purpose is. I mean, we've got this information, but what would be the impetus or the purpose of gifting these people this information that is, I mean, it's sacred. It's sacred information. Why are we doing this?
Agreed. And I'm not sure if that's to, who's that's to, if that's just we asking staff, or if you're asking me or Chair Carey. I remember this debate. I mean, I was part of this. Typically the things that run through my mind are parents involved and, what kind of data is going out there and how is it used. I can't remember the details. I voted to move it forward, so I felt satisfied with it. Looks like AG Buse has a comment.
Michelle Buse, the Assistant Attorney General. The purpose of it would be to measure the effectiveness of the Upstart program.
Okay. Member Lear?
Draft 2. Am I imagining it? Or we're supposed to be looking at draft 2?
Member Wood, or Vice Chair Wood would like to speak to that.
I can speak to that. We had, remember I asked last month about, and it said those going to kindergarten, where kindergarten is not a mandatory attendance.
The year of kindergarten is not
The
mandatory.
year of mandatory, right.
Yes.
And so we changed draft 2 aligns with kindergarten or first grade. That there's a requirement that they have to go into
Thank you
kindergarten
for-
or first grade.
Thank you for your
So
stellar
what are
memory.
what came out of committee then? Don't confuse me here. Draft one, are we on draft 1 or draft 2?
Draft 2 came out of committee.
Okay, so we need to we need to change that motion for accuracy. Does that sound right? It should be draft 2. Okay. Yeah, Member Wood, or Vice Chair Wood.
I'd like to substitute the motion that the board approve draft 2 of the data sharing agreement with the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity, ETI, in Waterford.
Second to that? Second. Thank you. And, okay, so the motion before the board then is that the board approve draft 2 of the data sharing agreement with the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity, ETI, and Waterford. Any other discussion to that? If not, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes with 4 opposing, Member Hall, Member Brinton, Member Green, and Member Bogus. Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. The next action item is 7.4. This is R277 6.8, prohibition of corporal punishment in Utah's public schools. And the motion before the board is that the board approve R277 608, prohibition of corporal punishment in Utah's public schools, draft 4 on second and final reading.
Thank you, Chair Carey. The motion before the board then is that the board approve R277-608, prohibition of corporal punishment in Utah public schools, draft 4 on second and final reading. I have lights from, we'll go first Member Earl and then Member Bollinger. Member Bollinger, go ahead.
Yes, on line 171, I would like to address the requirement that the foundational behavior support training must be completed within 3 weeks of employment and biannually. I know that often, and because all employees that supervise students would require this training, I don't know that that is a reasonable length of time to make sure that that training is completed for every new employee. For those in LEAs at schools and in districts, you're hiring new employees, paraprofessionals, coaches, teachers all year long, and to require that that is done within 3 weeks, I don't think is reasonable. So I would like to address that.
Do we have staff who maybe, how did we come up with 3 weeks? Member Bollinger, as maybe somebody's going to come address that, is there a time frame in mind? Maybe keep that in mind that we could make a motion if you so desire. And yes, Deputy Superintendent Newey.
I was just going to say that staff is here to answer those questions if you'd like to bring them forward.
We would.
There we go. Ashley Lauer, behavior specialist. And we had that time frame. We felt like that having that foundational behavior support training was really important for educators and other employees coming into the schools. 3 weeks is flexible, so if there's something that you feel like is more of a reasonable time frame, we're flexible on that time frame. We just wanted to make sure that those who are coming into the schools had that foundation, within a reasonable time frame of coming into the school setting.
May I ask a follow-up
Member
question?
Bollinger, please.
Am I correct in understanding that this functional behavior support training is required for all employees supervising students, not just those implementing emergency safety interventions. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So the foundational behavior support training would be for all educators or all staff who are either overseeing behavior support or who may be asked to support with behavior as well.
Do you have, can I ask a question? Is that okay, Member Bollinger? What is an unreasonable time frame? If 3 weeks is reasonable, is 3 months unreasonable?
That's a great question, and I think that just thinking about students and what might be experienced in the school setting, I would say that there's not a set time frame, but 3 months would be, working with students for that long period of time. You may experience students who become escalated for some reason. So having that training earlier on would allow you to have some of those strategies in place to be able to help support the student.
Okay. I don't want to be like Dwight Schrute. Is 2 months unreasonable? Right? Let's close the gap here. Sorry, go ahead, and then we'll go back to
Well,
Member
she can
Bollinger.
answer the question, and then I would like to just follow up.
It's really hard to pinpoint like a specific time frame. We used the 3 weeks because we thought, that gives people the time to get into school. Sometimes this training will happen before the school year starts. But I would say, between that 2 month time frame would probably be a good place to start. And then that could be adjusted if there's an understanding that maybe there's situations that are arising that it's showing that there may be a need to start that earlier.
Okay, so we'll go Member Bollinger, and then we have Vice Chair Hart, and then we have Member Earl as well.
Yeah, I would just like to speak to the fact that there's several trainings that are required by teachers at the beginning of every single year, which we could consider like crucial policies, child abuse, those types of things. And so there is additional time, way longer than 3 weeks, that's available for that. And that's what I'm wondering if, I think within 3 months, those are completed. And so I just kind of see this in that same realm.
Well, we do have Member Hart and Member Earl, so you'd have to jump in, you know what I mean? Is it Hart, Bogus, Earl? Okay. Point of information, go for it. Not yet. There's no motion on the floor yet. Well, just the underlying motion, so, okay. Yeah, Member Hart.
So when we're talking about this training, we obviously don't name trainings, but we're talking about MANT or something like that, or are we talking something different? Which one, remind me which one this is, because, yeah, I have that same concern.
Who's going to take that? Is that for the, oh, go ahead.
There's two different trainings here. The foundational behavior support training is more de-escalation strategies, the foundational skills.
Right.
That comprehensive emergency safety intervention, that's only for key identified school employees. That would be more of the training that you're talking about, a training that maybe is like like MANT.
But aren't we describing 6084, Section 4 describes ESI, correct?
So there's two different
So
trainings
you're talking about
there.
basically the de-escalation training then?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. The relational de-escalation training.
But often that is just day one of that training. When it comes down to it, when you contract for the training, you're contracting both pieces. It's hard
Yes,
to
it could
contract
be.
one and, okay.
You
All
could
right.
also do that the de-escalation training, just having more people involved in that training. That was kind of the intent of this, is that there would be that training of, doing the de-escalation would
Right.
be available to more individuals, more
And
school
then you
employees.
do your smaller group.
Correct.
I share the concern is, yeah, if everybody started at the beginning of the year and then we got no new staff until the next summer, and we started the year knowing who our staff is, but 3 weeks, you would end up, it almost forces you to have a trainer on staff because you're going to be, if it's that small of a window, you're going to be doing that training multiple times, is what ends up happening.
Okay, we have Member Bogus, Member Earl, and I know Member Bollinger wants back in. So let's keep going, though.
Through the chair, sir, I see Member Bollinger's point, but my concern would be is that this training, if I'm reading this correctly and understanding the conversation, is like what we call safety care training, and it's training used to intervene with our what we would identify as high flyers or high risk kids. And I would offer that I don't think delaying that training is going to present the best environment in our schools. If we've got kids who are diagnosed with emotional behavior disorders and they are on IEPs and we know that they escalate quickly, teachers need that training. We're not talking about don't touch blood. We're talking about how do you intervene and mitigate behaviors that could potentially cause school safety issues. We're talking about mitigating the clearing of classrooms. We're talking about mitigating kids throwing desks, fire extinguishers coming off the walls. I understand her point, I really do, but I think that we're looking at something different in this training, and so I would just wonder what her response is, because I would argue that maybe this training should be done before the school year starts. And I say maybe because we're talking about a certain training that is meant to intervene with high-risk students that could potentially cause a risk to our students in our classrooms and a risk to teachers themselves. So I just would love to know your thoughts on that.
I want to remind the board there is no motion to amend yet. We're just talking about the rule as it's come out of committee. So Member Bollinger, if you'll respond, and then we'll go over to Member Earl.
Yeah, so my understanding, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's two different types of training that they're talking about in this rule. So on line 170, the foundational behavior support training is just the basic training that's required by this rule for every employee that's hired that supervises students, including paraprofessionals, coaches, and everyone that's working with students. On line 174, where it says the comprehensive ESI training, that is the training that's required for individuals that are going to implement ESI or like the emergency interventions. They have to have that comprehensive training before they can implement that. So to me, they're two different things. I agree that if you're going to implement a comprehensive, like an ESI, you should have that training before you're able to do that. So that would just basically mean that if there was a situation, those that have the comprehensive ESI training could intervene. So if they haven't been trained, they would not be able to intervene in that part. But if we leave the rule the way it is, then every person that is hired in the whole district has to have that foundational training within 3 weeks.
Thank you. Member Earl. Okay.
So I see your point, but I think the 3 weeks is of employment. I don't think it's every person in the school every year. I think we're talking about just our new teachers. And my question would be, through the chair, of course, if you're the only one there and no one else is there to intervene and you're not adequately trained with high-risk students, what's the solution in those situations if we're delaying the training requirement date? And it's just a question. I don't necessarily disagree with the presupposition that there's a lot of training. New employees go through a lot of training. But this is one area where annual refreshers actually do really great things for educators, in my opinion. So I just, through the chair, unless she doesn't want to answer.
Well, I think our staff wants to answer. I just feel bad for Member Earl.
I just want to add a point of clarification. That may help with this discussion. We are developing an asynchronous course, a webinar that may help ease some of the burden for the training so that they don't have to hire someone to come in. This is a training that can be done asynchronously online. as well. Specifically the foundational behavior training, not the second physical interventions portion.
Member Bollinger.
Question to that.
Yes.
So can you clarify for us, it says on line 170 where it says foundational training, so if that's required for everybody, but if somebody's doing an emergency safety intervention, they have to have that training before, and that is for key identified school employees, is that correct? So the comprehensive ESI training is not required for all employees, only for those that are going to be key identified employees doing that. Does that prevent somebody in an emergency situation that is not trained on comprehensive from intervening?
In an ideal world, we would want anyone who is engaging in any kind of emergency safety intervention to have that second comprehensive training. Utah Code does support those who have to step in an emergency situation to protect themselves or others. But we want to have as many people trained as we can so that if there needs to be an intervention, that it's done safely and that we're protecting the rights, the safety, the health of anyone who's involved in those situations.
Thank you. Member Bollinger?
I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
Hopefully that will help us move along.
I love a good motion. Let's get it on the floor
I would make
here.
a motion to amend line 171 to read, be completed within 3 months of employment and biannually thereafter.
Is there a second to that motion? Second. Okay, there's a second. Member Bollinger, would you like to speak to that?
I think I've said my piece.
Any questions? Dr. Voorhees, please.
Thank you, Chair. Leah Voorhees, Deputy Superintendent. One thing that I think the board should consider is if the individual is working with students with disabilities, case law related to training of the implementation of an IEP supports the notion that unreasonable is anything more than 30 days, to add to the discussion. That specific to students with disabilities, but in many cases, these individuals would be serving students with disabilities.
Thank you, Dr. Voorhees. And that, if I can comment on this motion, I personally think 3 months is a little bit extensive. I would think between a month or two, 1 month, that's a personal preference. But anyway, I think 3 is a little bit of a stretch, but Member Bollinger.
I'd just like to ask, may I ask a follow-up question to Dr. Voorhees? So from my understanding, if we're having individuals that are trained and having the comprehensive training to be able to work with those individuals, they have to have the basic training before that. So us changing this wouldn't prevent them from completing it within the 30 days or having a district require an individual that's working with students with disabilities from having them finish that training beforehand. It would just allow us an opportunity for those that may not be working in those high-risk situations like coaches or those that are supervising hallway, they wouldn't fit in that category. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board replace 3 weeks on line 171 of draft 4 with 3 months. Seeing no other lights, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, so that motion fails. The yes votes being Member Lear, Member Hart, Member Booth, Member Davis, Member Reel, and Member Bollinger. Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. I have a motion, and that motion would be on line 55 to 57. Ben, did you have a chance to cue that up? Oh, I guess that's a no. Yes, I just had prepared the text. Line 55 to 57. And then, Chair, if I may, once that's posted, could I speak to the motion?
Let's put it up there. Let's get a second, and then we'll speak to it.
The second is the part I forgot. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, what will you read it out for us, Chair Carey, your motion?
Thank you. And that motion would be that the board amend lines 55 through 57 to read, immediate danger means the imminent risk of physical violence towards self or others. Or, and then Ben, could you put in the word other? And we may have to, it should say self or others, or other physical behaviors which are likely to cause imminent risk of serious bodily injury.
Thank you, Chair Carey, and we have a couple of seconds on that. So the motion before the board then is that the board amend lines 55 to 57 to read, immediate danger means the imminent risk of physical violence towards self or others, or other physical behaviors which are likely to cause imminent risk of serious bodily injury. Chair Carey, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you. Yeah, so Chair, I think, as we read 608, these are the interventions. This is the guidance we're providing our LEAs, which permit them to exercise the most assertive interventions that the law permits, right? We're allowed to restrain them. We are allowed to put them in seclusion. And because of the gravity of the interventions that we're permitting under this rule, when I read lines 55 through 57, I was concerned that, we take this idea of imminent danger from the risk of physical violence, and then we expand it to the term aggression, which I don't believe we define. So if we see aggression, it allows the LEA to institute policies to put a student in seclusion or under physical restraint. And then we also say, or other behaviors. And again, we don't define that. And generally, I understand the purpose for these words to give flexibility to the LEAs. But I do believe that when we're talking about the ultimate intrusion and allowing someone to put hands on another individual or to put them in seclusion, I believe that those are the instances when we really have to exercise not generally a flexible approach, but we need to be very careful in providing the guidance to limit the options that may be available. So you'll see that I've omitted the word aggression, and primarily because when I Googled the word aggression is defined as hostile or violent behavior or attitudes towards another. And the example they give, his chin was jutting out with aggression. Well, under that definition, I think a lot of students may fall under that particular definition. Would it be exercised that way? Hopefully not. But I think that our obligation is to say, let's be very careful with how these ultimate invasions into a student's space are authorized. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have a light from Member Lear.
Yeah, I have a question for either the maker of the motion or maybe a staff person if my memory is, if it makes sense. I recall asking Member Carey also changed changed substantial bodily injury or serious bodily injury to one phrase. And I recall asking the same question in committee, and I think, again, if my memory serves, I was informed that those are terms of art that should be specifically included. Am I making that up, or do we feel like those terms can be combined, which would be a lot more efficient and writing? So can somebody help me with that? And I don't recall if it was one of the two of you or if it was Tanya Albornoz, but anybody who can help me. Thanks.
Yes, please.
Justin and staff may address this after if the chair so chooses, but to Board Member Lear's point, yes, we say substantial bodily injury or serious bodily injury. I couldn't distinguish the two definitions, so I did combine them under serious bodily injury, and just wanted to make the board aware of that.
Thank you. And staff does want to make a comment here, okay?
There we go. Again, Ashley Lauer, I'm a behavior specialist here at the State Board. Those both serious bodily injury and substantial bodily injury are defined in code. And we looked at both of those definitions and we're thinking, the thought process was the serious bodily injury is very, very, and I'm trying to pull up the definition right now so that I can tell you the difference. So serious bodily injury means injury that creates or causes serious permanent disfigurement, protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ, or creates substantial risk of death. So I just am giving you the different definitions. And then substantial bodily injury means bodily injury not amounting to serious bodily injury that creates or causes a protracted physical pain, temporary disfigurement, or temporary loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. So in looking at it, we had started with just serious bodily injury and then had looked at that difference in the definition of substantial bodily injury and said there may be situations where an emergency safety intervention would be used where that might be the likely outcome, not necessarily the serious bodily injury that adds the piece of or creates the substantial risk of death. So that's where we were coming with having both of those terms defined and added to this definition.
And just to follow up briefly.
Yeah, follow up, and then we have Chair Carey back on.
And so those two phrases are both found in without switching back as readily as you do to the code, those two phrases are both used in the code specifically. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks.
If I may direct this question to staff, Chair. So the two definitions are in code, but there's no directive that they apply to 608. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's my understanding that staff felt that in an abundance of caution, let's take these two definitions and apply them to 608.
That is correct. Can I add one other piece of background? Sure. That there was public comment that came in before that the phrase that was there before was likely to cause serious physical harm, and that was not defined anywhere. So we were looking for terms that were already defined in code to help clarify what that meant.
And Chair, just one last question. Could you just repeat the definition for, was it the less serious of the two, substantial bodily injury? You mentioned something about pain and the duration that the pain had to last.
The difference is one of the difference, but specifically that I brought up was that in serious bodily injury, it talks about creating substantial risk of death, whereas substantial bodily injury is a little bit broader and may not reach that threshold, but is still something that would cause injury to an individual.
Could you just reread the definition of, because
Sure.
I may just amend my own motion, but I'd like to hear the definition of substantial bodily injury again.
Of course. So it says substantial bodily injury means bodily injury not amounting to serious bodily injury that creates or causes protracted physical pain, temporary disfigurement, or temporary loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ.
Chair, if there's other people who other board members who want to speak, but let me think on that.
Yeah, that's why it looks like it needs to be processed, and we don't have any lights, but I do want to give this a few seconds to process. So let's just take a second, and if we see any other, it looks like Vice Chair Wood, go ahead.
I would like to amend your motion, amend that and add in the substantial bodily injury. Would it be appropriate, I'll ask staff if that's all right, Chair, to add that code in there so that there is a reference to those definitions?
Yes, so down in, I'm just pulling up really quickly the rule as it stands right now. In lines 76 through 77, serious bodily injury is defined. And then in lines 78 and 79, the substantial bodily injury is defined.
Okay, then a follow-up, would substantial be anywhere else in this code if we take it out with Member Carey's amendment? I meant to say rural, thank you. Do you know?
Let's give her, I could start pushing things. There you go.
So the substantial bodily injury is specifically for that definition, so it's not found
yeah, so
anywhere
I'll
else
move
in
on
the
with my
rule.
motion then. I'd like to add in substantial bodily injury to that.
Yeah, Chair Carey.
I'm sorry. I would accept that as a friendly amendment. If
let's-
it's not too late, if it's already before the body. Then
No. Let's get some eyes on this. Make sure it's this motion then. Well, it is before the body, isn't it? Yeah. So we need to put an amendment, an official amendment forth here. Yeah. Let's just. Is this clear? I want to make sure this is clear for the sake of time and discussion. Is this, Vice Chair Wood, what you wanted, and Chair Carey, is this meet your thoughts? So, Member Bogus, go ahead. Let me state the motion while you're waiting for a light. The motion then is to amend the amendment that the board insert substantial or before serious bodily injury. And do you want to speak to this motion? Okay, Member Bogus.
So my question would be, with respect, what's the difference? Because they both cite the same code lines. So line 76, the code line cited is 76-1-101.5, and in 78, the code line cited is identical. And if you go to that code line, there's only a singular definition. And while I don't object to the word or the sentiment, my question would be, we're trying to create a distinction without a difference when there doesn't appear to be one.
What she read to us was.
And yeah, let's get a. Would you like to? Let's get some mics for this discussion. It's good.
With respect, sir, then we need to cite that and amend the definitions in the rule, because we're using words that are directing us to a very particular code line, and those are not the same as what we're seeing up here. And so I'm happy to support a motion to whatever directing us to these, but the code line cited in the rule as presented is not that.
So, unless, and I don't know if we can have another amendment, we have this motion before the body here. And so let's go ahead and take a vote. She just gave me the go-ahead to vote. Thanks, Deputy Newey. So the motion before the board is that the board insert substantial or before serious bodily injury. Let's go ahead and vote on this, and then we'll continue the work. Okay, that passes unanimously with Member Davis absent. So with that, let's move. It looks like we have Member Bogus.
So I see where it says this, should we, and I can move it, I think we should add .17 and .18 to each of those as they're listed there. So on line 71, it would be 5.17, and on 79, it would be 5.18.
If we have do you have a motion that you want to put up?
I would move that.
I'm not going to repeat that. Do we have that written? Sorry, I didn't follow along to repeat it.
So
just want to make
I
sure
would
it's
move
on
that the board amend line 77 to read 76-1-101.5.17, and to amend line 79 to read 76-1-105.5.18.
So the motion before the board, if we can get that motion back up. The motion before the board is that the board amend line 77 to read 101.5-117 and line 78 101.5-118. Is there a second to that? Member Wood seconded that. Okay. Member Bogus, do you want to speak to that? No, we've had the discussion. Much appreciated. Sorry, I was letting you know.
If you would like me to speak, sir, I've got 10 minutes.
No, you don't. Okay. Member Earl.
I'm not sure I understand why we're doing this. And I guess the point is what's best practice? You're already going to that section. There aren't two definitions for each of these. You go to that section and yeah, it does say 17, it does say 18. I just wonder what the manual would say, right? The rule writing manual, do you have to narrow it down to that, or is actually getting to the point where it's at? It would seem like this is just not necessary. I'm not saying we can't do it. Don't get me wrong, but what is the practice and what is really necessary? Because there's not two definitions of each of these, and we had to identify the specific one in the code. We just don't have to do that.
I see Deputy Superintendent Newey has her light on. I don't know if that's directed to the maker of the motion.
So they actually are different in the code lines.
Would you like to respond, and then we'll hear from Deputy Newey?
So in the code lines, they are different. So 17 reads, quote, serious bodily injury, end quote, means bodily injury that creates or causes serious or permanent disfigurement, protracted loss, or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ and creates substantial risk of death. And then number 18, quote, substantial bodily injury means a bodily injury not amounting to a serious bodily injury that creates or causes protracted physical pain, temporary disfigurement, or temporary loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ.
Okay.
So they do have two distinct definitions in our code lines.
Member Earl? Yes. Hold on.
Definitions, we don't say serious bodily injury and then not say substantial bodily injury to the point where what I'm saying is the same definition here is correlated with the same definition in code. So yeah, the two definitions are different, we know that, but you only have to get to the code to do that. There's not two separate definitions for serious bodily injury to where we have to identify it's on line 17 or it's on line, I guess I'm just we're probably just beating this to death, but it's not necessary. You go to the code and it's listed in the code. So that's why I'm asking, what is the protocol for writing rules? Because that's what we would want to adhere to.
You're saying whether this passes or not, it's still going to be.
You're going to get to the same definitions. It takes you exactly where you need to go. So it's not necessary is what I'm saying.
Deputy Superintendent Newey, and then we have Member Booth.
Hi, thank you, Chair. The board can make this decision to change them. The only caution that I would provide is that by providing the specific subsection of the code, that opens up the opportunity that every time that code is amended, we would need to also amend this rule. And so we would need to bring it back every time they add a new definition to that section. Since they are done alphabetically, they often get moved around. So that's the caution I would give.
Thank you. Member Booth?
Just speaking from the point of view of a local board member or some leader of learning in a local LEA or charter school, any information that we can provide right there, it's right there. I don't have to go looking. I don't have to go find the code. I don't have to sort through a whole bunch of stuff. It's just there. And I can see the difference between those two, and that's helpful. And I'm just happy that somebody did that work for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Green?
Yeah, I kind of echo the same sentiments that Member Booth just spoke. I mean, here we have it. It's in quotations anyway. It's just a quick clarifier, and obviously if something changes anyway, we'll be changing it regardless. So I support this.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board amend line 77 to read 101.5-117 and line 78 101.5-118. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes with 2 no votes being Member Earl and Member Hymas. So that brings us to our underlying motion here, and that is that the board approve R277-608 prohibition of corporal punishment in Utah's public schools draft 4 as amended. And okay, on second and final reading. Member Earl.
On line, let me pull it up what I sent. On line 171, and I think this is significantly different from our original motion, so someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but strike 3 weeks, add 2 months. What? Yeah, add 2 months or 30 days if working directly with students with an IEP.
Okay, I was just corrected. We did. I love the motion. I'm not saying I'm for or against it. Just happy that it's there. And it's not seconded, but what we have to do is we have to pause because we did an amendment to an amendment. On Member Carey's motion.
Sorry, my apologies.
And we need to go back and make sure that that's solidified. So,
okay.
Can we? Is this it here on the board? Let's address this quickly here. We're back to Board Member Carey's motion to amend that the board amend lines 55 to 57 to read immediate danger means the imminent risk. Does this need to be changed or was it already changed? This is ready to go. Okay. Immediate danger means the imminent risk of physical violence towards self or others or other physical behaviors which are likely to cause imminent risk of substantial or serious bodily injury. I see, Member Bogus, do you have a comment to this motion? No. Okay, let's vote on this then.
Board Member,
Is gone. Okay, that passes unanimously with Board Member Hart being absent. Let's move back to Member Earl and make sure we get your motion clarified, and then we'll see if we can get a second on it.
I got it, I'll second it.
Member Earl, is this accurate?
I can't see. Where'd my glasses go? There we
Let me read it.
go. I got it.
Okay.
Yes, that would be accurate.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board replace 3 weeks on line 171 of draft 4 with 2 months or 30 days if working directly with students with an IEP. And we had a second from Member Davis. Is that right? Okay, so comments, we have Member Bogus and then Member Lear.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering where students are in the halls, they're in the lunchrooms, they're using the restroom outside the scope of their homeroom educator. Under what circumstance would you not be interfacing with a student with an IEP in some capacity? And how many buildings in this state have 0 students with an IEP? Because we're typically, with these young people, we're not talking about a gen ed student. So I'm asking, under what circumstances would that just, like, you never see this kid ever? You just never see this kid, so there's no interfacing ever at all.
Staff, please.
So this was a suggestion that was made as part of a draft for the Law and Licensing Committee. Before it said all school employees, and the way that school employee is defined includes anyone who's directly or indirectly employed by a district. So the concern was that if there was someone who was an accountant for the district or someone who was in a position of that nature, that they wouldn't necessarily need to go through this training. So that's really what that language was meant to address, is those maybe at a district level or in a position where they aren't working directly with students.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, Member Bogus.
So is there a space in this rule that would require training of those individuals? Because as I read this, it does not do that.
Please.
So those individuals would not need to go through this training.
May I?
Thank you.
So as this reads, though, it seems like, based upon your answer, this motion is not needed because they are already not required to be trained.
Is that, I don't know if that's a question or a statement?
Well, it's a question because it seems to me to be duplicative. If the rule does not apply to those individuals anyway, then why are we carving them out with this motion?
And maybe I'm misunderstanding your question, but is what you're asking who I just spoke about as the district employee, the
Yes.
accounting personnel. So I think this motion is speaking directly to those who do need to be trained and the time frame within which they need to be trained. And so this motion would say that moving it from what it says in the rule currently, or the proposed rule, the 3 weeks, to 2 months or 30 days if they're working directly with students with an IEP. I'm not sure if that's answering your question or not.
Well, it kind of, but my question initially was, which people inside an institution that interface and that children are present, which people inside that building will never interact with a student with an IEP? And so I'm not talking about people at the district office. I'm not talking about people who are maybe subcontractors.
Well, short answer
or
is
whatever.
none, right? I mean, they're just surrounded by it. So short answer, none. I mean, I see what you're getting at here.
But my question then would be, what purpose does this motion have if the answer is none, sir?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. Member Earl.
Go back to the rule itself. I mean, this is just amending a piece of it, so you actually have to take it in context, right? So so on line 157, it says, beginning in the 2025-26 school year, all school employees who supervise students who may be asked to assist in managing a student's behavior, so there's the qualifiers right there, shall receive foundational behavior support training, which may include, then you've got, so this is underneath there. This is just part of that, but it's the foundational behavior support training must be completed within, and that's where this starts. So, and the IEP part is when you're working directly with, and you're right, people may engage with a student. I don't know if everybody always knows every student that's on an IEP that's in the lunchroom. So I don't know how you sift that out. I think this is trying to create a flexibility for for new employees, but it also puts the emphasis, if you're working with students with an IEP, we really need you to have this done in 4 weeks. So it creates the flexibility, but it also allows to be within the provisions that are needed.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
Knowledge of does not preclude interfacing with. So if I'm in the lunchroom and I'm supervising the lunchroom, I may not have knowledge that a student is on an IEP, but that student still has an IEP and still has special needs, regardless of whether or not one has knowledge of it.
Okay. So I'm gathering that you're speaking against the motion. Do we have a motion to this motion? An amendment to this motion? I'm sorry. Member Bollinger.
Yeah, I would like to make an amendment to the motion. If we can pull the motion back up. If we can just change it to, say, replace 3 weeks with 2 months. But not using taking out the 30 day, like, I want to strike, oh yeah, sorry. So I would strike, yes, sorry. So I would make a motion to amend the amendment to strike 30 days of working directly with students with an IEP.
So there's a motion before the board to strike or 30 days if working directly with students with an IEP. Do we have a second to that? Not hearing it, let's keep going. Okay, so we're back to the member Earl's motion then, which is that the board replace 3 weeks on line 171 of draft 4 with 2 months or 30 days if working directly with students with an IEP. Let's go ahead and vote. So that passes 11-3 with member Hart being absent. Our no votes are member Kelly, member Green, and member Bogus. This brings us back to our underlying motion. It looks like we have, let me repeat the motion and then we'll call on member Davis here. The motion before the board then is that the board approve R277-608 prohibition of corporal punishment in Utah's public schools, draft 4 as amended on second and final reading. Member Davis. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes 12-2 with member Hart being absent and the no votes being member Kelly and member Bogus. Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. The next two items, R277609, which is the LRBI, and R27609, the actual rule. Those will be heard in committee tomorrow, so there's no action item before the board. In terms of R277489, kindergarten programs and assessment, the motion before the board, Chair, is that the board repeal R277489, kindergarten programs and assessment on second and final reading.
And I'm going to restate this, but Director Rasmussen, I'm going to ask, because it's always nice to hear why we repeal, and I forget, it's been a month, I'm sorry. They already they have it up there. If it tells the reason why we're repealing here, but the motion before the board is that the board repeal R277-489, kindergarten programs and assessment on second and final reading. And there you go, on the screen there. Okay. You still want to speak to it, Ben? Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead and vote then. Thank you. That passes unanimously with members Lear and member Hart absent. Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. The next item is R277631, student toilet training requirements. And the motion before the board is that the board approve R277631, student toilet training requirements, draft 4 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-631, student toilet training requirements, draft 4 on second and final reading. Member Bogus?
I'm sorry, I don't have it pulled up here yet. Yes, sir. So I would make a motion to reinstate the language from 56 to line 60.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board reinstate lines 56 to 60. Is that right, Member Bogus?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second for that? Second from Member Green. Member Bogus, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, so I just think we're not thinking some of these things through to their logical conclusion. And while a lot of us think about our designee, our personal designee, and we think about grandma, or we think about, Aunt Sarah, or someone close to the family, the reality is that many of our students their parents don't designate that person. They designate maybe mom's new boyfriend, or they designate the neighbor that they can call immediately who can go get a change of clothes for their kid. And this could be a person that this young person doesn't even know. And so while we think these things through to their logical conclusion, we're put in a place where though a parent may choose this person, a child may actually not know this person. And so we're not thinking this through to its logical conclusion of risk, of student comfort, of all of those things. And it's no secret that I'm very passionate about this, that I think we need to do anything and everything in our power to mitigate risk to our teachers, to our system, to our institutions, and then ultimately keep our students safe.
Thank you, Member Bogus, Member Davis, and then Member Brenton.
I support the motion. I know we had this conversation last time and people said, well, what about just someone who comes and helps one time for the program or what, that is not this. This is a person who's asking for a waiver from code that requires a child to be toilet trained and a person who will be in there all day, every day. So if there's an adult that's going to be in there, this will be very rare, but if there's an adult that's going to be in there all day, every day, that person should have background checking and fingerprinting.
Thank you. Member Brenton.
I guess my question would just be, do we not trust the parents to pick who's going to be there with their child? Because I think the family in code and in law recognizes that the family relationship comes first and that the state is secondary and supportive, right, with schools.
Thank you, Member Brenton. I'll speak to this just briefly, mainly because this was, and I'm going to ask for clarity from the maker of the motion. Can we get those lines up there? Because I'm asking if you're going to remove lines 61, just replace. We're looking to replace, right? We're saying, hey, you want to keep both? I'm not looking to replace. Can we get member? Yeah, there we go.
So, Chair, I'm not looking to replace. I actually think that line 61 through 63 is great language that came out of committee. I have no issues with that. I'm looking to reinstate line 56 through 60.
Okay. Chair Carey, and then Member Green.
Yes, Chair. Board Member Davis said something that I hadn't heard before about the all-day, everyday person in the bathroom. I just want to get a better understanding of where is that coming from. I had not heard that before in committee or by staff. So that would change the way I look at this proposed rule. I just don't know, one, who would want that job, but two, where is that language in code that all day, every day, there's this person in the bathroom? So either to Board Member Davis about the all day, every day, where is that language, or staff? I just hadn't heard it before. Thank you, Chair.
Member Davis.
I'm just speaking as a parent who's toilet trained 3 kids. I mean, it's just an all day, everyday affair. If you're seeking a waiver from the toilet training requirement, you're going to have either yourself, you're going to be in there all day, or you're going to have a designee. There's, you're not going to have someone that comes every 3 hours, says, do you have to go? I mean, that's not how toilet training works.
Member Green.
That's kind of weird. Yeah.
Member Green, go ahead.
Well, I actually just went through the process of having to get the background check done. It took like 3 minutes, and it was super easy and cut and dry. I had to get it so I could go on a fun field trip. We are talking about, and that's in public with the entire classroom, out in the open. We're talking about something behind closed doors, and then behind a stall, and then with children, and I can't unsee what we talk about in UPAC. Like, it just seems logical to me. It's a private space. They're little children. They are at the mercy of who is in front of them. They're trying to get this right. We should do everything we can to protect that very special moment in their development, and be responsible and do what I believe is right, and that would be to vote in affirmative of this. Thank you.
Member Earl. Well, I see I don't remember Bogus. It's been continual. If you have you want back in?
So I guess my question was, I thought perhaps Member Brenton was questioning me, and I had actually turned on my light to respond, but I don't need to if she's not seeking a response.
Okay, Member Earl.
So I'm trying to walk back through this, and I think we've had this discussion a few times before. So we're asking the parent to pay for whoever, or, whoever can come in and help toilet train. So we've got to have, I think it says that. Well, I guess that maybe we can tack it on with the lunch stuff, but an LEA may pass the cost of a background check along. You're right, they may. So if there's that complication, if they say, well, so-and-so has 6 people that they want background checked, right? If that's what we pass here. And then also just that if there is a need and the parent isn't able to get there, let's say the parent's out of town and someone, so then there's the complication of, but we don't have a background check on that person, so who's going to help the child? Because now we don't have a background check. So it just adds a layer of complication that I don't think needs to be there. So.
Member Bogus.
So if mom and dad are out of town, they can't sign something acknowledging this designee so that situation wouldn't apply. There just simply wouldn't be a designee. The child would have to fend for themselves.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, in my experience, background checks are costly and timely. I need to figure out what they're doing different so I can learn that. But I hear what Member Earl is saying when there's so many different scenarios here, but it's good discussion. I see a light from Member Davis and then Director Rasmussen also. So let's start, Director Rasmussen. If you'll go, then we'll go to Member Davis.
Thank you, Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. I think staff just want to point out that this code already requires a background check. 53G 11402 requires that any volunteer in a public school that has unsupervised access to students get a background check. So we generally don't repeat and rule what the code already requires. So just wanted to point out that the code already has this requirement.
Okay. Thank you, Ben. Sorry, do we have a... Okay, Member Davis and then Member Green.
I mean, that's fine. I'd prefer to keep it in, but if everybody wants to take it out knowing that they're going to have to do it anyway, then this conversation is moot. But why were, Chair, I'm wondering why lines 61 and 63, were those added to try to mitigate 57 to 60? Because, I mean, it's a good idea, but it's pretty unrealistic. I mean,
yeah, they were.
The little one has to go. You have to hurry and clear out the whole bathroom, and
yeah. So they were added in lieu of, and now I'm not speaking as chair. I'm speaking as Matt Hymas, who put this language in during committee. Well, the committee put it in, but I suggested it. What's happening here is when a parent says, "Hey, I'm coming in," we don't want to background check parents to toilet train their children.
Right.
We don't want them in public restrooms. I think that's been a debate that we've been having for months now. It feels like we've been having this for a while. And so the solution was, well, put them in a private restroom, right? And let the parent or the caregiver, whoever it is, sometimes it's, I live with my aunt or I live with my uncle or grandparent, so, and that can categorize as parent, I get it. But sometimes that designee has to come in because mom or dad is at work and can't get off, right? It's toilet training. Like you said, it's not a one-time thing. So I can't keep taking work off. And so the solution was, we'll put them in a private restroom. And then I ask, is there one LEA, one school that does not have a private restroom? And there was one example. And so we have to change the language, right? So that all kids are covered. And they said, we simply just make sure that the restroom is cleared. So we get the kids out and make sure that there's a private environment. Now, is that easy? I don't know. I mean, I could go to my school. I can clear a restroom pretty easily, right? But yes, it's doable. I don't think it's as complicated. So that was, yes, this was in lieu of, this was a replacement to say, look, we get that making you do background checks, if you're going to volunteer, to the staff's point, if you're going to volunteer, yeah, absolutely. But if you're going to come in because your kid had an accident and you're going to help them get cleaned up, because toilet training, remember, before they have to, I know I'm speaking a lot, they have to be toilet trained before they can go to kindergarten unless there's something else going on, and then we have to make a plan, and LEAs need to make a plan with the parent. So we just want to make sure that we're getting the student the help they need without requiring, okay, this is your child or your grandchild or, your whatever. Now you have to go get a background check in order to go into this private restroom with the kid who the parent trusts you with in order to get the kid help. Long answer to a short question. My apologies.
thank you for the information. May I make an amendment?
Please.
Well, actually, we may need to vote on hers first. I don't know, but I'd like to amend that shall to be a may. And I would have probably been okay with 61 to 63 when we were all half-day kindergarten and there was a little private restroom right there in the room. But now we got kids out in the lunchroom. And I just think it's totally unrealistic to make people legally culpable during lunch to try to run a little kid that needs to go into a room and clear out the 7 other kids that are in there. And in the cafeteria area or the, I
don't know if that's toilet training. Getting them to a restroom, to use a restroom, that's everyday life in a school, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about, this is specific to toilet training.
I get it, but if a kid is...
Has to
I
go,
don't
you
wanna
run
do
to the
this-
close
this
place.
debate here. I'm sorry, I'm stepping out of line here. Point of information, and Member Green has a light as well.
You keep referring to line 61, and I can't see what draft you're working from. If people, 4, okay, if somebody would be clear on the going forward on that, it would help a lot. Because I looked at
Okay.
every draft but 4.
Draft 4. Member Green, go ahead.
So, and this was in response also to Rasmussen, what he mentioned about what exists already. This is again why I would support reinstating 57 through lines 57 through 60. It focuses it down to an LEA adopting a specific policy towards this situation, this problem. For me, that is a benefit. That helps the work of local boards. They take a thoughtful, active minute to think about what this looks like in their school districts. So for me, an LEA shall adopt a policy. It's there already, but this just isolates it to a very, very specific situation. So I'm still in support of this.
Thank you, Member Green. So the board, or the motion before the board is that the board reinstate lines 56 through 60. Let's go ahead and vote on that. Oh, sorry, Chair Carey, Carrie. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question, and this springs from a discussion that Member Bollinger and I were having. It seems like we are creating we may be creating a 2-tier standard, and I would like council to weigh in on this. But if Board Member Bogus's amendment passes, that provision only applies to multi-stall restrooms, where lines 61 through 63 appears to apply to private, which I assume would not be multi-stall, or cleared restrooms. And so the way I'm reading this, and this is what I'm asking for clarification on from council, is that interpretation correct, that if someone decides to use a multi-stall restroom, they would be required to undergo the background check, where if the LEA had them use a private or cleared restroom, they would not be subject to the legal requirement of a background check?
Michelle, do you have a...
I don't read it that way. I read it as that you would have to have the background check regardless.
Even though the background check provision is in line 57, the provision that only that is related to the public multi-stall restroom.
I don't see that relating only to a public multi-stall restroom. I don't see the language in there that says that it's only a public multi-stall restroom.
It does, if I can interrupt, it's
I've
on
got
line
C.
58.
Oh.
Can you see that, Michelle, where it says requiring a background check for a parent's designee entering in public multi-stall restrooms? Is that what you're
Okay.
referring to, Chair Carey?
Then it would give you
That-
two.
It
So I
is, thank you.
apologize, I did not see
Okay.
that language. And it would give you two different
Standards.
standards. Having the language that Board Member Hymas proposed in committee and having the language with the background check does give you two different standards.
And Chair, if I may, so arguably it gives the LEA two different options as well.
Yes, it would.
Because then you could have the LEA say, we want background checks, or if they would rather send them to a private restroom, then they wouldn't have to get the background check, as I understand it.
can I clarify, if this were reinstated, if Member Bogus's motion goes through, you're saying the LEA has an option? Thank you.
May. Or put the word may.
Correct, yeah.
So is there an amendment or a motion that somebody would like to bring forth, or are we ready to vote on Member Bogus's process? Or are you ready? Go ahead.
No, I'm just thinking if Member Bogus's motion does pass, then a secondary motion to amend the shall to a may that would bring it to the point where it may make the most sense.
Yeah. Yeah, let's tackle this motion that's on the floor then. And the motion is to so the motion before the board is that the board reinstate lines 56 through 60. So let's go ahead and vote then. Okay, that passes. 9 in favor, 6 opposed. Those opposed were Member Bollinger, Member Earl, Member Lear, Member Reel, Member Hymas, and Member Hart. So let's, I believe, I believe there's a motion. If not, we have an underlying motion. I don't see any lights. Who's doing this? Chair Carey, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that on line 61, that the board change shall to may on line 61 of draft 4.
The motion before the board is that the board change shall to may on line 61 of draft 4. Is there opposition to this? Okay, we've got some lights. So we have Member Earl first, then Member Lear, and then Member Bogus.
So
hold on. Is there a second to this motion? We got a second. Member or Chair Carey, would you like to speak to this? Okay, Member Earl.
So we're only doing a may on line 60. So an LEA may ensure that.
You have to put it or if you want it in lieu of the 57 to 60. You have to put it over right here.
Okay, so we're still requiring anybody that comes in to do the background check, or is it going to be you get to do one or the other? I guess that's what I was hearing out there. But this is just you have to do still the background check, but then you may clear the bathroom. Is that what I'm understanding? That's what I'm reading?
That's what I understood is if an LEA or a school, we'll say a school, decides to clear or use a private restroom, it would not require a background check. The background check.
But that's not what that says.
Well, that's what we need to fix then, because in the reinstated language that is now reinstated, the background check is required only for a parent's designee, not a parent, and their designee entering in public multi-stall restrooms for the purposes of aiding. So from my understanding, if they choose to use a private restroom or a cleared restroom, they would not need a background check.
Is that how it reads to you?
Okay, so Member Earl,
I just want to make sure I understand
Go
that.
ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what that really means. So can I just have a stab at, can I just try? So you have a friend come in because you're out of town, right? And you have a good friend that's taking care of your kids. Their 5-year-old has an accident or trouble potty training or whatever. And so they come in, but they are not background checked. You were only gone a couple days. But if they clear a restroom? If the school clears a restroom
Or provides a private
or
restroom.
provides a private restroom, then they don't have to have a background check. Is that a confirmation? Yeah, the background check's required regardless. So if that same person came in, and let's say they didn't have an accident, let's say they were potty training because mom and dad had been potty training before, but then they were gone, yeah. So now, no matter what, they've got to have a background check, but they could use a multi-stall or a, am I right?
Can I make an amendment? Can I make an amendment? Is an amendment?
It's got to be or, it's this or that, or in lieu of, or,
I know, it just went dark.
okay.
There we go. So,
But, so has number 4 passed?
yes, that's in there. Oh, the change to shall they may. Okay, so we've got a lot of side conversations trying to gain clarity here. We have an amendment that has been put on the table to change shall to may. And that's what we're kind of debating here. So I'm going to go back to Chair Carey. I've got lots of lights on here. Chair Carey, we'll go ahead and give it to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, add my name to the list of those who may be confused. It was my understanding after we asked for council's opinion that the background check would only be required for, according to lines 56 through 59, for those individuals using a public multi-stall restroom. That was my understanding based on the, again, my understanding based on what I thought I heard from council. Now I'm hearing that no, that same language would apply to whether they are using a multi-stall restroom or a private or cleared restroom. And those are obviously not congruent. So I would ask for clarification from council. My vote would not have been the same if that analysis had been different. So I'm asking for clarification on just if they use the public multi-stall restroom. It's my understanding that a legal background check is required. If they don't, if they use a private or cleared, that background check is not required. Is that interpretation correct? If we could hear from council, Chair.
Yeah, Michelle, are you ready?
Or
And we do have a point of information, and then we'll jump. Point of clarification?
I think part of the confusion is the reinstatement of the language ultimately would move that reinstated section after number 4, because as it is presented in draft 4, number 4 belongs to section 3, not section 4.
So we can clarify
So-
that, but let's get clarity to.
The idea that one is predicated upon the other because it's in the same section would not be true, because this number 4 actually belongs in section 3. So in the final iteration of this rule, it would be in what the policy should contain, as opposed to the background check section of the rule.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps people, but in the final iteration, that's how it would read.
Michelle?
I think that what Ben brought up was a separate statute that says that everyone who has significant unsupervised access to students has to have a background check. It's going to be volunteer, an LEA, up to an LEA to determine whether or not this qualifies as significant unsupervised access, and that they would require all of them to have a background check if, in their eyes, they define helping a student to go to the restroom to be significant unsupervised access. Then this is kind of irrelevant and everyone would have to have a background check. If the LEA, though, did not determine that this was significant unsupervised access for the parent's designee to go in and just help the student go to the restroom, then we would, according to this rule, the way it is written, only have to have a background check when it is in a multi-stall restroom.
Okay, it looks like we have member Lear and then member Lear.
I don't even know where to go with this. All I know is it's not going to be helpful to employees to say, is this a multi-stool restroom? Is this the parent's designee, or is this a volunteer? Is this an employee? I think we're making it harder for employees to do the right thing for children. And I think that the committee, I know this part, the committee wrestled with this same language for about an hour and a half. And I believe and still believe that the original language was much clearer, much more protective of children, much more reasonable for LEAs. So I'm very frustrated that we are obsessing about the 1/3 of 1% of kindergarten students, age students who might be having this problem. So
Thank you. Oh,
never mind. I was a rant.
no, you're, I didn't mean to cut it off. I wanted to, okay. We have member Davis here, but I want to remind the board that the language on 56 through 60 is now back in. So we have a different beast to tackle here, right? Unless somebody who's on the prevailing side brings it back and changes their vote. Otherwise, this is where we're at. So member Davis.
I'd like to obsess over the word shall, please.
Okay.
Did we change that to may?
That's what's currently on the floor right now.
Did someone already make the motion?
I'm trying.
Vice Chair Carey made a motion to change shall to may.
I mean, without a, maybe
No, I
that's.
don't think you did.
Okay, then.
He did.
But I don't think we're.
But I believe that, I'm going to turn the time over to member Hart. She may have an amendment.
Okay, so at the end of the day, I think that this same conversation is going to happen regardless of what the correct legal interpretation is, every LEA is going to have the same conversation and longer. So I think we should just write what we mean and be done with it regardless of what. If we assume, because 57 through 60 is there, and, 57 through 59, it says that you have to have a policy for a parent designee. Now, entering a public multi-stall restroom. The fact that it is a cleared restroom doesn't make a cleared restroom not any longer a public multi-stall. So what we need to say, if we want to give the choice, which I think is, personally, that's where I'm going here, then we have 57 through 59, and the amendment would be to add, or we would say, an LEA shall ensure that toilet training assistance for a student who is not toilet trained as provided occurs in a private or cleared restroom. We just need to say one or the other, because when you put public multi-stall restroom on line 58, even though it's cleared, it is still a public multi-stall restroom. So we're not providing clarity. So the only thing I say is at the end of what is 59, we say or. And I understand what you're saying about for may belong to the previous one, but that's not what this, that would make it even less clear, because at the very end, you need to give the two options to the LEA. Either there's a background check for a designee, or the school clears the multi-stall restroom or provides a private. That's what we need to say.
Okay,
Right.
She never made a motion. We're waiting for a motion.
No, I did. I said
you?
my amendment would be to add or at the end of line 59.
Is it seconded by Chair Carey? Or it's a friendly, so is it?
It's just, the only other thing, if it's a friendly, does she want it, with the maker of the motion, want it? Have it remain a shall or change to a may?
May, because it's one or the other.
Then I accept it as a friendly.
Okay, an LEA may provide, they may do this or they may do that.
Who's typing this up? Good luck.
I mean, I think that that just,
So let's check the board. We have lunch starting 7 minutes ago. And but I want to get this motion addressed here. So let's make sure that it's,
line 60 goes away. So I have a secondary question. I thought we put back 57 through 59.
56 through 60, technically.
Did we not determine that we cannot pass along background check fees? Did not we do that in committee? That was determined that we could not do that. No, we can't. I don't know, but I remember talking about it. How am I going to charge a parent for, oh, that's it.
Okay. So let's make sure our motion is correct up here.
That's good. The motion. 60, but that's a separate issue. So let's forget that I even said that.
Okay. So Vice Chair Hart's motion is to amend the amendment, line okay. We'll just take a second. Molly, will you keep an eye on that board and make sure we get this motion correct? We'll just take a minute. Yeah, as that motion is being put together, remember real?
I'm trying to remember, but I thought that we have made legislative requests to make changes to this code. So does that mean that coming after March, we're going to have to turn around and do this all over again? Okay, I'm just wondering the time and energy we're focusing on this, if it's worth the impact it will make in statewide, especially with the upcoming changes in code. So
This is my motion as I envisioned it, yes.
Okay. So here's a motion before the board then, is to amend line 56 forward as follows. An LEA may adopt a policy requiring a background check, and then, or an LEA shall ensure, ... Do we have a second to that motion? Second by Member Carey. Let's go ahead and get that ready for a vote. Okay, that passes. 14 in favor, 1 opposed. Member Bogus. So now we have this was an amendment to amend. So let's go back to the underlying amendment. And yep, Member Carey's amendment that the board change shall to may on line 61 of draft 4. That line may have switched with a little bit of verbiage change.
No,
Hers was a friendly, okay, so this is already included, this is already done, okay. Then we're back to an underlying motion that says that the board approve R277-631 student toilet training requirements draft 4 as amended on second and final reading. Member Bogus.
So I would move the language on the screen after line 63 that states, when a parent sends a designee to assist with toilet training under this rule, an LEA may require the parent to sign an agreement releasing the LEA from liability for possible abuse that may arise during private interactions during toilet training.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board, after line 63, amend or add after line 63, when a parent sends a designee to assist with toilet training under this rule, an LEA may require the parent to sign an agreement releasing the LEA from liability for possible abuse that may arise during private interactions during toilet training. Do we have a second? We have a second from Member Green. Do you want to speak to this motion? And then we have Member Lear.
So I'll be brief, Chair. I think that the frustration with this conversation is evidence of the fact that this policy was not thought through to its logical conclusion to begin with. And I hope that our policy request makes it through the legislature. That's not the message I'm receiving, which is why I'm very passionate about this. And when a secretary says to a person, by all means, go into this private space with a child, and that child levies an allegation, we have risk to our system and we have risk to our employees. And I think we need to mitigate that risk in every place we can. We need to protect our employees and we need to protect children. And parents need to understand the gravity of the decision that they are making. And again, I want to reiterate that when we think about this from our perspective, we're thinking about Grandma or Aunt Sarah or maybe even Uncle John. But for many of our families who don't have family here, we're thinking about maybe the super who goes in and gets a change of clothes and goes to the school, or mom's new boyfriend, or dad's new girlfriend. We have to think from the outside our own perspective. And the reality is that allegations of abuse can and may occur. And we need to make certain that the employees that authorize that interaction are clear from any and all whatever that can arise. This is a parental decision, and if they make that decision, the school is free from liability.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Member Lear, I'm going to defer to you. We have two staff lights on. Okay. Okay, so AAG Buse.
I appreciate what you're saying, but in the 10th Circuit where we live, and we live under the law of the 10th Circuit, it says that a parent can't waive the liability for their student, for their child. So it wouldn't be upholdable in the court of law. Our employees would be protected under the Governmental Immunity Act already. So the employees have a form of protection under the Governmental Immunity Act, but the liability waiver would not be enforceable for a harm to a child.
Thank you. We have a follow-up.
So is there a way of, if a parent makes this decision, preventing them from filing any form of litigation against our employees?
Not if it was for harm to the child, because the child retains their right until their age of majority.
Thank you.
I would just withdraw the motion and ask us all to go to the legislature and get them to repeal this code.
Okay, motion's withdrawn. So, and is that, I'm going to turn to our second on that, Member Green. You seconded that. Are you going to, do you want to keep it or accept the withdrawal? Okay. No worries. That's what we're talking, that's what we're doing here. So the motion before the board then is that the board approve R277-631 student toilet training requirements draft 4 as amended on second and final reading. Deputy Superintendent Newey.
Apologies, Chair, but I just wanted to bring something to the attention of the board that HB 121 last legislative session prohibited LEAs from passing on the cost of background checks to anyone. And so line 60 would be against current law as it is written.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Do we have an amendment? Because it's currently in rule. Member or Chair Carey.
Yeah, Chair, in light of the what the Deputy Superintendent Nui shared, I would like to make a motion to strike line 60, period.
Seconded. Any opposition to this motion? Seeing none, that's going to go through unanimously. Okay. Chair Carey. Let me restate and we can vote and go from there. Again, the motion is that the board approve R277-631 student toilet training requirements draft 4 as amended on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. That would wrap up the business from the Law and Licensing Committee.
Thank you. Okay. Board members, here's where we're at here. We are 18 minutes behind schedule. We want to do a 30-minute lunch to get us fed. When we come back, we are going to come back to Board Policy 2001, so please take this time to get familiar with it. Yeah, we are not ahead of schedule anymore. So we are going to break for lunch, and we'll see you back at, 1:20. Thank you. Oh. The question is, which draft are we coming out of for 2001? It is draft 2. That's where we are beginning, draft 2. Yeah, let's go ahead. Board members, if you can hear me, let's go ahead and get started. All right, board members, we have a few missing. We are going to, just for your awareness as well, we are going to excuse Member Cole. He had some prior obligations he had to take care of. And Member Booth will be joining us in a little bit. He had to go do a rehearsal for the thing tonight. The conference that's happening tonight. So he'll be back in a little bit. We have board members still trickling in, but we want to circle back. We want to circle back to Board Policy 2001, Board Compensation. And as a reminder, this was tabled on December 5th. And there was a motion to amend, was made by Member Earl and seconded by Member Bogus. Can we pull up, we need staff here as well, but we need to pull up draft 2, that's where we're working from. So we'll give a second to that, for that to get pulled up, because the motion that was left before the body was that the board strike lines 30 to 36, amend line 42, and add to line 46. So when we get that ready, we'll cover that, and then we'll jump back in and pick this up. Okay, here we are. So, Member Earl, if it's okay with you, because we left a month ago on your
Do you want me to just
motion.
kind of refresh kind of where we were?
That's what I'm wondering, if you want to
Okay.
just pick up where we left off.
Yeah,
if we can do
so
that.
let's hope I can do this adequately. Can someone make that a little larger? What's like to be what, board member? Oh, yeah, good point. I know, I have little smoke signals that I've setting up so I can send smoke signals across the room. So it would be striking 30 through 36, and what it really does is it means that it's moving the legislative general session or interim meetings line, so that would be under the provisions on line, so if you look at draft 2, under 42 through 46, it just adds there that a legislative general session or interim meeting could be included. It kind of leaves that a little bit broad, but it's indicating that those would be included as part of those. I have 4 meeting days per month was the suggestion of increasing, but I think in looking at Board Member Bogus's documents, it may be a good idea just to set a yearly amount, that this is how many you could get per year. I think there's some wisdom in that. We talked to staff on, what's today? Tuesday, and asked, and there was the possibility of budgeting up to a certain amount, which fell around 90, 93 or something is what, as far as availability of funds. If we're looking at maybe 80 to 85, I don't know, that could be a possibility there. So I'm just kind of throwing some information out, and it would be striking lines 30 through 35, mainly so that it's not 2 of these, 2 of that. It was 2 of these annually, 5 of those annually, but it would just be a set of, you can get up to this many in a year, and so you would have to just provide an affidavit for those. I was going to add one more item. It was from that meeting the other day.
Well, are we?
Okay, so an average.
Let me ask this.
Yeah.
Because the motion to amend was on here. Are you seeking to amend the amendment when you say add one more thing?
Yeah, I guess I would need to do that if I were going to. So I think I would make an amendment. Let's see. Let me look at line 42. Yeah, a board member may receive compensation for up to, I guess it would be 80 meeting days per year. Would it be sitting right there? I don't know if it would sit there on 42. I don't know if it would have to be a separate line. Maybe someone's going to need to help me with that. But I would make it up to 80 days in the year, and I'm not sure where that needs to go. So maybe that's something the body can look at.
Well, we're kind of short on staff, and I don't know
I know
if we
the
can
board
get,
designates the following.
if we can get,
Okay, I think it actually would go on 24. So the board designates the following as other, maybe not. Where's the general meetings, eligible meetings? Let's see. Yeah. So maybe it actually needs to, maybe it just needs to be a general statement that's above all of the meetings. So like on line 14 or something.
That's what I would.
For attendance at meetings of, or other authorized meeting by the
Yeah.
board,
So I
not
have-
to exceed 80
This is
reimbursement for 80 days during the year, something like that.
2 and this is 3. So
So on line number 14, I believe something like at the end of that line, adding not to exceed 80 for the year.
Christina? Yeah, that's, you like that? Of here.
I'm sorry, member Lear,
Oh,
let's
so
get a
you're
microphone.
So
I know,
Board
I
Member
want
Lear,
to kind
maybe
of
you're
get back on
suggesting
track
a
here.
C that just indicates, because that would keep it broader. Is that what I'm saying? So maybe a C that says the same things. A board member may be reimbursed up to 80 meetings per year. So it would be a C instead of, we've got A, B, and then this, a C that would sit underneath there, right? Because it would incorporate. Okay.
Both, I think that's what you intended.
Yeah, I believe that would be it.
Clarification, are you saying a C, a big C under little a?
No, a C, a little c, so you have, A would be the salary of, under eligible meetings, and then you have little b, which is the board member may receive compensation for these items, and then a C that says compensation may not
Okay.
exceed 80 days per year.
Okay, and would that?
80 meetings.
And so that would be taking line 59 out of Bogus's draft 3.
I'm looking at draft 2.
Right, and putting
Oh.
it into draft 2.
Oh, maybe it would be.
It would be her line 59.
Okay, let me.
And inserting it into
Yeah,
as a C.
except for it wouldn't say
on line
auxiliary meetings, it would just
say
be
meetings.
Meetings, because it
On-
would incorporate.
And it would go after line 46 on draft 2.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest, I don't know what just happened there.
Well, it's
Do
done.
we, are we amending the amendment? Do we have something?
It would
Director
be, so it'd be
Rasmussen, are you? Yeah,
striking
he
number
might be
2.
catching that.
And then it would be adding a C that is resembles, so it would say up to 80 meetings per year, so. Board member compensation may receive compensation, yep. Yep.
Let's make sure we get that amendment to the amendment where you want it to be.
Yes. Get my glasses. Yeah, I think that looks accurate.
Okay. So this is the motion before the board then. And this is an amendment to the amendment that we left on December 5th. So the motion before the board is strike line 42. And we're, again, as a reminder, we're working off of draft 2. And before I read that, remember, Earl, you have another comment?
Yeah, just a quick clarification. Can someone, maybe staff or something, look at this and just make sure I'm not saying, I want to make sure it's 80 incorporating all of them, not 80. And then also all of our committee meetings and, right? I don't know, let me just make sure we're total of 80, but I don't know if it outlines it somewhere else, so.
While you look at that,
Okay.
let's get a comment
Yep.
from Member Brinton.
I just wondered,
Oh,
in your first draft, wasn't it a total of 117 days, so you're taking that and capping it at 80? Wasn't it? Well, was-
18, I'm not aware of 117 anywhere.
Oh, that's draft 3. Okay.
Okay, so that's in a different draft. Do you want to comment on that?
Comment. It actually is in this draft. So without that language, this draft would total 117 days. With that language, it would cap it at 80.
Okay, so I think we're paused on the, no, it's, are we paused on the amendment for a second? Member Earl? Okay, let's just make sure we get it right. Member Lear, do you have a question?
And that aren't necessarily amendments, but if there's a meeting of the minds among all of us, I don't want to overcomplicate this. So, when you're ready.
Well, where we are now is we're waiting for Member Earl to get her motion where she wants it. So if you want to wait for that for comment, or if you have something else.
I can start, and maybe this is something Jenny wants to.
It just depends on if you want her mind involved, because it's obviously encumbered with.
I already mentioned it to her.
Okay.
I think the definition of meeting is, there's no definition of meeting. So I'm less concerned with the content of possible interactions is spelled out. But I think it leaves to the board member's own discretion if a meeting means a phone call that meets these objectives. Does a meeting mean a Zoom meeting? Could it mean a Zoom meeting? Is FaceTime adequate? Is only in person what we're intending? So if we're all saying no, any kind of meeting in air quotes that a board member calls a meeting, then that's good. And you still provide the reason, the people you're meeting with, and then that's good. So that was one of my concerns is, what do we mean by meeting? That's probably my biggest one. The other thing was, how broadly we want to, if we're all thinking similarly, that meetings related to the objectives of the board's strategic plan, if that's a broad expectation, that's great. But because now I'll be serving on an external committee that will have additional meetings, I would like to participate and present the board's perspective. So if that's broad enough to cover our external committee assignments, if appropriate, then that's great. If somebody thinks that we need to be more specific and articulate that, then that would be good too. So those were my two thoughts in terms of definition of meeting, not content but style, and then meeting based on an external assignment.
Yeah. Thank you. And I don't know, before Member Earl, I turn over to you. I don't, we talk about external committee assignments and standing committees. These changes to this rule, as far as I understand, will not change those. We're talking about compensation for potential additional meetings. Is that correct? I just wanted to, I think that's correct, but, and I don't know if that.
That doesn't really answer my question.
Well, I don't even know, did you have a question? Or
Yeah, my question was, would this definition of related to the board's strategic plan, is that broad enough to cover external meetings that are specific to an issue in the board's strategic plan? I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I think it's, there's some things that have to do with activities that are good for students and things like that.
I would think so, but I don't know if that's like who cares what you think, Matt? What does the board think, right?
No, I'm saying
So
if that's the general feeling of board members, then I'm good with no further definition. If people are thinking in a narrower mindset, nope, this is legislators only, legislative meetings only, or then I think it's better to maybe process that.
Okay. Member Earl.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure there's clarification. When we checked with Scott, and he can verify this, and asked what is the allocation? In other words, financially, what is the availability of funds that can be used? Because we don't want to go outside of what is already budgeted, because then we're starting to pull from other budgeted areas. So in talking with him and he can verify if I'm wrong, in looking at our budget that's budgeted for the board for compensation, for travel, for that kind of a thing, they can budget up to 93. If we want to change 80 to a higher number, we can. 93, but that's not 93 additional days. That's a board members during the year, right? That's it. That's the maximum during the year. That would include board meetings, study meetings, and then additional meetings. So the 80 is what I put up there, but we can adjust that however. But keep in mind that our budget, and that was the key thing for me, is what is the budget that the board has that we can use for meetings, is at the max 93. Am I articulating that right? Based on the budget we have right now. That's right, but that's why I kind of went a little lower than what we had, so there was some flexibility left within our budget. But anything I would say different than, okay.
Chair Hymas, just for the good of the group, Board Member Earl is spot on. When 93 meetings fits into your budget, so any less number of meetings that you debate here or discuss here would be sustainable and supported by the budget as well. So.
And like one other item, and I think I mentioned this earlier, that 55 is the average last year that people were compensated for. Now, of course, that means that there would be some that had more and some that had less, but that was the average. Just keep that in mind. One other item on line 42 that, like if, what did we amend here? Yeah, would not be, instead of the 4 days, that line 42 would probably read, a board member may receive compensation for additional meeting days for time worked related to, and then that listing of things there. So it wouldn't spell out a specific number. It would just say, these things you're compensated for, those are outlined above, and then any additional ones, this is what they could be. It doesn't say you can do 4, you can do 6 per year. But once you hit your 80 cap, or 90, whatever we choose, right, that's where you've capped out. So, and that would be board members to be aware of that. Because that's
Okay.
budgeted. That's what we have for money.
Thank you. One of my, and I see Member Carey here as well. One of my thoughts though is if we just put a cap and say board members can have up to X amount of meetings, we have to be careful, because what if I cover all my 90 by June and then I just take 6 months off, right? So we still have to protect specific meetings. So I'm hesitant to just say, hey, we can have up to X amount. Response there, or okay? That's just something to throw out to the board. So let's go over to Member Carey.
Yeah, and I have a different question, so if you wanted to follow up on that, okay.
Just something to throw out.
So I believe we addressed this in the last meeting. I just want to make sure that my recollection is correct. On line 45, we refer to board member district meetings. And my concern last time was, like Board Member Earl, Board Member Wood, Board Member Hall, they come to Weber County, right? And we meet with our health department to talk about some of the health-related issues. That's not necessarily in their district. That's my district. So when we refer to board member district meetings, and if I could ask the maker of the motion, is there a definition that is that geographical? Like, what does that mean? Because I don't want to penalize you or anyone else when you're doing the work of the board, but not necessarily within your geographical district. Does that make sense? And that's what I'm looking for, just clarification on what does that mean when we say board member district meetings? Thank you, Chair.
I guess I was thinking, when I say district meetings, it's within my district. And so that would be, I've had reading meetings and other meetings within my voting district. So that's what that would mean. I would think that perhaps if someone wanted to get reimbursed for those meetings, it might even fall under the strategic plan because it's under safety. So, yeah.
Just so then, number 2 is a geographical designation. Is that okay? Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Member Lear?
I had had a similar thought, but for a different, well, let me just say it, not define it. It doesn't seem that there's a place or a, how would you cover like charter school consultations or meetings, or USDB similarly? Should that say district? And then charter schools sort of belong to everybody. See, charter schools, if I could, I consult a lot, often. I visit often routes, not in my district. Sarah's going to give me her money.
Hey, we are, so it sounds like we're having this, there's a couple things going on here. We have a motion on the board that we haven't seconded, and quite frankly, I don't even know if we're debating the motion or the overall policy. And so in order to get, how do we get organized here? What do we want to do? Do you want to, I'm ready to put this motion before the board and at least have a discussion on this motion, or do we want to continue on with the discussion on the overall general policy here?
Put it up and let's start amending it.
Can we get moving in that direction? Does that work? And remember, Earl, I'm going to check just one more time that this is your motion here.
It would be striking, oh, no, it's there. Yep, that's right. Yep.
So this is an amendment to an amendment here, and the amendment reads that we're going to amend draft 2. We're going to amend line 42 to 43 to read, a board member may receive compensation for additional meeting days for time worked related to, and then the second part is insert after line 46, C, a board member may receive compensation for no more than 80 meeting days per year. So let's go ahead and if there's no discussion to it, let's put it to a vote. And I don't see any lights, so let's, oh yeah, we need a second. Thank you, Member Lear. Okay, so we have a second. Let's go ahead and vote then. The highlighted portion, yes. And again, this is an amendment to an amendment, so we're going to come back to the other amendment. We need 2 more. Okay, that motion fails. We have 6 for, 6 abstentions, and 1 no. The abstentions being Member Bollinger, Member Reel, Member Hall, Member Green, Member Bogus, Member Brenton, with 1 no vote of Member Wood, Vice Chair Wood. So this brings us to our underlying motion that the board strike lines 30 through 36, amend line 42 to 4 meetings per month, add to line 46 a legislative general session or interim meeting. Discussion to this motion? I don't see any. Let's go ahead and cue it up. You want to process it? Member Earl?
I need to point out that the way this language is currently written would be 60 additional days. So as long as people are only doing 20 or 33, I'm just saying there is a point where the budget kicks it, right? That you can't, there still is a cutoff point. So 33 mandatory, and then you can't go more than the, so I'm just letting people know, so.
Thank you.
Chair, can I
Yeah.
ask the maker of a motion a question?
Please.
And I am not trying to, you don't have to answer, obviously, as you know. And I'm not trying to be self-serving in any way, shape, or form, but did you calculate up the meetings that leadership did? And are there any provisions here for leadership, or like, are they the same requirements? Did you average those? I mean, it is significant.
I just added in the legislative component, which would be for any board members. So it would still have the same requirements for leadership, which would be the possibility of 2 times a month. But then it would add in the the legislative component. So I times 15 times 4, it should be 12 times 4. So that would be 48 additional meetings. And maybe 48 would work. We just can't exceed, we're going to have a cap still somewhere. So, but then I don't know what that puts your other meetings at. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, y'all can't help you. I'm out of meeting.
Well, that would be, even if, that would only, then the mandatory meetings would have to stay below, they could only be 2 or 3 per month, right? Because you got to stay below the 93, so.
Member Lear?
Suggestion, and let me see if there's any interest in this. There apparently have been a group of people who have been meeting about this. Is that right, Jenny? You don't know. But we're not going to iron out anything given that vote we just saw today. Could we get because I once, in a land far away, a couple of terms ago, had a idea that there should just be a stipend for board leaders, the board leadership, an extra stipend. I think that's what the legislature does. Not that that's necessarily the perfect model, but it is an example. So I'm wondering if we can go back to the drawing board and stop fussing about days and maybe come up with a plan like that, and that maybe includes some extra days, and then bring something a little more, a little better prepared to the board. I
see you.
Anyway, I just have that thought. Is there any consensus about that? Or because it sounds like some people are just basically opposed to this conversation and or any changes at all, which still you can vote no. But it sounds like I've always thought and increasingly over the 8 years I've been here, there's a lot expected of board leadership. And I think that there's some increased compensation would be appropriate. But I'd rather do it by stipend rather than an incentive to just be bustling up to the hill and sometimes working at cross purposes with staff. So that's just my opinion about encouraging and providing an incentive for being at the legislative working level all the time. So I
Okay.
just wondered if there's any desire, and I'm happy to, because I'm in the middle about this. I just think that it is true that leadership deserves some additional compensation. But it sounds like, so interest in that?
Well, I understand that I'm leadership, so I hate to
No,
comment.
stop,
but
everybody's got to stop being
I know,
so.
but I would support tabling this and getting it. I think picking it up halfway through right now has been confusing for a lot of people, especially since not a majority, but 4 of us are brand new to this. So if you were to take your opinion and mold that into some sort of motion, that would be.
I move that we postpone this discussion until the January or the February or March board meeting. Probably February, because I think everybody wants something in place.
Can I, well, is there a second to that? I'll second it. Okay. And then, do you want to speak to it additionally?
I pretty much did. I just think this is a fool's errand today to try to come up with consensus. We saw that 6 people are abstaining or
Right.
because they either don't have an opinion or feel uncomfortable. So
Right.
let's bring something that's more substantive that maybe others can add to.
And I see we have lights, but let me just ask, so that we don't repeat this same thing. I would be in favor, and I don't know how this motion would go if it'd be an amendment, but I'd be in favor to starting like on a draft 2 as is, right? Or something, some sort of just base that we can start from rather than coming in the middle of an amended motion. Okay. So will you work with staff, make sure it's clear up here on the board, your substitute motion, and then we'll go through these lights and make sure that we're getting everybody heard. So we have Member Bogus and then Member Davis.
Sorry, yes, sir. So for clarity, in response to Member Lear's thing, in order to do a stipend, we have to have a legislative code change. So the way that it is being brought forth right now, we can take care of our business at the board level. In order to do what she's asking, we have to seek a policy request and legislative funding change through the legislature, because how we are paid is driven by code, which is why the meeting language is in there, and we can't be paid for more than 1 meeting per day. That stems from those code lines, and so it would precipitate a funding request or a policy request through the legislature.
And I think that could come out as this, you know, if we're looking at the motion as is to ultimately postpone and try to get our things together, I think this would come out, Member Bogus, to your point, during that off time, whereas there's no way we're going to get that done today.
Can I just respond to that in 30 seconds? And that is, I think that discussion would involve looking at the code, looking if compensation could be articulated in a way that was consistent with code. If we didn't use the word stipend, if we paid leadership for 10 extra days, there are many ways that language could possibly come to be consistent with code. So I just want to look at it with more greater legal minds than we have today.
Thank you. Member Davis.
To all of you that aren't legal minds, Joe and Carol are exempt. This is probably uncharacteristic for what we do on a board chair, but can we just find out why all the abstentions and no's? Because I'll be honest, if people are just like, look, we're not interested in any raises for the board, I don't want to put a committee through the pain of all this and put our board through the pain of this again if we're going nowhere. And I'm fine with it. I didn't suggest it in the first place. I never really care. I didn't care, but I was willing to be supportive if people felt like they needed that or it was cost prohibitive to serve or what have you. So I was trying to stay open-minded, but now there's all these abstentions and no's. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be, so.
I'm hesitant to call people out for their votes.
Can I finish one more thing, too? And also the reason why I did vote for it was because I had no idea until yesterday or a couple days ago that we averaged 55 meetings a year. So moving to 80 would only be 2 extra meetings a month. I felt like that was pretty reasonable. I don't want long, convoluted thing. I mean, if it's like 2 extra meetings a month at your discretion, work toward the goals of the board, fine. Everything else is already pretty much laid out.
I appreciate that. So let me just restate the motion here and make sure that we are having debate on the proper motion here. The motion before the board is that the board postpone item 6.2 and begin discussion on draft 2 with no amendments to draft 2. Member Lear.
I did have an end date in there proposed because I don't think it should languish. If we believe in this, we should do it soon. If we don't believe in it, then I'm with you. I'd like to know why that people are just not interested.
Yeah, what is the date that you would?
That's why I said February or March board meeting, but March. I mean, February could end it if we did. Whoever is in charge did some information gathering and find out how many people are interested in even discussing this or voting on something like this. So yes, I think I would rather have an end time in there so it doesn't just languish. So yes, I would say to March board meeting.
Okay, and I was the second, and I'll second that as well.
And if it comes sooner, great.
So, yeah, Member Carey.
Would Board Member Lear consider a friendly amendment that no later than the March board meeting? Thank you.
And is it the, I know there was some, not joking, but discussion with jovialness of going back to a committee, but are we wanting to bring it back to the full board? Is that the intent of the maker of the motion?
I think I think we could come up with something and let leadership decide where it would be best discussed.
Leadership just asked. Okay. All right, we'll figure something out. But to Member Davis's point, yeah, we would like to know. We don't want to spend 2 months. This is going to be a busy 2 months anyway. And if there is no appetite for this, then let's get it out. We're going to move on with this vote here, but if there's not, then let's communicate and say, hey, we're not interested in this. I voted abstention. I know what's going on. I don't want to have anything to do with it, right? I'm just removing. So the motion before the board then is that the board postpone item 6.2 to no later than the March board meeting and begin discussion on draft 2, no amendments. Member Boggess.
I would move to amend it to begin the discussion on draft 3.
Is there a second? Okay, so the amendment is to begin the discussion on draft 3. Yes, a second by Member Green. Yes. So she does have a soft voice. That's true. Let's go ahead, and I don't see any discussion on that. If you want to speak to that motion, Member Boggess?
Well, I would just offer that draft 2 in its current form is it's incongruent. It doesn't have clarity. There's a lot of misunderstanding. I mean, I could go through and we spend a lot of time with staff. We spend a lot of time with the writers. Draft 3 is clear. It has guardrails. It has all the questions that Carol has. I believe it answers the vast majority of them with the guardrails under prohibitions. It outlines and defines what a meeting is. It goes through all of those things, and with one simple number change, it becomes the baseline of this conversation today, and it's just so much more clear and has all the things that everybody in the room has been asking for.
Thank you, Member Bogus. So the amendment before the board then is to replace the draft 2 with draft 3 so that the board discussion begin on draft 3. Let's go ahead and cue that up for a vote. That should be, is that all of us? That's, oh, welcome back, Member Booth. That passes. 9 in favor, 1 abstention by Member Davis, 4 in opposition, Member Hart, Member Reel, Member Lear, Member Earl. Okay, so the underlying motion then is that the board postpone item 6.2 to no later than the March board meeting and begin discussion on draft 3, no amendments. Member Bogus. Member Bogus.
Say to bring it back in February.
We voted to replace draft 3 with draft 2 on the beginning of our next discussion. Now there's an amendment to move it to February instead of March.
And with a second, I would speak to that.
Is there a second on that? Okay, Member Green, go ahead, Member Bogus.
We have lots of meetings and time to get together where we're all going to be in the same place between now and February. And I would just say no later than February. If we did the work, we could take care of this in one of our legislative meetings in a single vote. So not that we should be debating it there, but if the work is done, we could take care of our business. So I think no later than February is not only appropriate, it's just the better choice.
Thank you. So the motion before the board then is that the board, or that we change March to February. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that motion passes, that amendment passes 11-3 with the no votes being Member Hart, Member Lear, and Member Hymas. Let's go back to our underlying motion then, and that is that the board postpone item 6.2 to no later than the February board meeting and begin discussion on draft 3, no amendments. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that motion fails. The 5 in favor are Member Bollinger, Member Brinton, Vice Chair Wood, Member Booth, and Member Hymas. So that brings us back to, you can make me dig. Okay. That brings us back to Member Earl's motion, which is that the board strike lines 32 through 36, amend line 42 to 4 meeting days per month, add to line 46 a legislative general session or interim meeting. Member Earl.
Like to make an amendment to the amendment, and I would strike from 4 meeting days to month to 3, which puts us to 36, which, based on the other items, I still think we have there still is a cap regardless, so I'm not sure where that cap falls. But since people didn't, I don't know whether I do a new cap. Is that what I do? I'm not sure. I would 3 meeting days per month.
So there's a motion then to amend the amendment to now read 3 meeting days per month. Is there a second to that?
That's 3 additional?
3, we're going to replace 4 meeting days, and yeah, that's additional. Yeah. So, yeah, so again, the motion to amend the amendment is to replace change 4 meeting days per month to 3 meeting days per month. Again, seeking a second. Okay, Member Davis seconds. It looks like we have Member Earl, do you want to speak to that motion?
Yeah, I guess if we don't want to go through it for a set amount of days, and that was kind of the idea, it left it broader. You might have more during legislative session, less during right? Then I'm looking for 3, keeps us within probably that budget that we have. So, which would be about 36 additional days per year. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, then we have Member Davis and then Member Carey.
I mean, it's simple. I think we already do all of our meetings as assigned by the chair. That's simple. You know, nobody has to keep track of lots of different things. You know, I think the 80 is probably easier because you might have a bunch during legislative session and hardly any in summer, and it kind of all comes out in the wash. However, that didn't pass. So, you know, if this is amenable to people, I'm looking for something that's relatively simple, like we currently have.
Thank you. Member Carey?
I'm just in line. I have a motion that I would want to make. So.
Okay, so the motion before the board then is to change 4 meeting days per month to 3 meeting days per month. Let's go ahead and vote. This vote fails with 7 against, 6 for, and 1 abstention. The abstention being Member Reel. The votes for Member Booth, Member Lear, Member Wood, or Vice Chair Wood, Member Earl, Member Davis, and Member Hymas. Member Carey.
Chair, I'd like to make with music no less. This is dramatic. Okay. Now, Chair, if I may, I'd like to make a motion to divide. And I'd like to divide each item 1 through 3 just into separate motions, just for primarily purposes of clarity. And then I have a follow-up motion following the motion to divide.
Perfect. There's a motion to divide. Do we have a second? Second. Seconded by Member Booth. Is there any objection to that motion to divide? No objection. We're all in favor. Let's go ahead. Back to you, Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. And then with the motion to divide, I'd like to take the second item and make my amendment there. And the second item would be to have line, was it 42? Where's,
Yeah, 42. 42, it is 42 right here.
oh, okay, yeah. Oh, wait. So my motion in regards to item number 2, so motion number 2 would be that line 42 be amended to read, a board member may receive compensation for up to a total of 80 meetings per year. Then I'll make it 79. Or 81. It's like we're playing roulette. It's just okay. Yeah. So we'll make it to 79. And yeah. Oh, okay. Based on the wisdom of the board, we'll make it to 84.
So the motion then is that a motion to amend line 42 to read, a board member may receive compensation for up to a total of 84 meetings per year. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
A second by Member Bollinger. Member Carey, would you like to speak to this?
This goes to what Board Member Davis and I think a lot of members around the table are thinking, which is the appeal to me is the simplicity of the approach, which is instead of a division of sanctioned meetings, non-sanctioned meetings, this qualifies, this doesn't qualify. I've always believed that at the end of the day, the voter will have the ultimate say on whether or not we made the right decision. And instead of putting a lot of caveats and restrictions on particular meetings or activities that may be sanctioned or unsanctioned, this puts that in the hand of the voter. And so I think by saying a total of 84 meetings per year, every board member has their discretion as to what they're going to do with that time. So that's why I'm making the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and cue that up for a vote then. You ready?
Meetings as assigned by chair, plus whatever additional, up to 80. Go. Oh, 84.
84.
I was going through the math, like, how am I going to keep track of 80? I'm like, I could do, so, per month.
Okay, that passes with 11 in favor, 2 abstentions being from Member Reel and Member Lear, and 1 no vote from Vice Chair Wood. Okay? We still have 2 amendments on the floor then, or on the table. Yeah, we'll have 3 total. Or do we want to address these other 2? One is strike lines 30 through 36, and there's another one that's still out there. add to line 46, a legislative general session or interim meeting. Member Davis, your light is on, but I'm not sure if it was okay. It's not. Member Carey?
So, Chair, I believe it's in order for me now to address motion number 1. And based on the results of the motion number 2, I would just leave that language as it is, because I believe that now would conform the proposed policy appropriately. So my motion would be that the board strike lines 30 to 36.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board strike lines 30 through 36. Is there do we need a second? That's what's on the, so we're just going to re-bring this back up and put it to a vote, if that's okay. Let's do that then. Let's put that to a vote. Member Lear?
Sorry if I'm being dense, but if we strike 30 through 36, the only meetings other than the regularly scheduled meetings would be those meetings allowed under line 42 down to 46. Is that right? Is that accurate?
From what I understand, yes.
So board agenda, up to 6 additional meeting days for time worked related to board agenda items, board district meetings. We still haven't solved the issue of charter schools or USDP. And meetings related to the objectives of the board's strategic plan. Those are the kinds of extra meetings we can attend and be compensated for.
I recognize that we're in the middle of voting, and I'll ask, once we finish this vote, I'll ask the board some additional questions on how they would like me to proceed with my thing. But I will say that board member district meetings, I thought we had determined last month that meant anything within your district responsibilities, not necessarily an LEA district. So when you say excluding charter,
But so I couldn't go to a meeting, even though charters are completely open enrollment, I can't attend a meeting of a charter school for compensation outside of my own district.
from what I understand, yes, that would be accurate. Outside of your boundaries.
Salt Lake City boundaries.
That's how I'm reading this. Now, whether that's the intent, I don't know.
And I think that is,
Carol can't come to my
I guess it could fall into the strategic
Right.
plan. How can I have my golden child?
Yeah, it would fall under strategic plan, so it is covered in other areas.
All right, we'll make that.
Let me ask the board, do we want to pause voting, or do we want to vote this and then ask, recircle with questions? What do we want to do here? Keep voting? Okay.
I didn't realize I was into the vote. I'm sorry. That's okay. I made a mistake once. That's not. Yeah. Good thoughts.
So did Molly.
Oh, but she did too. Oh, we have to vote. Oh, man.
Okay, that passes with 13 yeses, 1 abstention, being from member Reel. And so we still have one more motion on the floor, and that is add to line 46, a legislative general session or interim meeting. And I'm going to interrupt real quick, just I'm trying to manage this role as chair. If I'm moving too quickly, then you've got to say, Matt, give me a second, okay? Because I'm trying to pull up votes, assuming that we're ready. But if we have questions and you need to let things process, I'm fine giving some time. But Yeah, thank you. Anyway, so the motion, again, the motion before the board is to add to line 46, a legislative general session or interim meeting.
So how would it read, please?
Can we get that, staff, how that would read?
Oh, there it is.
I think it would be a number 4. It would be an added
General session
line.
or interim meeting, comma?
No, it's the completion, so it's that list, 1, 2, 3, that's a fourth one to be added.
Oh, a fourth.
After line 46.
Ah,
It would be
gotcha.
there instead of up above.
Afterline, a legislative general session or interim meeting.
We don't, since it's a total of 80 days.
So then, it would be,
a motion to strike it.
okay.
It's not even there.
It looks like Member Earl has a light on.
You're so smart.
Oh, and I don't.
It was moving the legislative piece from there down further, but, and it's just that, it would be saying these meetings would count. You're right, you might not need those, but it articulates that it would fall under that category. You could say it was part of the strategic plan or whatever, but it just, clarity.
Thank you, Member Earl. Member Carey?
Yeah. No, I'm ready to make the motion if the discussion is over, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion that is here before us is to add to line 46 a legislative general session or interim meeting. If there's any amendments to this, then let's do it. If not, if we're ready to vote, let's vote. I am cognizant of the fact that the last 2 times we've done this, in the middle of voting, we've had questions. So if we're ready, let's do it. If not, then no, there are 2 different board members and myself included 3. So let's go ahead and vote then. Looks like that passes unanimously with Member Kelly being absent. Okay, we now have an underlying motion that I'm going to need help putting up there. As you get that up, essentially it's going to be to accept Board Policy 2001 as amended. Member Bogus?
Substitute motion. I'd like to move draft 3 and have the board approve draft 3.
And
then I have an amendment of my own.
The substitute motion is to move draft 3 forward. Do we have a second? Second, Member Green. Member Bogus, would you like to speak to that?
With the
and go ahead and put an amendment
I would
as
like
well.
to
You've got them for.
To move the amendment that on line number 59, we changed the number 80 to 50.
So a new motion, well, how do we do this? Because we have to first agree to work from draft 3. Is that correct? So I don't know, as I'm thinking about this process, I don't know if we can
So then it would
move
be
to-
a main motion, and then it was seconded, and then I moved to amend the motion.
I'm sorry, admittedly, I got split.
Okay, so the motion was made, it was seconded, and then I moved to amend my own motion.
Okay,
So now we're in the framework of an amendment.
you're in the framework of an amendment of a draft that the body has not accepted yet. Am I hearing that correctly?
So the body doesn't have to accept it. Once it's moved as a substitute motion, it's on the table.
Sure. Okay. So what I'm hearing then is that we're moving draft 3 as amended.
It has not yet been amended. We have to
You want
approve
us to
this motion.
vote to amend draft 3 and then vote to accept draft 3?
Yes.
Let's do it. Okay. Line number,
In line 59, to say up to 50. Which keeps us within, oh, may I speak to that with a second?
yeah, let's make sure that the motion is correct here.
Second.
Amend line 59 to replace 80 with 50, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do we have it sounds like we have a second?
Randy
Couple of
seconded
them.
it.
Okay, from Member Booth. Go ahead and speak to that, Member Bogus.
So with the updated information from our finance staff, this keeps us within the financial parameters that they have articulated today.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and cue that up for a vote. Voting is open.
Yes.
This is on the amendment. So, the amendment of draft 3. Looks like that passes with 11 in favor, 3 opposed, those 3 being Vice Chair Hart, Member Reel, Member Lear. Brings us to our underlying motion, which would be that the board approve Board Policy 2001, Draft 3 as amended.
And if possible, I would like to speak to the motion when it is an appropriate time.
Member Bogus.
So, all the questions that we've had today, this draft addresses them. It clearly defines that we can't, like as member, or as Chair Hymas said, we can't expend all of our meetings before June and then just stop showing up. It earmarks certain meetings that are not at the discretion of the members of this body. It tallies those throughout based on our statutory obligations. It puts those in line items. If you look carefully, it puts those on lines 56, 57, and 58. And then the auxiliary meetings are tagged now at 50 meetings per year. And they are clearly defined in the definition, includes the audit committee, the standing committees, the executive committee, everything, including our board retreat and meetings of the legislature where we speak, where we don't speak. It encompasses members' constituents. And then if you track all the way down to line number 93, it puts guardrails around this so that we are clearly defined that we may not bill the taxpayer and their sacred money for meetings with lobbyists, with the press, for political caucus meetings, conferences, etc., and that if we attend more than one meeting per day, we can only receive 1 day's salary for that day. There's also, at the very bottom, there's a public element that addresses Member Carey's concern, which ultimately holds us to the taxpayer, that this will become quarterly public information on the public record and then would ultimately be published in a pathway of purposeful transparency to each of our pages on the website. And there's a minor change to line what would be 115 in this current draft that streamlines the approval process and outlines that would go through the Deputy of Superintendent of Operations or his designee.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Member Lear?
I don't like this amendment, don't support it. Contrary to what was said earlier, I still have 10 amendments that I would like addressed if this, that were not answered. One of them was, of my 11 amendments. So I can't support this. Just for instance, you've left in limbo the audit committee, which is defined under an auxiliary meeting, but then there's on line 48, no mention of the audit committee. Standing committee or the full board called and noticed by the board chair. So I think you have some problems with amendment with draft 3 that still are unresolved, and I think at least we've beat up draft 2 now. So I think that it's a stronger draft.
Thank you, Member Lear. Back to Member Bogus.
So it actually does address the audit committee because per our bylaws, it's not a standing committee. So under this draft, the audit committee this draft conforms to our bylaws, which means the audit committee could meet as often as it wants. It could have as many special meetings as it wants, but it has to come out of those 50 meetings that we are allotted per year. And in our bylaws, the audit committee is not listed as a standing committee.
Thank you. Member Lear? Oh, never mind. Okay. Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and with Board Member Bogus and I, we discussed this at length, and there is much that I like here, and when I came here today, I was expecting to support this, but in light of the additional information provided by Deputy Superintendent Jones regarding the cap on meetings, I look at this now and think that we're back to that creation of the two-tier types of meetings, those that are authorized, those that are unauthorized. And again, I like the simplicity of draft 2 because it puts everything in one bucket. And now it's, if you're doing the work of the board, it doesn't matter where you're doing it per se, but the importance is that you're doing it. And I enjoy that. The other thing is that draft 2 says, here's 3 areas that if your work is related to, it's compensable. And in draft 3, it's a little bit the opposite because it says, look, you're not going to be paid if you meet with lobbyists, if you do press interviews, attend political caucus meetings, and I agree with all that. But then it says, or conferences or any other meetings not specified. And I think we fall back into that, what may work in my district and the groups and individuals that I meet in my district may not have the same relevance as any other board member in their district. But I wouldn't want one type of meeting covered and one not covered if that board member believes, look, this is in the best interest of the people of my district. The voter at the end of the day will decide if that board member made the best decision or they object to it. And so for that, I like draft 2, again, because of the simplicity. There's a lack of favoritism in the meetings that we can attend. There's no preference in terms of this is compensable, this isn't. It says if you're doing the work of the board, you can get compensated. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to reiterate the motion before we take a vote, the motion is that the board approve Board Policy 2001 Draft 3 as amended. Let's go ahead and get that ready and start voting. Oh, it's open. Okay, could try it. It looks like that fails. A vote of 12 to 2, 12 against, 2 for. Those that are for is Member Green and Member Bogus. So the underlying motion then is to We did the three amendments. We got all those covered. And then we went to the underlying one, and then Member Bogus moved. Okay, so I think we're back to the underlying motion. I'm trying to find it so I can read it, but okay, it's up on the screen. The board approves Board Policy 2001, Board Member Compensation Draft 2 is amended. Member Bogus.
I would move to amend to add a final subsection and pull lines 128 through 133 from draft 3 into draft 2.
Okay, so the motion before the board then is to pull lines 123. I'm sorry, Member Bogus, help me out here.
To pull lines 128 through 133 from draft 3.
Pull lines 128 through 133 from draft 3 and insert them at the end of draft 2.
At the end of draft 2.
And we have a second by, who was that? Member Carey? Member Bogus, you want to speak to that?
I think we all bloviate about transparency, but there's a difference between you can grandma this and write a check for it and purposeful transparency, which means, hey, we're not afraid of giving this information to the public. And this, I think, shows in a space where we're dealing with taxpayer money and it's very personal and we all stand to gain from this. It just is an act of purposeful transparency that says we're not afraid to show you what we're doing and how we're being compensated. And I think it's a good move on behalf of the board to share that information with the public.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Vice Chair Hart?
I really value the conversation. I think it's important. I think the issue of compensation goes right along with the fact that we acknowledge that we've got more and more work than we've ever had in the past. And we deal with this as we deal with our time issues. We're now dealing with it as compensation issues. I'd like to make a motion that we postpone this item. I'm concerned that while there may be things that we can do. Oh, I'm speaking to my motion.
There's a motion to postpone. Is there any parameters on that before we seek a second?
It's a motion to postpone to next month.
A motion to postpone to next month.
That's a previous question.
Then I'll move to postpone to a future meeting.
Move to postpone to a future meeting. Do I have a second? Second, okay.
Can I speak to my motion?
And please speak to your motion.
Okay, I think it's an important conversation. It needs to happen. I like a lot of, this is not a judgment on anything that's been said or not said or agreed or disagreed. We simply do not have the time, nor have we had the conversations we need to have. It's one thing about what we can do. It's another thing to think about the capacity of our staff, including Sybil. It's another thing to think about what our bigger picture. Money is not endless, so it's always take away the number of meetings, add to the number of meetings. It's a balancing act. It needs more conversation. I think small groups of people need to throw things out and get some perspectives out there. We just do not have the time to do this, and I don't think we're at a point where we're going to have a solution that pushes through to the win-win. So I think it's important. I'm not saying that it shouldn't happen. In fact, I think it's so important that we need to do it the right way.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. Vice Chair Wood?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. I have been the constant no on this whole thing, and it really is because of the capacity of our staff. Tracking 84 random meetings, tracking the scale, all the things. We need to know that they have the ability, the time, with all the other things that we as a board ask them to do. That is when Member Davis asked, why the abstains, why the no's. I'm a constant no looking at what we're asking of our staff. We continue to ask more and more. And so thank you, Vice Chair Hart.
Thank you. Member Davis.
I'm going to be a no on postponing. I just want to get this done. But I you know, but I'd rather not do any of these extra meetings or raises or anything at all than have a little thing on all of our public pictures that, you know, this is what Member Brenton believes about education and loves and why she's serving, and this is how much money she's doing it for last month. It seems so like not a single person is here for the money, and making it like that. I can go on transparency.com right now and see what every single person makes. So I don't think there's anything not transparent about what we make, but I don't want people to feel like it's this, that we do this to get money or compensation or anything like that. I'd rather just not pass any of it personally.
Thank you, Member Davis. So the motion before the board is to postpone to a future meeting. Let's go ahead and cue that up for a vote. That motion fails, 7-4 and 7 against. Those that were for it are Member Bollinger, Member Reel, Vice Chair Hart, Member Lear, Member Booth, Vice Chair Wood, and Member Hymas. So we are again to the previous motion, which is yeah, let's see. It's essentially to adopt draft 3 as amended. Draft 2. Okay, it is the highlighted one. There we go. So the motion on the table then is to add lines 128 to 133 on public information from draft 3 as at the end of draft 2. Member Lear.
The spirit of Vice Chair Hart's comments, I think the first part of those lines is acceptable and what I always wanted, something that the public could see, but that is accomplished by a public record that's distributed during the board meeting. I agree with Member Davis and Member Hart that this imposes a burden on the staff to delineate and detail. Somebody has to post that. It doesn't just miraculously appear on everybody's website. And I'm not willing for our compensation benefit to provide an extra burden to the staff. So I'm okay with the first part, but I would I just spoke to it instead of making the amendment. I would move the last part of this, I'm on the wrong.
So you're moving to strike lines 132 to 133.
Right, the B under that section. Okay. And then you change the A to nothing at all.
So the amendment to the amendment is to strike lines 132 and 133. Do we have a second?
Can I see when it's up there?
There's an amendment to the amendment, and it is to remove or to strike lines 132 and 133 from draft 3, which would be moved to draft 2.
Which I think would be helpful if we could see that.
It's on the screen here. Essentially, it's to remove section B. Is that right, Member Lear?
That's right.
Okay. So if you remember, the original amendment is to put A and B into draft 2. Member Lear is amending it to only put part A into draft 2, leaving part B off. So a yes vote would be only A to draft, now I'm jumping ahead. A yes vote is to remove section B from the potential or possibility of moving that over to draft 2. From 3.
And Can I just add to the comment I made before my motion?
Please, Member Lear, then we have Member Davis.
Briefly, the information would still be very readily available without a grammar request to the public. It would just not make extra work for the staff who would compile the information, bring it together, which is still some work, but it wouldn't make additional work in terms of posting and or maybe identifying certain board members on a public, on the board member websites.
Thank you, Member Lear. Member Davis?
Is there still room for an amendment to this?
This
Okay.
is the second amendment.
Okay. I mean, my original concern was not necessarily, not that I don't love our wonderful board secretary. My concern was just the appearance of putting the number all over our faces. But I think I'd like to amend this just to say that this just become a monthly line item on the budget report, that our secretary doesn't have to do one darn thing about it. Anybody can hear it said every month what we're spending on board member compensation. I'm looking at these folks back here. I mean, are we already tracking that anyway? Would that be difficult to add a line item on the budget report so we know, and then we can dive into that in our public meetings too if we need more specific, or maybe it's interactive when we click on it. I don't know.
Deputy Superintendent Jones?
So the answer is yes. We already have it. We already have that capability. I introduced the new format, where you can click and dive down into the
And the public can do that too, right?
Yes, right? Yeah.
That's public facing.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to move
public-facing.
that we do that. I think it's where the work already is done. It won't be, double work on the parts of the secretaries, and that's where people are going to go also to see what the board's spending. Sorry, I'll stop talking.
Well, why don't you? That's what I thought. Yet here we are. What is on the floor? I don't even know.
I'm asking if what I just said is friendly to hers. She'll do hers instead.
So,
Member Lear?
is when you say it would be on the board report, does that mean that it'd be individualized by board members, or would it just be the total amount is the total amount? And there's not a click down that says, I can see how many meetings Cindy attended, or how many.
I understood there would be a drill down.
Oh, and I want to know as a board member.
Deputy Superintendent Jones?
And I'm with you, Carol. What if we just said, sorry, may I?
Well, Deputy Superintendent Jones, why don't you respond to that, and then we'll get
Yeah.
other board members.
So just to clarify, the report, both yourselves and the public can drill down, but only drill down to the aggregate level of the expenditures towards your meetings and towards your travel and towards all of the budget components, right? Our report doesn't go name by name or board member by board member. So you would be able to have access to that, or the public would, to what was earlier said with the public transparency website. But there's a lag even with that, right? It takes a year or two to update that with salary data from 1 or 2 years ago. So no one that I know of, no agency goes to that level of detail on how much each one. Now, but I will say that information is grammable. If somebody were to want to know how much does each individual board member make, we would have to provide that. So, because that's public dollars, public information. Does that help clarify and answer questions from both Board Member Davis and Board Member Lear, sir?
I believe it does. Member Bogus, you're up next.
So, through the chair, I would just ask if the body would be amenable to a motion to just add, like for example, we're on Member Lear's motion. Member Lear, would you be amenable to adding language that says, should a grandma request be filed, it will be offered free of charge?
No. I think the grandma officer is also overwhelmed right now, and I don't want to invite more grandma requests. I think they're great, but I think it's a public document that could be.
But it's not a disaggregated document.
It would be the way that I'm proposing it, just not, it wouldn't be disaggregated on everyone's website. It would be a spreadsheet, or I don't even know what you'd call it, but it could be an information item to board members in the discussion during the board meeting.
So we have,
Removing disaggregation from the public record.
so we have on
Because
the,
that's not what I understand her amendment to say.
we have before us then an amendment to amend. And it's only lines 128 through 130 from draft 3 at the end of, to add that to the end of draft 2. Remember, Lear, your light is on?
not
or-
meant to be.
Okay. Let's go ahead and, because we've talked about some additional motions. We're already amending an amendment, so let's go ahead and vote on that before we put some other things on there. So if we can get that queued up for voting. So that passes, 12 in favor, 2 opposed, those in opposition, Member Carey and Member Green. That brings us to the amendment that says that we will, the motion is for the board to move lines 128 through 131 from draft 3 to the end of draft 2. Is that accurate? Member Bogus.
Move to amend to add the word individual before the word board at the end of that statement. So it would actually read, the board secretary shall include an information item on the board agenda quarterly detailing salary and reimbursement payments made to individual board members.
Is there a second to that? Second by Member Green. You want to speak to that? Well, one said it on the mic, one said it first. Yeah, I know that Randy's not Member Green. Member Bogus, do you want to speak to that? And then we're going to go to Member Lear.
I just don't believe, we talk about accountability, we talk about voter accountability, we speak about all these things, but it's really disingenuous to pontificate about these things if we're not taking action steps to achieve them. And if we're requiring our taxpayers to pay for information that we say we want them to have, again, it's disingenuous. We're just bloviating and then cutting and clipping it and putting it on the internet. There's a difference between transparency and purposeful transparency. And this would produce the things that we are all articulating that we want. And so this would make everything transparent. It would make it transparent among the board members themselves, and then it would be transparent toward the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Lear?
Minor change that might be friendly. Instead of saying the board secretary, we could say board staff.
That's fine.
Without objection, board staff rather than board secretary. Any objection to that? Okay. So the motion then is that on line 130 of draft 3, that the word individual is included before board. Is that right? Before board members, and change board secretary to board staff, which was done without objection. Okay. Member Davis.
I just want to note, some people have said why they voted no certain times or time and again, but it doesn't have anything to not wanting to be transparent or bloviating, to use that word. Some may want that, but some people have really stated they're no every single time for certain reasons. And I think it's fair to note that people aren't being, trying to be ill will or something if they don't, if they vote no.
Thank you. So the motion before the board then is that the board add individual before board members and change board secretary to board staff. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes with 13 in favor, 1 no vote being member Reel. This takes us back to something. 9 o'clock. I know. So the motion before the board is that the board add lines 128 through 131 as amended on public information from draft 3 at the end. From draft 3 and add at the end of draft 2. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, so that passes with a vote of 12 to 2, the no votes being member Reel and member Hymas. Okay, so we are back to the motion that says that the board approves board policy 2001, board member compensation draft 2 as amended. Member Davis.
Call the question, please.
Non-debatable. So let's cue it up for a vote. And I will remind the board, although there is only 14 of us, there needs to be 10 in order to have the question called. Member Davis? And remember, we're not debating this.
I just have a question of why you would have a call the question, I guess. And because, one, you can't assume somebody's intent, but 2, why would you need to call the question if the debate could possibly not go on for another 2 hours? Why would you even need the motion at all? I'm just asking a question. I could withdraw the call the question, but why have it if
the call the question's here. We're going to we're ready to vote. So let's go ahead and vote.
Some expert can tell me.
So that passes with 11-4 and 3 against. Those against are Member Bogus, Member Green, and Member Hymas, which brings us to our final vote on this, or back to this vote without debate or discussion. We're just ready to vote, and that is that the board approves Board Policy 2001, Board Member Compensation, Draft 2, as amended. We voted to call the question. Now we are on the vote of a draft 2, accepting draft 2 as amended. We need that passes the vote of 8-6. Those against, Member Bogus, Member Lear, Member Reel, Member Green, Member Hart, and Member Wood. Where am I at here? Well, are we done with this agenda item? I just want to make sure that we're done with this agenda item. Okay. Let's take a few minutes. 5 minutes. We'll see you in 10. Board members, let's go ahead and get started. Jenny, you were so good. Now you're back out of your chair. Board members, thank you for getting through that. That was a long one. That was a long agenda item. So at this point in our meeting, we are on agenda item 9, and we have Chair Earl of the Standards and Assessment Committee, and we're going to turn the time over to her. So Chair Earl.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. We're going to be really snappy on this. I think we've worked hard in standards and assessment over the last, a couple of months actually. We've had the CTE standards that we've been working on. And so the motion before the board is that the board approves the CTE course standards draft 2. And I do have 2 amendments to that. If that would be appropriate, I could move those now.
Yeah, let's go ahead and
Okay, let me pull
do
that
that.
up. Does someone have that in the documents? I think they're maybe looking for it. It's 2 simple amendments. The one, it's to strike clean from clean coal technologies. And is someone pulling this up? You're looking for it? Andrea had it. Do you have it? Okay. And I'm going to move them together, and then if someone wants to divide, they can. I don't know if they need to, but. And then there's just some cleaner language around, there's some AI about deep fakes, and we just put substituting and supported in place of 2. And as soon as that comes up, it'll be easier to recognize, and if like I said, I don't know who's working on that.
do we know what staff member is?
Is someone working on that?
Greg, that's you?
Okay. Yes, we have the 2 amendments for CTE, and it's just to create some clarity. There's not really content change. Is it there? Can I see it? Do you need me to resend them? Okay. Andrea had them in context, so that's like so it's easy to see. Yes. I keep going down. No. This is what it would look like right there. Do you want me to forward that to you?
Nope, right, look.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. Okay, so this is under this particular strand, it's explore various sustainable energy efficient building practices and the impact on the quality of human life. And underneath there, we added clean coal technologies. We're just asking to strike clean because it's very specific, and just leave it broad as coal technologies, which would incorporate clean. And I'm explaining. I probably need a second. Okay, so there, thank you. So it would be striking clean at just coal technologies, which would incorporate many different types of technologies. Then the second is under explore how industry, this is under digital marketing, explore how industry is adapting, creating content with AI. And then down under that it says issues to deep fakes, and we're just asking clarity and have it be issues surrounding deep fakes. So it's just kind of a clarity language. Okay. Is there, anyways, and I was seconded by Board Member Carey. So we're ready to vote on the amendments.
Are we going to be able to show those amendments up, or, okay. So we'll wait just a second for those amendments to come up, and then we will take a look at them. Oh, yes. So, staff is going to, it's Trish, right? She's our policy fellow, Trish, which I hope we'll definitely get to know Trish as we work with her through the legislative session. She is putting together a clean copy of what we just passed for board member compensation, and then going to make a copy for everybody, so everybody knows what it is, what we did. Yes. Yeah, it's a board policy.
So we have a motion that Member Earl has put forth, is that right?
Motion and then an amendment.
And then an amendment.
Two amendments.
They are going to put it on the board, and we will be able to, oh, it's there now, go for it.
Member Earl, did you want to move move the AI and the clean coal as one amendment or as two separate?
Just together. As people want to separate them out, they're pretty simple.
One amendment. Thank you.
I think at this point.
Member Davis, you have a question? Maybe you're asking it right now, I don't know.
They're here. It's down, if they,
Yeah, so I've been talking to folks and had and shared some feedback, and I think a lot of it actually I just consent to the standards committee chairs, and then they can decide what's feasible and not with staff also. I would today though like to possibly amend this to add vocabulary, because I'm hearing that our students are much more successful on passing the exams at the end of these when they have vocabulary lists. Is it unrealistic? May I ask, Chair, may I ask staff, is it unrealistic to ask to amend for these courses to get vocabulary lists that are based on industry standards? Is that unrealistic?
Do we have a staff member who can respond?
some of them have it already, but I would think
Director
they-
Longhurst.
Yeah, a lot of them have it already.
Thank you.
So I don't know what I
Okay.
should say.
I almost said good morning. It feels like morning still. Good afternoon to Leah Longhurst, Director of Career and Technical Education. Thank you for the question. It is not unrealistic. However, the question we would have is, would that require us to bring the standards all back to you for approval, or can we develop the list, add it, and move forward?
I'm comfortable developing the list, adding it, and move forward if the standards chair is, but I do have one follow-up question, Chair, if that's okay, and that is, how, just quickly, how do we know that these are up to industry standard? Because our students are expected, once they pass the credential, they could theoretically work in these spaces. So are you bringing experts in to help do this from different fields? Is that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We bring in industry professionals, post-secondary partners, and subject matter experts for everything we do. We do not sit in isolation in our offices and do this on our own.
Okay. Chair, then I move that we amend this to add vocabulary lists for these courses, and then those, I'm sure, will continue to be revamped as we continue through the cycles.
Is this a separate amendment from Member Earl's amendment? You know what I mean? Like, I know we.
It's an additional
people have
amendment.
amendments. Is this an amendment to her amendment or an additional?
It's an amendment to add to the amendments. I could do it separately. Would that be better, Jenny?
I think we should probably
So make it
tackle
separate?
I think they are separate. If I'm looking at this, I think we tackle Member Earl's and then we queue this
Got it.
up as a
That's fine.
separate, if that's okay.
Thank
So
you.
let's go back to what Member Earl has proposed here. We've had time to look at it. Can we have the language? Can I have the language to reread the motion? Am I just using this to do that, or is there, I mean, sometimes there's like exact verbiage so I can cheat? Okay. Okay, Member Earl, will you look at that and make sure your motion is how you are wanting it, and then we'll put it before the board for a vote.
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board amend CTE Digital Marketing Technology course, or excuse me, the motion for the board. We ready? Okay, the motion before the board is that the board amend CTE Construction Technology Course Standards Draft 2, Strand 4, Standard 3 to remove clean before clean coal technologies. In addition, that the board amend CTE Digital Marketing Course Standards Draft 2, Strand 2, Standard 2 as follows: issues surrounding deepfakes. Let's go ahead and vote. And that passes unanimously with Member Kelly absent. So, Member Davis.
I move that the board direct staff to add vocabulary lists to the CTE course standards that are in review or that are being approved.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Hart. So the motion is that the board direct staff to add vocabulary lists to the CTE course standards draft 2. Member Davis, do you want to speak to that?
I already did.
Okay, then we have Member Bogus and then Member Earl.
So my question through the chair, sir, would be, what is the content of these vocabulary lists? Because I have a hard time voting for something that I have not seen.
Member Davis, if you want to answer that or direct it.
Yeah, it would be the vocabulary that is on the credential assessments at the end that they take at the end, the vocabulary for that. And I'm fine to bring those back or have a sample sent out to the board, or, you know.
So we would not
Whatever
be
members want to
we would
see.
not be creating those. We're essentially pulling those lists from what's already
Correct.
created.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Member Earl.
Yeah. I guess personally, I do want to, we're talking about an outside entity that's testing students, and then we're going to pull their vocabulary list. Is that, I'm just making sure I'm understanding. No, we're
Director
not.
Longhurst.
Okay.
Those assessments are USBE assessments. Our writing teams write those assessments tied directly back to the standards
Okay.
that you all approve.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
It's just a platform that is administered to give the test, but there are tests.
Okay, so in the future, we would probably make sure maybe those vocabulary words are attached whatever. So you're going to use the standards themselves. Those standards would reflect what the vocabulary is.
The vocabulary would reflect what the standards are, is how I would look at it.
Except for this. Now then the answer is no, I couldn't vote for this because, well, that's what I was asking.
Yes.
Because if it's the other way around, that the standards are going to be what we do, the vocabulary is now what okay. I just want to make sure.
Can you clarify, Member Earl? Standards.
I can't
drive-
clarify. I tried twice.
Director Longhurst,
but thank you.
Can you clarify for the board what drives what? Do the standards drive the vocab, or does vocab drive the standards?
could, there we go. If I had a red light, I'd be happy to. The standards drive the vocabulary.
Okay.
So we would create the standards and then go back and pull the pertinent vocabulary that students need
Okay,
to know.
but we already created the standards. That's where I'm getting, right, you're not creating anything new. You're taking what we have here and okay, that's what I'm saying. But moving forward, they would interact together.
We'll do them together and bring you both at the same time.
I'm sorry, it was just important because I didn't want outside entities now bringing in their vocabulary. Okay, thank you. I'm good with that.
Thank you, Member Earl. Back to Member Bogus.
Sorry, Chair. I'm concerned about what we're actually approving here. Are we directing staff to bring this back to the board for approval? Because vocabulary usually comes with definitions, and I'm reluctant to approve the definitions of words without seeing it. I understand that they're pulling lists from the standards, but how are we defining these words? Because if I can't see how we're defining them, I'm reluctant to ratify that. Could someone help me?
Director Longhurst, do you want to answer that?
Yes, I'd love to answer it. I'm trying to think of what the answer should be. In many cases, the definitions will already be in the standards, or they are industry standard terms. And so we would use whatever the industry standard definition is.
Okay. Thank you. Member Earl.
I would just recommend, I think the standards are good to go, at least in my view, and that when they get the vocabulary ready, it's brought to standards and assessment for follow-up or review or whatever. So if there are questions, we can have those answered there. Is
there a motion? Did you put
there
together
is a motion. Did I
there?
not say it as such? Okay. That when they're completed, they come to the Standards and Assessment Committee for review or something.
Okay, so it looks like that's being typed into the motion.
Yeah.
There's a second there. Well, it's already second. Well, I don't know. Anyway, go ahead. Member Bogus.
If possible, I'd like to, and maybe it could go without objection, to have the motion read that the board directs staff to prepare vocabulary lists for the CTE course standards draft 2, and when completed, present them to the Standards and Assessment Committee for possible approval.
Is that what we're doing right now already? Just clarity.
If I may, so the one thing that we're doing now is putting approval of the standards another 2+ months out. And where our sequence of timeline goes is that our staff will now be, immediately upon approval, we go straight to test writing. So without being able to have set standards and vocabulary lists now, we delay our test writing and we delay our assistance and our professional learning to teachers farther down the road. So these may not be ready for school year 26, what year are we in, 25, 26? That's the only concern. The longer we push this out, the less ready we are for next school year.
Sure. So let me see if we can get everything in order here, because we had a motion and then we had kind of either a substitute or an amendment, but we didn't second. We just had just a quick feedback to it. So is this the motion? This is the motion that I'm going to put before the body here, and then we can start debating it. The motion is that the board directs staff to prepare vocabulary lists to the CTE course standards draft 2, and when completed, present the vocabulary lists to the Standards and Assessment Committee for potential approval. So that's seconded. That's what's before the body here. So I had Member Davis and then Member Earl.
Yeah, just to address the time concern, I know Member Earl had a suggestion. I don't know if it's feasible with the timeline, but do you want to?
So in 2 weeks, we're meeting for legislative meeting. Those could be attached at that meeting for review. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Right. Oh yeah, it is. But I'm just trying to think of, otherwise it could be February standards and assessment, right? But the standards would be approved. This would just be reviewing vocabulary.
Correct, but we wouldn't put a question on a test about vocabulary that was not on that vocabulary list. So we very carefully follow those standards documents when we write test questions.
Okay.
And so I guess maybe I should clarify because I'm making an assumption. If the vocabulary lists are coming back to committee, I assume then that means they also have to come to full board the following time in a future meeting from there.
It's a lot to think about.
Okay, I've got member Booth, and then member Green, and then back to member Davis. And we also have superintendent, if we'd like to hear from her.
I would definitely be opposed to holding up approval of the standards. They've worked hard. They have responded to a lot of feedback in our standards and assessment reviews, and those reviews have been very thorough. The individual staff members in each content area have been responsive and very professional. I think we've got to approve those. I don't want to hold up instruction for the students for a vocabulary list. I think the vocabulary lists are a great idea. I think they need to be added when they can be added, and they need to be reviewed by the committee and by the board eventually. But that should not hold up the process. I think test writing should begin. You're not going to be writing a question that doesn't fit to those standards. And the standards is where we're going to get the vocabulary list. And the definitions of those vocabulary words are going to come out of the standards. So I would say test writing can begin. You're going to test write exactly the way you always have based on the standards. And we're just adding this extra request that we want a nice list that includes all of the words that might be helpful to students to make sure that they've got that under their belts when they're approaching the tests that are coming up. That'll just be a help to them. But I would speak very strongly in terms of approving the standards that have been presented and reworked and responded to in a very effective way by your staff and by your office. So I'm hopeful that we're not going to get bogged down like we did on the last couple of little items. This is important. It's for kids. They need to start this in 25-26. So let's get it approved and let's get the vocabulary lists back for approval as quickly as we can, knowing that test writing is going ahead because those are based not on vocabulary lists, but on the standards, as are the vocabulary lists based on those same standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Booth. As we've been discussing here, and I know we've got Member Green and then Member Davis, as we've been discussing, we're discussing two separate things here, from what I understand. One, we're seeking to approve the standards. And so I'd love to move forward with that. And then we have the vocabulary list with it, which is a separate issue. So if it's okay with the body, can we vote to deal with the standards and then tackle the I don't know how to turn this on, but okay. Okay, so what's this motion then? Are we, well, if this is it, if we're not going to divide this out, then we'll just keep moving forward. Is that what I'm hearing?
This is potential approval at the end leaves it up to interpretation. So this motion speaks only about vocabulary lists. We need to go to the underlying motion. There's no underlying motion.
Is there, yeah, there's some confusion on, please, Sybil. So, yeah, we've kind of just, it sounds like we've kind of combined some different motions that we're going. We're all passionate about this, and we've shared our thoughts on it here. From what I understand, we had a motion to accept the CTE standards as amended. We had the CTE standards, and then Member Earl made 2 amendments. And then those passed. And so it went back to the underlying to accept the standards as amended. And then what we did was, that's when Member Davis came in and said, well, I want to add some vocabulary. And then Member Bogus said, when that vocabulary, if that vocabulary is added, I want it to go to SNA. Am I following so far?
Yeah, actually, Jenny wanted it to go to SNA. I wanted the motion to come back to the full board.
You want it to come back to the full board. So,
Which, I apologize for not speaking.
yeah, use the mic, please.
My intent was encapsulated because it then pushes it upward toward the full board.
So we're saying we want to go back and do the original Member Earl motion and then jump down to Member Davis's motion.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't have taken her motion.
We went out of order here. Okay. So let's put, there's 2 motions. It sounds like there's 2 motions before the board here, and we're still,
I mean,
perfect.
I don't know how long
So
it's gonna
you're offering to postpone your amendment until after we, okay.
I know that I'm being petty here, but if we postpone this, we can't amend the standards after we approve it. Well, that's the language everybody is using. They're using the language amendment. And I would offer that if we're getting vocabulary lists, it is an amendment to the standards. How are we approving standards for which we don't have a vocabulary list and definitions? It's like it just seems absurd on its face. I can't vote for standards when I don't know the definitions of the words you're using in the standards. That just seems like the cart before the horse to me.
Can I ask a clip? Oh, yeah, you have a. Yeah, I think it might be the same as mine.
Okay. Member Green.
It's on. Okay, so I know we've got a lot of discussion here. I guess this might be to here. First off, have we ever had vocabulary before? Is this a new thing? Sorry, new question. We need a. Yes.
Thank you for the question. At various times and in various courses, we have included vocabulary lists in the past, but not in every single course.
Is being asked to make vocabulary lists a new request for every single course?
That is a new request. Usually we put the vocabulary list at the end of the standards document as an appendix, if you will.
Member Davis, as you share this wisdom, there you go.
that's perfect. It's an appendix. It will come later. It will be approved by the board. I think we move forward as it is. I'm just asking that it be added later as approved by the board. The vocabulary is embedded currently in the standards. It's just going to be formatted differently. It's just going to be pulled out for easy use by the teachers and the students, and we can approve that once it's done. So I'd still like to just postpone my motion until we take care of the other CTE standards, and then this can be added on as and to Member Bogus's point, I think it's perfect for the board to see it and approve it, make sure it does align with the standards. But it doesn't need to, it's already embedded in the standards. It's just a
Okay.
different format.
So we have the motion before the board then is that the board amend CTE construction technology course. No, that we've already done that one. It's that the board approves the CTE Course Standards Draft 2 as amended. Is that right? Okay. Seeing no lights, let's vote. And that passes, 13 in favor, 1 opposed, which is Member Bogus. Okay. Now, are there any other motions here regarding any sort of vocabulary or not vocabulary?
Yes. Is she not gonna make it?
Okay, let's, okay, Vice Chair Hart.
No, she got a
Oh, I know, but Chair Earl is.
Yes, we're on to number 2 here. So if you take a look, it's 9.4. This is requirements. Sorry, let me pull up the motion. The motion before the board is that we approve R277404, requirements for assessments of student achievement, draft 1 on second and final reading. And just a little background on that. So this is the Utah Aspire Plus and kindergarten changes, including revising the early reading grades to K3 and removing ELA from Utah Aspire Plus.
Thank you. So the motion before the board is that the board approve R277404, requirements for assessments of student achievement, draft 1 on second and final reading. We have Member Bogus.
My name, sir. I know. I'm wondering on line 41 and 44 if someone can help me understand the distinction of English versus reading for the purposes of this policy, and perhaps was the idea of writing included in English? I'm just not tracking this all the way through to its logical conclusion, because it seems to me like, once again, we're at a difference without a distinction.
Yeah, that's a tough question. 5 staff members just left. You see that?
I'm a
and one
scary
is here.
gal, Coach.
We have a staff member. Thank you. If you will respond to that, that'd be great.
Hi, thank you. I'm Sydney McCarty. I'm the Assessment Director of Assessment and Accountability. So thank you for that question. We actually are removing the English portion of the Utah Aspire Plus assessment, keeping the reading assessment. The English assessment assesses things that are similar to what previously we tested our language standards. So things about grammar or conventions. Since those standards, when this ELA standards changed, those were grouped more in with writing, and we don't assess writing currently in grades 9 or 10, which is what the Utah Aspire Plus assessment is. Then we're no longer assessing those language standards, and so that assessment, that content, is no longer aligned to our state standards in those grades. So we wouldn't be administering that assessment.
Follow-up,
Okay.
Member Bogus, are you good?
I don't have a follow-up. I do have a second question, if
Sure.
I may, while she's here. In line number 150, it says an LEA may not prohibit. And then in 152, it says based on the student's score on a statewide assessment. And I understand that they may not prohibit. My question is, why, considering a possible situation, we have a young person who may be a newcomer to our nation, they scored a 1 on their assessment, and all of a sudden, we cannot prohibit them from enrolling in an honors course for which they lack foundational background knowledge and language skills? I'm just wondering the why.
Yeah, and thank you. I think it's that can't be the only thing prohibiting them. So you can't just base it specifically off of assessment results, but that would be based on a team decision of what the students would be prepared for, but it wouldn't be specifically based on a summative assessment result.
May I move an amendment at this time?
All right, that's in order.
I would move to amend line 152 to add the word solely after the word based. Based solely.
So the amendment before the board is that in line 152, the word solely is added. Is there a second to that? A second from Member Brinton. Can I ask, yeah, go ahead.
So one thought with that is if we include solely, then it would mean that people could use assessment results to determine if they were going to be accessing those like higher level classes. And I know that's part of discussion in the past about whether they want to have that or not. So I don't know if, I'm not sure that would.
So this is may I, sir?
Yes, please.
So maybe I am incorrect. My understanding is that we're merely using language that would ultimately align with the practice. Because the line 150 says you may not prohibit, and if I heard correctly, your words were that they could not do it based solely, but according to this, they could. Without that word in there, I think we're wide open. Maybe I'm misunderstanding
Don't have it in front
what
of
you're
me.
saying.
I don't think that's the case. I think that's exactly what it says now.
Yeah, I
is what
think
you're
they
saying.
want to ensure that you're not placing students in IB courses or advanced or honors courses based on their performance on the state mandated assessments. So I think if you add solely, that opens it up to allowing them to enroll in those courses based on their assessment results.
Okay.
So I'm not certain what I'm missing here, but to me, you just turned that upside down. I'm not trying to be facetious or I just, to me, what you're saying says that they cannot use a statewide assessment score to prohibit access. That would be, so then what are they basing those assessments? And maybe we need to frame this language so that there's clear, because I do think that we should be able to use these assessment scores. Otherwise, we're putting kids and young people in places where they very easily may not have the foundational skills to succeed. And it's just a question. I hopefully that was framed
Do you
as
have
a
a
question.
response for that? And I mean, I agree. It drives me nuts when we set up kids to fail, right? And we say, okay, yeah, you can take this calculus class with your pre-algebra background, right? And we'll get 7 staff members to make sure that that happens. 1 to do your homework, 1 to, do. So, yeah, how do we, in response to the member Bogus's concern here, what do we have?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I completely agree that we don't want to have students enrolling in courses that they're not prepared for to be successful in a course. I would have to talk with our counterparts in teaching and learning to see what's happening in the classroom as far as instruction and how they're enrolling students in those advanced courses. I just know that in the past there's been a little bit of pushback about what we're using assessment results for. So I think that's my caution with adding the word solely, but that could be part of the discussion.
So, Chair, to you personally, my question would be, do we need to send this or table this until we flesh out lines 149 through 153? Because to me, as I read this, it does not seem to articulate what we want it to articulate.
Yeah,
I've read it a few times while we've had this conversation, and I'm really trying hard to get it to say what you're saying, but I'm not there.
I mean, admittedly, I don't have an answer for you. I don't know either. Superintendent Dixon, please.
This has been a statewide conversation and even a national conversation for some time, and I think the intent is correct in that when this was drafted, and the conversations are sometimes parents will come and say, I think my child is ready for this based on what I'm seeing at home and based on how they're doing their homework, because sometimes they don't turn their homework in. and they might get prohibited from a class or based solely on a test score. So I think, I guess my question to you is, did a committee, those discussions happened in APAC and other committees, right? And wasn't that the intent, to not prohibit a student just based solely on a test score? Would that change the nature of it? Because I think the intent of that was to get at creating barriers for kids who might be able to succeed.
Yeah, I think that is part of the intent, was to make sure, and to make sure there's not barriers in place for students that may not have access. So if they performed poorly on the assessment, if that was the only determining point whether or not a student got into an advanced program or not. I think that was more the side of the initial language was around.
So in yours, in Member Earl, sorry. Member Earl. Go ahead.
I think the language works. I mean, I think if you look at B, it's saying because a student was exempt from taking a statewide assessment. So there's two things playing there. So clearly some assessments could play a role, but it can't be the primary role, right? And I think that's what you're trying to say. That you can use the assessments, but don't make it so that the assessments are the only reason why you get in, which is where the barrier comes from, or why you don't get in, or if you don't take the state assessment. So the very fact saying you can't, that if you don't take the state assessment, suggests that you could use the assessments as some point of a measurement. So I think the solely works.
Solely.
Does that feel?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that works.
Just as long as it's still not the main.
The only thing that's used is the.
I would speak in favor.
Okay. Do you have a? No, we've already seconded. We're good to we're going.
I apologize to you, Member.
So I think we're ready for a vote. If the motion before the board is that the board amend line 152 to add solely to read as follows: A, based solely on a student's score on a statewide assessment. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes with a vote of 11-4, 3 against, the 3 no votes being Vice Chair Wood, Member Reel. Oh, there's only 2 against. That's my mistake. We have Member Hart and Member Kelly who are absent. Member Carey is here. Okay. Okay, so with that, we are looking at a motion before the board of the motion is that the board approve R277-404 requirements for assessments of student achievement data draft 1 as amended on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes unanimously with Member Hart and Member Kelly being absent at the moment. So, Vice Chair Earl, or I'm sorry, Chair Earl.
Yes. So the next motion before the board is that the board approves R277-606 Dropout Prevention Recovery Program Draft 1 on second and final reading. And specifically, because we're updating our systems, we're removing UTREX from some of our policies because just because we got USIMS in place and stuff. So that's what the changes are here.
Okay, we have a motion on the board that the board approve R277606 Dropout Prevention and Recovery Program Draft 1 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to that? Okay, Member Bogus.
I would love to know on line 74, does this create a dynamic situation where we're going to be ever changing? Because one seems specific while the other one seems dynamic.
And Member Earl, can you speak to that, or do we need to bring someone up?
I have no idea what you're referring to. I mean, I'm looking at it. We're moving UTREC's current superintendent specifications, so it leaves it broader. And I'm not sure what your question is. One more time.
Well, my question would be, so UTREC specifications are typically, like, they're delineated. Superintendent specifications, if I were to say, what are those? Where would I find that document? Or is it just like this some aloof ethereal thing that is either ever changing or no one really, I'm just genuinely wondering.
I think it's the latter. Yeah, it's aloof and, no, I don't know. Is it USIMS? I think it's USIMS.
So should we say
Right?
USIMS
Can
as
we
opposed
put
to
USIMS in there?
superintendent?
It's not, no, it's not.
Can you use your mic, please?
I'm sorry. I know I'm talking a lot, but I just don't understand.
Dropout prevention.
Sorry.
Deputy Superintendent Nui.
Yes, so this particular rule was as a result, was flagged from an audit that one of the particular data collection pieces in this rule was actually being used by Qualtrics because it needed more qualitative data than some of these other systems. At the same time, we are also changing rules to remove UTREC's language from the rules just to create more flexibility as our systems change, as the names of our systems changes, that it has that flexibility. So in this particular rule, it is not USIMS that's collecting the data. It's a Qualtrics survey sent out by our staff. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Mostly, yes.
All right, so do you have
I have a question.
Do you have
Well,
okay.
I appreciate Deputy Superintendent's response, but I still don't know whether it's dynamic or static. Yeah.
Superintendent Jones.
Superintendent or Deputy Superintendent Jones, dynamic. Does that answer the question? It could change. That's really the purpose of this rule, is to provide flexibility as we develop systems, and then we don't have to wait, a year or so to get the changes in place, terminology, application.
Okay, we're going to go to Member Hart and then Member Earl.
So this is an element that has to be turned in a Qualtrics survey instead of on UTREC's. Is that what you're saying? When will that change to something other than Qualtrics? When will that be built into our systems?
I don't know that it will. Could I have staff that is over this particular element come answer that question?
Would you like to come? Yeah, come to the front.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Benji Carrier with Dropout Prevention. So the answer or the question, so we're using Qualtrics right now. So this is, in statute, there's some questions that we're asked to put out to LEAs, asking them different questions on what they're doing for dropout prevention. Currently, we're using a Qualtrics survey to do that. Some of the questions that we ask, we can't get just strictly from data and statistics. I mean, certainly we know some numbers of like how many dropouts exist, but there are questions of like, what are they doing? Like, what third parties are they using to help mitigate their dropout prevention? What kind of like, I mean, a lot of schools are using like different online credit recovery programs and whatnot. So we ask those questions currently through Qualtrics. Currently, they're not required to answer. I mean, I think we got 30, maybe 30 responses this year, and the statute doesn't say that they have to tell us, but so that's what we're doing currently.
So this is a request from legislature to report. It's like one of our report to interim, the blah, 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 blah. Okay, so why can't we program it into our system so that we could ask those questions?
I'm not a programmer. I don't know.
No, I know. I realize this is, it's a kind of a.
Computer machines don't do a lot of things that I want them to do.
I appreciate your answer. It is very honest. But Deputy Jones, why can't we program this so that it's in one system?
Through the chair, Madam Chair, there's no reason why we can't program it. My understanding of this particular survey is since it's not related to any measurement towards funding, it's a report, yes. And yes, some of the questions that are answered, the data could be used for it, but it's not associated with a grant per se. Is that correct, Benji? You're getting the data for reporting purposes, right? Not for financial purposes, which our systems are just that, right? We have embedded Qualtrics survey or the Qualtrics platform to support grants management. But in this case, they're using the Qualtrics survey to gather data that we do not readily have available through UTREX to meet reporting timelines or reporting requirements of the Utah State Legislature. Does that answer?
It does.
Okay.
I have a follow-up.
Okay.
So, so this has no financial implications? Just a second. He might. There's no financial implications for anything that might be answered. It's not used for grant. Is it used internally to make decisions, or is it simply an interim report? How is the data used?
Would you like me to answer?
Please.
Yeah, so right now, currently, the data, I don't know how it's used. I mean, we report it per the statute request. The part that I can say is that in statute there is a formula that's used looking at dropout percentages compared to graduation rates, and over, I think, 3 years. I'd have to look at the statute specifically. And certain schools do get identified if they fall into this this percentage of dropout, that then we send them a notification that they've been identified, and then they have to disclose, like they have to choose a third-party vendor then to support them. Most LEAs report something like Edgenuity or some type of online credit recovery that they're using to help improve students' credits to get them back on track to graduation. But that's, I mean, as far as any type of funding or reporting, as far as the questions that we ask through the Qualtrics survey, I mean, to be completely blunt, we're just following what the statute says we have to do.
And yes, what I'm asking for is this part of a program per se, which I actually think it is. It's not just a report that we take up to interim and they read. There's things that happen based on this data. There's a state program of sorts. They have to do something, if something, or is this something we report the data in a bound book and we hand it and we say thank you very much? Because if it's data that they just simply ask for, then I want to take it back to our reports and requirements. If it's data that we use for a program, then okay. But I'm trying to see what this data, what the purpose is, because I know how long it takes to fill this out. And these are the things that we need to be attending to help our LEAs. So I'm really not putting you on the hot spot. I'm just trying to figure out what we do with this data, and if it has where's it going? Are we the graveyard for this data, or are there actions that come from this data?
Yeah, so we do put it into the superintendent's annual report. So there is a a part where it is, it's reported in that sense.
Okay.
And then so there's the Qualtrics questions that we ask.
Okay.
And we did have several LEAs tell us this is time consuming. What happens if I don't fill it out? We say there's no consequence.
I did not ask that.
All right. Well, so I think that's part of why we got so few in return.
And that concerns me too, because if we're asking for data and we need the data, we need a complete set of data. If it's an incomplete set, then we need to re-look at whether we need it, or we need to ask for it in a different way, or we need to code it into the UTREC system so there's a fatal error, which is actually fatal in some way. So I'm just, and maybe I need to take this offline, but this is the type of thing right here where we could make everybody's lives, including yours, easier. I just need a little bit more information about this data.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that's because of the low response. That's part of why my team doesn't really do much with it, because it's not very helpful for us. The part that we get from data and statistics that Aaron Bruff's team provides for us, that's then where these schools get identified based on that formula, on grad rate and dropout. And that we use, I mean, there's action that's behind that, in us reaching out to the schools, letting them know that they've been flagged because of this, and then there's follow-up, but the Qualtrics part.
Okay, but do you see the problem? So if I fill out the data like I'm asked, I could possibly be flagged. But if I don't fill out the data like I've been asked, then I just move along my merry way, but my students may not get the services. So there are, but it uses the same, I'm not wanting to belabor the point. I just think we need to.
Yeah, the Qualtrics survey, whether you fill it out or not, doesn't have anything to do with whether you get identified.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And the reason that we ask these questions is because they're questions that are asking the LEAs what they're doing, and we can't see that from just straight data, because it's asking like what's your plan? What are you doing to help?
Yeah, I know, it's a plan. I get it, and I can take this elsewhere. This is the crux of some of our issues with some of the things we ask our LEAs to do, and I really want to work on this in the next couple of years. Well, that's the other thing. If it was graveyard data, meaning we reported it up, it got put on a dead tree to be given to a live legislator, then, to be clear, then I would make a motion that we look at asking for some sort of policy change. If it is something that we use, then we have to go the other direction and do something to make sure that our LEAs comply so that we have accurate data in which to make our decisions. But if it's some sort of gray area, then deputy, any of you deputies get that information and can solve that problem, I'll be glad to hear about what your solution is.
Okay, so Molly, are you taking that off the hill?
I am taking that off because there isn't a clear motion that could be made.
Okay,
because
perfect.
the answer is kind of it depends.
Okay, so Member Earl, you're next in line, and then Member Bogus, if you have
I
something.
just still don't have an answer to my question, is all.
Maybe I don't have anything. Let Member Bogus.
Okay, Member Bogus, you wanted to try to ask your question again. I thought you asked whether it was data or whether it was dynamic
It's dynamic data, but could we pull up the thing so we're looking at the draft? Because if I were an LEA reading this, I would be genuinely confused. So in line 65, it is the heading of 3, and it says an LEA that enrolls a designated student in a dropout prevention and recovery program shall, and we go directly to B because we can attach that to the 3, and an LEA that enrolls this student shall indicate that the designated student is enrolling in the LEA prevention and recovery program in accordance with current superintendent specifications. What are those? Should we say, and I'm genuinely asking because I'm happy to float a motion, should we say prevention and recovery program when requested through the Qualtrics survey? Like, I'm genuinely trying to understand. I understand that it's dynamic, it's ever changing, but what does this mean when I read it and I'm in charge of this? Maybe I was not as clear as I should have been.
Is there someone from staff that can address what those current superintendent specifications are?
She says with a really big smile like this.
Well, the email comes and it's this Qualtrics thing, and then I call over to the high school and I ask them the questions, and they tell me the student's name and the program they're in and the other details, and it's like a snapshot in a moment of time. I don't know how to, like, are you asking for the rule, are you asking for the survey?
How does anybody reading this know that they're required to
Oh, they wait till the instructions come.
So, Member Brockes, do you have a motion, or is
Yeah,
this something
I
that we
do.
could move forward
I would like to
on?
move something forward because this, and maybe we can go and debate it. I would love to move that we amend lines 74 and 75 to strike the language in accordance with the current superintendent's specifications and substitute the words when requested. I don't know that we have substantially better clarity, but I think we are headed in a better direction. Now, somebody can disagree with me. I might get smarter.
Is someone putting that online for us? Oh, it's Deputy Superintendent Nui.
Hi, Deputy Superintendent Nui. So that, we can put UTREX back in there. That's fine. And there is the manual that goes along with the UTREX. So those are the specifications that are used when inputting data into UTREX. And so that's well understood. We can totally put those back in there. And that is a fine amendment as well. Just wanted to give that option.
Yes. Do you want to unstrike UTREX?
You going to speak to this, Christina?
I don't know that I want to belabor this. I just want people to understand what we're asking of them rather than a 3-step process that they have to discern from words on a page. So if the words when requested is appropriate, if I maybe, and I'm listening to Member Hart, and I'm wondering why we're taking from one system and putting into Qualtrics. I'm genuinely perplexed, and I don't know, maybe nobody else is perplexed and I'm the only one perplexed. But my motion right now would be to strike that language and insert the words when requested. That seems to be the best solution at this time.
Do we have a second to this motion? Let's see if we have a second even to discuss it. Oh, I didn't hear you second. Okay, go ahead, Member Green.
I'm just wondering, and broadly to everybody, maybe the question is what needs to be asked? Are we not, if we feel we're just asking something, we don't know what we're asking, what do we need to ask?
So the question is in line. What they're asking is in line 73 and 74. But they're saying in accordance with these dynamic specifications, so in accordance with these ever-changing specifications. I don't know, I don't think it's fair in sporting language.
May I? Whenever you're ready.
Sure, Himes.
Thank you. And I see Member Earl has a light on as well. But I think for me, looking at LEAs, I know you were kind of back and forth, and you said, yeah, let's stick with this motion here. I would prefer to keep it as is with superintendent specifications. Either that or change it back, just reverse to say UTREX specifications. I think the LEAs are more familiar with what's been going on, so it wouldn't be a change if you're talking about, hey, if we don't want to make a big change, then let's just leave it as UTREX, which is familiar to all of our LEAs anyway, and keep going. And if we need to bring this back, we can. If say one of the board members wants to get out in the field and say, read this and tell me what it means, and then an LEA says, well, from my perspective, this is what I'm seeing, that might be beneficial. We could bring it back if necessary.
Would you like to amend her motion to unstrike UTREX?
Member Earl.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we unstrike Utah T-Rex.
All right, we have a substitute motion.
Because it has the specific what's going to be collected, how much in there.
Okay.
So,
All right, and you've spoken to that. Do you have anything else?
Yep, that's it.
And
Nope.
the substitute motion to unstrike Utah T-Rex on behalf of Member Earl.
I'm going to use that all the time.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Thank you.
Oh, that is a good point. We probably need to go back to the original, which would be remove the superintendent language.
Okay, so strike superintendent
Yep.
and unstrike UTREX. It's been seconded. All right, is there any discussion to this? Can we move to the vote? All right, we have a vote to strike superintendent and replace it with what was currently there, UTREX.
Cindy, do you want to come vote? No. Do you want me to vote for you?
My head is spinning on that whole conversation.
Oh, you're going to do well here.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously with 14, with Member Kelly absent. Do we have any other discussion to the motion, or can we go back to the main motion? Seeing no one, we'll go back to the main motion, that the board approve R277606 Dropout Prevention and Recovery Program Draft 1 on second and final reading. As amended, please vote. All right, that motion passes with 13 yeses, 1 no, and the no being Member Bogus. Thank you.
Chair Earl.
Turn it on and I'll. Okay, so the next one is for the board is that the board approves R277607 absenteeism and truancy prevention, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-607 absenteeism and truism prevention, draft 1 on second and final reading.
And I just have just maybe a little narrative here. I've kind of gone. I wasn't at this part of standards and assessment last month, and so I kind of did a deep dive, going back and looking at the law, looking at what we're required to do, back and forth on this quite a bit. And then I reached out to my districts and said, is there anything that we need in this rule? Is there anything that would be beneficial? The interesting thing, and I don't know if this is the case with most of your districts, but my districts actually said, we have some structural things we need to work on. Didn't even have to do with students, didn't have to do with parents. And I'll give you an example. They came back last Thursday to school. They said that was one of the worst things we could have done. It was an automatic 2 absences for most of our kids because it was right after, right? I mean, right. They should, structurally, we should have done something different. So a number of them said there are things they're working on before they would ask more of students or more of parents, that they have things to put in place. And that was a consistent response I heard. They're looking more intuitively inside of themselves, saying, how can we improve our structures in order to help with chronic absenteeism and these things. So I'm just sharing that as I have gone back and forth on, is there a way to strengthen this? Are there things to add to this? We pretty much took what was in law and our other rules and put it in here. We didn't take a lot of liberties, but maybe there's some other thoughts and stuff out there. But anyways, I'm just sharing my experience because I felt like I needed to do a little deeper dive on this. So.
Sure, thank you. We have in our lineup, we have Member Bogus, Member Lear, and then Member Carey.
So I have 4 amendments, I believe, sir. The first one would be on line 11 and 12 to strike the language and resolving school absenteeism and truancy issues for each school-age child who is or should be enrolled in the LEA. And with a second, I would like to speak to that.
Do we have a second? We have a second from Member Green. Go ahead, Member Bogus.
So I understand that this is just in the authority and purpose section, but we are asking with this language for our LEA's governing board, and then through that chain, institutions and ultimately teachers to be accountable for solving a problem for which they are not responsible. And I take great issue with that. The parent is responsible for their children being in school, and this is to resolve the issue relies in the home. And while I understand that there are steps schools can take, I think it's completely inappropriate for this board to ask these individuals and this agency to be accountable for something for which they are not responsible. Not to mention, I don't think they can solve that problem.
Thank you. So the motion before the board is that the board amend draft 1 by striking the language on lines 11 and 12, and this is the language to be struck, and resolving school absenteeism and truancy issues for each school-aged 12 child who is or should be enrolled in the LEA. Member Lear?
I had something else. I didn't want to speak to the proposed amendment. I was more looking on as to the proposed amendment. If we get specific to that, all this is describing is what 53G 6206 says. So and resolving school absenteeism and truancy issues is what is in 206, then it's an appropriate paraphrase. And I couldn't do that quickly enough while Christina was speaking. So I guess I would ask that question to whoever was the rule drafter. I don't know if it was Ben, I don't know if it was Elise, but does 206 say what is in 11 and 12? If that's all right, Chair, to ask
Yeah, Deputy
a staff
Superintendent Newey.
Hi, Deputy Superintendent Newey. So yes, the short answer is, well, sort of. So on subsection 2, it says in the code that is being referenced there, an LEA shall make efforts to promote regular attendance and resolve school absenteeism and truancy issues for school-aged child who is or should be enrolled in the LEA.
So that, to my mind, that describes what it says in 206, and that's the purpose of this, the authority for writing this rule and the purpose of it. So we're just doing what the legislature has expected the board to do, and I don't think it's something that we can necessarily argue with at this point. We can ask the legislature, we can tell them that parents rule and this is nonsense. But until that's the case in the code, it seems like we need to say what the purpose of this rule is.
Thank you, Member Lear. So it sounds like, Deputy Newey, that whether this verbiage is in there or not, we're still responsible. Well, according to the law, we're still responsible. Yeah. So, Member Davis.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to pull the rule back up right now, but the little piece that I'm reading in the motion is different from what I'm hearing in the code, because the code is prefaced with, I think you said make attempt or something like that. make attempts or promote or something, make effort. That's different than resolving, because when I read that on the board, I'm like, yeah, nobody can resolve a truancy. I mean, it's like almost impossible to just resolve an absentee and truancy issue. But the code seems much more realistic and understandable. Yeah, if the child is like, yeah, well, there's a bully in my fourth period, so I never want to come. Well, that's something they can work on and make attempts to fix and resolve. And so the language is different. Does that reflect the language? I've got to pull it back up in the rule right now. I shouldn't have got out of that, darn it.
I have it pulled, Cindy.
Does it, what is it what is the preface of it?
It's actually almost a quotation.
So we have a motion on the floor then. And the motion is that the board amend draft 1 by striking the language on lines 11 and 12, which read, and resolving school absenteeism and truancy issues for each school-age child who is or should be enrolled in the LEA.
I have a,
You still going? Or not, I didn't mean it
I'm
to
gonna
sound
have
like
an
that, but
amendment.
you have additional, yes.
I think it needs to say to instead of and in that line of the rule.
Sorry, what's your amendment?
It needs to say to instead of and, because it says something like make an effort for promoting regular attendance and resolve the attendance or resolve truancy. It needs to say make an effort to promote regular attendance and
So
these truancy problems to do this.
The motion is to remove those. Are you amending to keep those and just switch the and to a to? Is that what you're, is
I
this
think
an
so.
amendment to amend?
I'm going to pull it back up. Yes, I want the to attempt to apply to resolve. And right now it's written as if it's a standalone. You can't resolve. It's almost impossible. But you can make an attempt to resolve concerns.
Yeah, do we have a motion?
Yes, that's my sorry, let me go back. I'm trying to find where I get back to my goodness. Oh my goodness. An error occurred. I can't get back into Civic Clerk, but basically I want the attempt to apply to both the promoting regular attendance and the attempt to resolve. So it doesn't read as if you are resolving the truancy problem.
So if I understand correctly, your motion is to keep the language in, however, you would change it instead of saying promoting regular attendance and resolving school absenteeism, ... It would read promoting regular attendance to resolve school absenteeism, ...
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, let's get something that we can
What number
debate
are we
here.
on?
We have something on the floor already, and it's to strike those lines.
I don't think the lines are in code, but they're not written the same way they are in code. The way it's written in code sounds better.
Deputy Superintendent Newey?
If I may, if we just add in to make efforts into the rule as it is in code, so it would read that describes the duties of an LEA governing board to making efforts in promoting regular attendance and resolving school absenteeism. Would that do it?
That reflects what's in code. Making
Okay.
efforts is different than resolving. Thank you. That's my motion.
Okay, so that is, Member Davis, this is your motion up here. Let's just make sure it's aligned with what you were thinking. Okay. So the amendment to the amendment is to amend lines 10 through 12 to read as follows. Describes the duties of an LEA governing board in making efforts to promote regular attendance and resolve school absenteeism and truancy issues for each school-aged child who is or should be enrolled in the LEA. Is there a second? Member Lear seconded.
But don't you want to make a parallel and put promoting and resolving?
Yes.
Do you want to?
Yes, I was just going to say that.
Yes, to turn that microphone on, will you, Member Lear?
Making it parallel by saying resolving as well as.
To the
Oh,
making
just,
efforts.
okay.
And I'll just speak to the motion to say this more accurately reflects, I think, the language that's in code.
And it was new language.
And seems.
This was new language.
Okay. So this is the motion that's before the board, and it is that the board amend draft 1, lines 10 through 12 to read as follows. Describes the duties of an LEA governing board in making efforts in promoting regular attendance and resolving school absenteeism and truancy issues for each school-aged child who is or should be enrolled in the LEA. Let's go ahead and put it to a vote. So that passes unanimously with Member Kelly being absent. Let's continue on. I know that we had additional amendments as well. Member Boggess? And then Member Lear. So we're looking at Member Boggess, Member Lear, then Member Carey. Yep, we had, if we remember that Member Davis's motion was an amendment to amend, so let's go back to the, do we just have to vote on the same thing again, essentially? Okay. So we're going to vote on this again. Hopefully we'll get the same outcome. Let's go ahead and put it to a vote. Because yours was an amendment to amend. No, don't slow the process. We're almost there. Let's get it queued up. There we go. Let's vote. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Okay. Member Boggess, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I would move to strike lines 46, 47, please. And with a second, I'd like to speak with the motion.
So the motion is to strike lines 46 and 47. And it's seconded by Member Green. Member Boggess, would you like to speak to that?
Okay. So, I think we have a series of issues with these lines. One, we are labeling a child for a parent's decision. And I just don't even know where to start with that.
Okay.
The or gets me. Actually, if I could, Sir, amend or without objection from the person who seconded the motion, I would like to strike the or from line 45 and then strike all of 46 and 47.
I think if it, I mean, that's, it would be part of that, yes.
Yes.
So,
And then I guess maybe let's put it to the floor for debate and I can sum at the end.
okay, so the motion before the board again is to remove lines 46 and 47. Looks like we have Member Lear and then Member Earl.
I didn't have anything to this.
Okay, Member Earl.
Yeah, I'm just double checking. I actually think this language is actually in code. And that's, some of these things may need to be changed in code themselves if we want the change. Anyways, let me see if I can find it. I think it's in 53G9 to 806. I'm 206? Did you say 206 or 806? Oh, sorry, 206.
This is an addition. Do we have
Dang it, I had it all
staff
copied
member
at home.
who may have added this under section code? And yes, please.
Yeah, Benji Carrier, now here for attendance support. So yeah, this is reflected in, and sorry, I guess we're looking in here, but this was a bill that was passed in last legislative session where they changed the definition of habitual truancy from 10 times to 20 days, and then added this language as well to be able to make a court referral, but only if the school had made 2 attempts. And so this was, we were just trying to update our board rule to reflect what had been passed in statute. So that's all we were doing.
Thank you. Member Carey, go ahead.
It is there. It's not in that.
Everybody started yelling at me before even mics were on.
Yeah. Oh, Chair, I was just going to ask, and maybe Vice Chair Hart has it, just where in statute, because that's what we're looking for. Where did we pull that language from?
I actually think it may be in 203, 6, either that or
203, number 5? Is that where you're pulling? Is that what?
And then my second question to the chair would be, line 47 references 53G 6206. And it may require a change because if it's not in that section, then obviously we have the wrong section listed. So, but it would start with what section is it in?
Oh.
Yeah. Michelle, please.
It's in 53G 8 to 11.
Oh.
That exact language. It's in the definition of habitual truant. It reads specifically, fails to cooperate with efforts on the part of school authorities to resolve the school-age child's attendance problem as required under 53G 6206. So it's the exact language out of 53G 8 to 11.
Thank you.
The same things that are in the rule, in the proposed rule, are in the definition.
So
in
then
the
why are
code.
we putting them in our rule when we don't paste law into the rule? Could someone answer that question for me?
Elise Nui, Deputy Superintendent. That is very much true, and we do discourage that in rules. However, because truancy, as maybe exemplified here in this conversation, is very complex and pulls from many different parts of code, we're having a lot of feedback from LEAs and from the field that our school leaders don't know these things and don't know where to go to find these different definitions of habitual truant versus a truant versus absence and chronic absenteeism. This is a big discussion and things that get mixed up very often. So our hope in doing this was that it was kind of a one-stop shop where school leaders could go to see everything that applies to truancy and absenteeism in one rule. Of course, this is a policy decision by this body, but that's our reasoning.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's obvious that we're struggling as well, right? So I think we do, if we do pull this, so the motion is to remove this language, and I guess I won't speak to anything else, but if it does stay, obviously we need to make some changes to the correct rule or the correct code. So let's look at the motion that's before the board and see if we can move forward with voting here. And the motion is, again, that the board amend draft 1 by striking lines 46 and 47. And Member Bogus, go ahead.
At least we need to, is there a reason, may I query the deputy superintendent? Is there a reason we cannot just say habitual truancy as defined in and just send them to the code line?
There's no reason why we could not do that.
Then, with that, I would move to strike. I don't know, we can vote and I can change my motion, or I can just change my motion right now. Chair, what would you prefer?
Can you make a motion and make a substitute motion? I mean, it's her motion. It's been seconded. If she
I'm happy
wants
to sub it
change
out.
Yeah, that's.
I would move
that's fine.
to sub the motion to strike a school age, or means, in line 41. Strike means a school age child, strike all through 47, and add the language is defined in 53G-8-211.
So the motion is starting on line 41. Under habitual truancy, ultimately we're changing a definition, right, to refer to code.
Yes.
Is there a second? Second by Member Green. We have Member Carey and then Member Lear.
Thank you, Chair. And this is a point of question. It seems like the language we have here is duplicative, and I know I'm saying what everybody already knows, a 53G-8-211, but in the code, it's defining habitual truant. So all the language is the same, but in our rule, it says habitual truancy. And I don't know if that's just an oversight or we really are trying to create a different category. And if not, I would suggest that there is no, what do you say, technical. So if there's no such thing, then I would just suggest that I'll make a motion to change that from habitual truancy to oh, you already, okay. If that works, that's all, because I didn't want to prolong it. Thank you.
So procedurally, we have a substitute motion. Can we amend a substitute motion? Yes. Sounds good to me. So let's put this on the floor before the board then. Now the motion is that the board amend draft 1 by striking lines 41 and 47 and replace with 3, habitual truant means the same as defined in 53G-8-211. Member Lear.
I'm just concerned at a comment that was made by the staff, I think it was Benji earlier, that if this, and I'm usually a fan of doing exactly what's proposed, but if this is somehow confusing and new enough that it would be helpful to LEAs and those working in this field to have this definition that still is consistent with code, then I would vote against whatever the outcome is, against removing this. So I'm just, whoever said that it's been requested by LEAs, could you elaborate a little bit on that? And if there is anything else to say.
Sure. Chair. So right now, I mean, the main work that the attendance specialists are doing are meeting with LEAs. We have cohorts that we meet with them throughout the year where we're trying to do exactly what Member Earl was describing before of trying to support the LEAs in setting up the structures and looking at what their own rules and policies and starting with Tier 1 and moving through that. And so when we meet with these LEAs, it is something that comes up pretty regularly of of all of these different, because there's several different codes that our rule says will go to this code and then go to this code and then go to this one. And I know it maybe doesn't seem like a huge deal to be able to click on something or look, but then you pull up the code and then you've got to read through it and try to find where it is in there. So this was an effort to try to get it on our board rules so that our school staff would have a place to go and be able to have it be clear and concise and not have to click all over the internet to find it.
I appreciate that, and I'm forced to repeat a quote that I've said before. Foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. So even though we're supposed to mostly not quote the code, sometimes it makes sense.
So am I the hobgoblin in there? I don't know
I
which
think
one.
the practice of foolish consistency
All right.
is the hobgoblin of little minds. I think that's Ralph Waldo Emerson, if I'm right. Yes. It's not as good as Boviate, but or
Okay.
Bloviate. Which one?
So,
I guess
again,
that would be a non-support.
the motion before the board is that the board amend draft 1 by striking lines 41 and 47 and replace with number 3, habitual truant means the same as defined in 53G 8-211. Let's go ahead and put that to a vote.
Didn't mislead you this time. Yeah, that I remember. I'm kind of nervous about that now.
That motion fails 9-4 with the yes votes being Vice Chair Hart, Member Carey, Member Hall, Vice Chair Wood, and Member Bogus. So we are, where are we at here?
We are still in a place where that code line needs to be updated.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we need to,
that-
so we're just on the main rule here. So I know that Member Bogus has a couple more motions. I know that Member Lear is in line and Member Carey is in line. So Member Bogus, do you want to keep going or do we want to defer to others for a minute?
In the interest of efficiency, moving to amend line 47 right now would be
Prudent, and then I can wait my turn.
Throw that motion out for us. I think.
So I would move to amend the code line in line 47 to read 53G-8-211 in lieu of what is presently there.
Yes, okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there any objection to this? Okay, we're going to move forward.
I object to that.
Yeah, okay. Let's put it to a vote. Or unless you want to speak to it.
Can I speak to it? Yes,
We
so
got member, yeah.
the code that is there, the 53G-6-206, is the exact reference that is in law. So we would be changing what is in law. So the reference to that comes from the 53G-8-211, but the line, as stated, is what is in code. So we can't just change law because we want to refer to where the line is, the law is coming from.
Are you suggesting that staff got it right the first time? Is that what we're hearing? Benji? Member Earl, go ahead. I'm sorry, that was off
No,
topic.
and it is what's stated in law, but what it's referring to, keep in mind, we were looking at definitions. But the piece that it's referring to is the part that it wants referenced in using that, the reason why you would use a truancy. Does that make sense? So it's the application part where we were looking at the definition part. And yes, if you can't really reference something else because that is what's referenced in law, because it refers to how you apply it in code.
Yeah, it's a law referencing a law, but
Of the application of the
Right.
definition.
And so the verbiage is in fact in the code, which is
Yeah.
on the floor for amendment. Is that right? Is that what I'm getting?
No.
Well, I think, oh, you closed it. Vice Chair Wood had the code open. This is in 53G 8-11.
Yes.
And the exact verbiage from there is what we read here, including the section 53G6206.
And once again, the reason why is because you have the definitions here, but the application of that definition is in that other part of code.
Well, I get that. So what does the board want to do? Do you want to say, as required under section 53G-6-206, as suggested by 53G-8-211, right? I mean, we're referencing a reference here. Deputy Newey, please.
If I may offer a suggestion, we could just take what Board Member Bogus had suggested with the means the same as defined in 53G 8-211, comma, and then continue on with the rest of the definition. And so it would have that reference so that people could access it and know where it came from, but also see the entirety of the definition in the rule.
Is that in the form of some sort of motion?
Catching on.
So we're looking at the bottom one. Is this the one that just failed?
So I took the same language.
Well, I think what Member Bogus has, the motion that Member Bogus has made was simply changing out 53G-6-206 to 53G-8-211. That's the motion that's before the board right now. And so with your clarifying language, I'd turn to Member Bogus and see if her and the second agree with that language. Okay, so essentially it all stays the same, but what we're doing is we're just amending line 41 by adding habitual truant, because the board needs to understand it's not a technical change. We are changing truancy to truant to match the law, and then we're adding means the same as defined in 53G-8-211, and then it goes on as is written. That's okay. That's Member Lear's motion.
I don't know that, I'm not trying to.
No, you're fine.
I just wanted to verify.
And do we have a second? Or did we have a second? Second by Member Carey. We ready to vote?
Sure.
Member Lear, is there queuing that up? Are you in queue for the next? Okay. That passes unanimously with Member Kelly absent. We're still in the same scenario here, Member Bogus, and then Member Lear and Member Carey. Okay, let's move to Member Lear.
One, now amendment, on lines 107 and 108. And again, this is probably what's intended, but let's put those words in there then. An LEA shall annually report, I'm reading from 105 to begin with to lead into this. An LEA shall annually report the following data separately to the superintendent. Absences with valid excuse, and I think we mean to say we don't want absences of saying Johnny Smith missed 15 days, or even we want to say, I think we mean cumulative student absences with a valid excuse, and cumulative student absences without a valid excuse. And then I would say, as defined in, so we get the LEA back to the definitions of valid excuse and not valid excuse. Does that make sense?
So are you asking for clarity, or are you making a motion here?
No, I'm saying I think we do not mean what is written, but rather I think what was meant was we want an aggregate total of absences with a valid excuse and without a valid excuse.
Okay.
So that we are not outing students by name, even from between the LEA and the USBE.
So let's make sure that this motion suits your intent.
I would say student absences, just to be crystal clear. And then at the end of that, I would say, without a valid excuse, and cite the part of the rule that explains what's a valid excuse and what's not a valid excuse. And I think you can just do it once at the end of B. And I just had as defined in, but maybe there's a better way to say that. R277-607-2 parentheses 8.
Once again, Member Lear, will you just check the board and make sure that that's accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So the motion is that the board amend line 107 and 108 to add cumulative student in front of absences and add the citation R277-607-28 to the end of line 108. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
We have a second from Member Reel. Sounds like she was first. And then, do you want to speak to that, Member Lear?
I sort of did, but can I ask, I just am assuming that that's a correct assumption of what you're intending, that we get information, how we get information from LEAs, is that what we want? Any of the...
Deputy Newey, I see you looking back for, who do you want us to get? Do you want us to shout out a name? Okay.
I don't want to belabor this, but I just want to make sure. I mean, doesn't it make sense that that's what is intended? Okay. Yeah. Because I don't think you want people by name. That would be super tedious on both ends. Thanks. Yes,
Is that your
that's good.
answer?
I'm good.
Your
Yes,
question answered? Okay.
I did.
Well, with that, let's move it to a vote. Member Davis, go ahead. Sorry. You guys were quick this time. Yeah, Member
Do
Davis.
they have to be cumulative?
Well, I meant
I mean, what if they show up one time?
aggregated is what I'm, so it's not Johnny Smith missed X days, Cindy Davis missed X days.
Well, that's not cumulative. That would be,
Is
you
it
need, you want aggregated data? Is that what you're saying? You don't want
maybe
disaggregated
aggregated
data?
is a better word. I'm not,
You're not talking about that their absencers are in a row.
No, I meant all student absences with a valid excuse. All
Cumulative
student
student
absences without a valid
absences.
excuse. So if
Not
aggregated.
cumulative absences. Because it could go either way. You could be asking for cumulative student absences, which are the absences that are one right after another for so many
I don't
days in
think
a
there'd
row.
be any point in that, but let's aggregate it is perhaps a better word. Consecutive, yeah, I guess that's.
Yeah, consecutive is in a row. Cumulative is all together.
And that, but it's also cumulative if you add all students together. So you guys tell me, is aggregated a preferable word? What is? Yes. So yes, now we're going to change cumulative to aggregated and feel good about it.
Yeah, I feel great about it.
And Sarah's just bugging me to get on with it.
Deputy Newey, are you responding to Member Hart's outburst? Okay, we have a motion before the board.
Total, I think either way.
And it, the motion is that the board amend line 107 and 108 to add aggregated student in front of absences and add the citation R277-607-28 to the end of line 108.
As I know from.
Let's go ahead and vote.
They don't always ask their attorneys.
Well, they could always call us.
And then we have this kind of experience. I'm not sure what the board.
You actually told me this. You said, or Ashley Anderson did actually. She said, we are smart enough to read.
Okay, this passes with the vote of 11 to 3. The no votes being Member Brinton, Vice Chair Hart, and Member Hymas. Oh, yes. Michelle, please.
We are just speaking with Aaron Bruff about what is actually reported by the LEA, and it is actually reported student by student.
Well,
but then what's reported out, I'll let you explain.
Clarify on the.
Please, Aaron, go
not
ahead.
Superintendent.
Sorry.
Aaron Bruff, Director of Data and Statistics. And I apologize, we were working on other things. So every student's record comes to us, and so we know how many days they were enrolled and how many days that they had attended, and then we do basically the inverse and find out how many days, looking at that to do their absenteeism rate and if they're chronic absentee or whatever. So every single student, we get those records. Then, once we have those numbers, then we can go through and say, now what is the percent of students who are chronic absent? For example, what's your chronic absenteeism rate? How many students had absenteeism because of excused or unexcused? So we can go through and disaggregate and look at those numbers. So as we get it, again, it's by every single student enrolled, but then it goes into an aggregate as it starts rolling out. So you have to protect, obviously, the privacy of each of the students. Does that make sense?
Member Lear, go ahead.
I would just like to repeat that back to you to make sure I understand. So Aaron, you literally get from a school district the names of the students and how many valid excuses that student had and how many absence that student had without a valid excuse. Is that right? Literally. So there could be thousands of names in the case of Granite School District.
The answer is yes. And again, when you say names, I don't look at names, I look at numbers.
Okay, so ID
Student
numbers.
IDs, but yes.
SIS numbers.
And that's what comes into the data systems.
Okay, and then you split it out and do you do anything with it? Do you report back to Granite or anything?
We are in the process of updating our systems so they can get it more of a real time, but we're in the process of working on that project right now. But yes, there are reports inside of the data gateway. When they go into Utrecht's reporting components, there are aggregate reports in there where they show that information. So yes, we do feed this information right back to them.
Okay. I'm just wrestling with, do we need it to be clearer than what it is now, or do we just, given that answer, go back to the way it was written in 107 and 108? What's that? And I'm fine about that because we already voted on that now.
Right.
Or
Well, the next motion, if we want to continue on with this, is the next motion is to bring it back by somebody on the prevailing side.
Just gave me the wrong expert. What do you want to do, Matt?
Well, I voted no, so I'd love to
Yeah.
have the original language, but
Okay.
I don't get to choose because I voted no.
Well,
So
then you do, because you were not, didn't vote on the prevailing side. So you are
I know
just.
you have to be on the prevailing side to bring it back.
Oh, well, then I'll
Yeah.
bring it back. I
Okay,
thought you had
perfect.
to be not, no, of course not. That, you're right, it's late in the day, sorry. I will bring it, yes,
So the motion is to reconsider
Yes.
the previous vote.
yes, by a
Okay.
person on the prevailing side.
Yes. So is there a second? Second. Okay. So let's put it to a vote. And again, the motion is to reconsider the previous vote.
All somebody needs to say was, yeah, we really.
That
I
just
know.
proved my exact point.
Carol,
So that passes unanimously with Member Kelly and Member Earl absent. So we are back to original language on lines 107 and 108. Do we have any, are we ready to move on, or is there another motion coming forward? I don't see any lights, so I'm going to go to Member Carey, who was next in queue for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. And Elise, I just emailed this to you, but it would be on line 64. And I'm basically creating a new line 64, which would just renumber the provisions under it. And my motion to amend would read,
As she's pulling that up, Member Carey, you're just adding, so we're going to have a new I or a new one, and then
Correct.
everything else will be shifted down?
Yes.
Perfect.
And my motion would be to add, as a valid excuse, any reason made pursuant to 53G 10205. And then if I could speak to that.
Let's make sure the motion is correct, and then, is that looks correct, Member Carey? So the motion is that to amend line 64 to add a new I, any reason made pursuant to 53G-10-205. Do we have a second? It looks like we have a couple. Member Brinton was first. Member Carey to speak to that.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as I read the rule, and I'm in support of it, I just think that, we give doctors a say in whether or not this is a valid excuse. We give our LEAs a say in whether it's a valid excuse. To an extent, we even give the dead, if there's a family death, they get a say. It's an excuse, a valid excuse. But we don't give parents. And so I think that by adding the right of conscience, religious freedom code, that does give them a voice in whether or not an absence is valid as defined by the rule. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Member Earl, and we have Vice Chair Wood. Vice Chair Wood.
Can I ask a question to Deputy Superintendent Nui? Yeah, so the current definition is in code. Is it appropriate to add in something at the beginning, or would it be better at the end when it's in code already as stated in the rule and in code? It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
No, it does not matter.
Thank you. So the motion before the committee, or apologies, motion before the board is to amend line 64 to add a new I, which states any reason made pursuant to 53G-10-205. With no questions, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that looks like it passes with the votes of 12 in favor and 2 opposed, being members Lear and member Reel. Okay, so we are at an underlying motion here that the board approve R277-607 absenteeism and truancy prevention, draft 1 as amended on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and tee that up for a vote. And that passes with the 13 in favor, 1 opposed, and the no vote being member Bogus. Chair Earl.
At the very next item, as soon as I get into my, we have no more amendments? My gosh, I guess we just voted on that, huh? Okay, sorry. We are on the school climate survey amendments, and yeah, stay there at least. There's a little explanation on this one. This one actually, we are passing it because of the 5-year continuation needs to be done this month, but there is some more work to be done on this. So we're passing the rule as it is, and we are continuing to work on it over the next couple of months with an update to come forward, if that makes sense, so that we're in alignment with that we have to submit, and this is the month for submitting for the 5-year, so that we're in compliance, but we will continue to be working on it. So I'm just giving that out for people why they're wondering it's here, and then in committee as well. Anyways, let me make the motion. So the motion before the body is that the board approve R277-623 school climate survey draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you, Chair Earl. The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-623 school climate survey draft 2 on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and put it to a vote.
Cindy's stepped out.
Okay, that passes with a vote of 10 in favor, 1 opposed, the no vote being member Bogus, and we have member Kelly, member Davis, member Hart, and member Lear absent. So, Chair Earl.
Yes, okay, and the last item I believe on our agenda for standards and assessment is just an update to one of our instructional materials rubrics. And let me get the motion before us. So the motion is that the board approve the instructional rubric draft 4.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approve the instructional material rubric draft 4. Let's go ahead and put it to a vote. It looks like that passes with 10 in favor, 1 in opposition, the no vote being member Bogus. And then again, we have member Kelly, member Davis, member Lear, and Vice Chair Hart absent. Chair Earl.
And you know what? I'm so excited to tell you we are done with standards and assessment. So
I think we're more excited to hear it.
yes, you are. You
It's
are,
great.
I'm sure.
We got some good work done though.
Yeah, I would say this, just information on some of these items that are in standards and assessment over the next month. If there's amendments and things that people have after we have our meeting, I think a lot of the board members would love to help engage, see if we can create some streamlinedness next month. So, especially like on the climate survey, if there's some questions there. So,
I appreciate that. I think as a, with the opportunity to serve as a committee chair, it was very helpful when we voted on something in committee, if we didn't get feedback then, to have it between that committee meeting and the board meeting so that we could come to this meeting prepared and be as efficient as possible. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate, again, the work that's been happening here. Let me lay out what's happening here. Oh, sure, go ahead.
Have to have the committee drafts 3 business days after the close of the committee meeting. Because if we don't know what the committee drafts say, we can't engage on a committee draft that's being brought to the full board.
Thank you. Let me share what's happening here. We have 4 members who are gone. Some are saying, hey, we might need a break. We do have dinner scheduled at 5:45, is that right? And so that's in 30 minutes. So we can take a break, or we can keep going for 30 minutes. Keep going for 30 minutes is what I'm getting. So we're going to go to agenda item 10, Superintendent Report. And so we're going to turn time over to Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll start with our always welcome and lovely and present student art. And Lori, would you come and give us a report? I can't imagine board meeting without our student art, or this room without it. Thank you.
On yet. There I am, Lori Bayevsky, Fine Arts Coordinator and the BTS Arts Learning Program Coordinator. Welcome to 2025. Welcome to 2025 Student Art. Welcome new board members. It's so wonderful to address this new body today. And we have a really unique set of artwork today. It was intentionally set up kind of randomly. It is K through 6 art in no specific order from Kaysville Elementary, which is in the Davis School District, and they have partnered with Westminster University. So this is representative art from the Westminster University endowed program called Arts Connect. And before I get into the art, I'll say just a couple words about Westminster University. Their Arts Connect program goes back many years. They provide professional development program for arts educators, elementary classroom teachers, focusing on the benefits of arts integration, building arts programs at the elementary level. These are classes offered in a non-degree seeking program, making them both affordable and accessible to all of our teachers as well as arts educators statewide. Okay, on to our random display of K6 Arts Integrated BTS kind of wonderfulness. Yes, so this display shows a variety of projects integrating core standards which span from grades 1 through 4. They were looking at standards of cultural and community connection. The 6th graders are planets and space standards. Let's see. Kindergarten and 1st grade looked at animals and habitat standards, and SEL learning was 2nd grade. And we also have some acrylic pour projects in the 3rd grade. So there's a nice little plaque over here that explains a little bit about the Kaysville Elementary Arts Program. One of the things Westminster University does extremely well, they work with para-educators as well as licensed and endorsed arts educators to bring their standards of teaching up, both in arts instruction as well as integrated arts instruction. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Superintendent, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You ready to drive, Kelsey? Okay. I love it when Kelsey drives me around. It's like having my own personal PowerPoint chauffeur. All right. Go to the mission and vision part. All right, there we go. This is especially important, I think, for our new board members, but always wanting to put in front of you our mission and vision. Vision being what we're trying to attain, and our mission being the way that we get there as a board. How do you function as a board in order to actualize our mission of academic and organizational excellence in Utah education? And then the characteristics that I want to highlight today are students. Show you examples of students pursuing personal goals, moral and social values, and how they're participating in civic responsibilities. And then the bulk of the time, I will give a bit of a review that you saw from Assistant Superintendent Darren Nilsson a couple of months ago, but just level setting for leading into the legislative session. I think it's really important to know, here's where we're trying to go with excellence. Here's where we're at in some of our data points, and what are the policies that you can engage in, and programs, guidance, all the things that you do, both leading into the session and here in the agency to make a difference. I was struck by something Governor Herbert said yesterday when he said, Governor Cox. I did see Governor Herbert there. Governor Cox gave a great speech, but he talked about, I'm paraphrasing, that there really isn't a policy or the work of government that changes the nature of people, that it's about the people. And I think of that often. It's about the educators in our schools. It's the families, the parents who support their kiddos. It takes a whole community to support public education and move it forward. And so think about that with those data points as well, and consideration as we debate policy and support what we see or don't see on the Hill this year, okay? So we'll start with something that Member Earl and I got a little bit involved in. I don't feel like we can really take any credit, Member Earl, rather than just moving it forward. But we have somebody out on the road right now. Is that not moving, Kelts?
It's moving on my screen, but not on that screen.
Okay. Curious. There we go. It's just slow. So some of you know Matt Throckmorton, who's been involved with charter schools for a number of years and was a director of military academy and involved in some others. But he became aware of a school in Tennessee that was devastated by floods and immediately wanted to reach out, and thinking about, as a state, we've been engaged in digital teaching and learning for a number of years, and we tend to be a state that stays pretty updated with equipment, and thinking that there were probably some used Chromebooks that schools could share. So he asked for our engagement, and we just sent out information to schools to try and support this effort. And remember, Earl, do you have that pulled up? Do you want to share numbers and schools that were involved? And he's on the road now, having delivered those. And then here we are again with California, seeing that 3 schools already have burned to the ground. So I just think it's wonderful that we have people stepping forward and willing to so quickly share and help schools get back up to speed. So remember, Earl, if you don't mind.
I am on. So he said so far we've collected 520 Chromebooks from Utah, and then 50 coats. He delivered them this morning, actually. And then he just was hoping, and this is just something for your schools, looking for another 500 Chromebooks and 200 coats, hoping to gather in some more. He said he would come out in another few weeks and take more. So even if schools donate, and of course that's surplus, you don't want to give up, right? But there's some requirements they have to go through. But even if schools donated 5 or 10, it adds up pretty quick and helps, because some of these schools will not be built for years. And so as soon as they can get kids back on, online, whatever they can do in their communities, they could use the resources. So anyways, it's great that he's doing that.
Do you want to share the schools?
Yeah, let me see where I've got that listed. So Duchesne and Alpine School Districts have donated, Renaissance Academy, Summit Academy, American Leadership Academy, Utah Military Academy, and Grove Charter Schools have all made some donations so far. So anyways, that's great. We ought to do one of these for them, to be honest with you. So, yeah.
And wish Mr. Throckmorton safe travels. I loved his idea that thinking about if every school could think about reserving 2 or 3 Chromebooks to the specifications that Member Earl talked about and just set those aside. We're going to continue to have natural disasters, and being able to help out sister schools across the country, I think, is a great act of service and aligns with those characteristics that we highlighted in the mission and vision. I was able to, speaking of service, which I spent time talking about last month in my report, and I told you that I would be joining the Walden Liberal Arts Academy School of Liberal Arts on their day of service. It was really fun. The kids, they spend a lot of time planning. They look at needs in the community, connect with community leaders, and then they plan the service projects and go out and execute. And they lead all of this. The adults just serve as facilitators on this side. So I went on a shopping spree with some students to Target, and there were others that were cleaning stalls at animal shelters and other things that I would have been happy to do, but they gave me a very clean, tidy job. And of course, being who I am, I love to use students as focus groups, so I did a lot of interviewing of the students to talk to them about their experience at Walden. I was able to spend time at the school and get a tour of the school. And it doesn't matter what school I visit. I always ask the kids what's working for them, what's not working for them. And I want to highlight someone without pointing the person out who said to me, I just never felt like I could connect with what was happening at school. I was bored, and there were a number of things this student said. And it was very clear to me early on in talking to this student that the student was very bright and had a lot of ambition. And so I want to, and then he found Walden, where it was very personalized. I met the staff of Walden at an Aurora Institute convening on personalized competency-based learning, where we were presenting some work but learning from others. And the staff of Walden were there, and that's how I got invited to this day of service. And it was really interesting to me that, thank you, Kels. It was very interesting to me to hear how they're thinking about personalization. And so this young person said, you know, I was supposed to do a report on Cuba. And I thought, I don't want to sit down and do a report on Cuba. He said, I was trying to keep the gender neutral. The student said, I do not do well just combing through the internet and writing something up. So I went to the instructor who asked me how I would like to learn information about Cuba. And this person loves to cook. And the student said, I made a deal with a teacher that I would meet the standards by combing through Cuban cookbooks, and then at the end of the experience of actually cooking for his peers and learning about Cuba, the student said, I gathered all of these cookbooks and learned more in addition to what I was finding on the internet anyway. And so I feel like I have this great understanding of Cuban people and their history and their struggles through the food. And I just was so profoundly touched by that when our schools think about true personalization and meet the needs and interests of students, it can keep them engaged, and that combats that attendance conversation we just engaged in. So engaged families and students begats higher attendance, and that's, they go hand in hand. So great example of a school that really personalizing for kids. I also had the opportunity to visit Westfield High School with Dr. Norman, brand new high school up in Weber District. And this was one that you gave a waiver to. You might recall this. And this is one where I may or may not have messed up, and the superintendent took all the heat and credit for doing so, but I did not give correct information. So you were gracious to grant a waiver after the fact of them starting a little bit later and due to construction issues. But this school, goodness, they are rocking and rolling, and the way that they have established culture and climate right from the get-go is amazing, and it's very student-led. Students really giving input. Students have colored their colors, mascots. It's so clever. It's a lovely space to be in. And this is a group of students who are taught by a very beloved teacher, and they are in the Educators Rising Club, but also this is it's a concurrent enrollment for students who are trying to become teachers. So it's one of the CTE pathways. And it was wonderful to hear them talk about their experiences and how they're learning and excited to become teachers. So those are two things I wanted to highlight for you on school visits. All right, I'll quickly run through the data. I'm not going to read the slides. You have all of these in backup. But just a reminder that we continue to rank number 1 in the percentage of students who reach that readiness benchmark as established by College Board, and all 4 college readiness benchmarks. So that's in all 4 of the subject areas being tested. And then we have the highest statewide composite score. And again, and this is for all those who, where this is for states who give, boy, I need sugar, who give ACT exams to all of their students. And we do that free, of course, to students. So that's an important metric. And the next thing to look at is we continually get ranked in a number of ways, but we've been ranked in Utah, in U.S. News and World, I'll put on my glasses, as second for the things that are there on the list. And I just want to point out that we get touted a lot as Utah having the number 1 economy, and the thing that bumped us from number 2 to number 1 that never gets talked about in public is education. It was the metric that pushed us up a notch, and that came from NAEP scores from 2 years ago. So you can see our graduation rates, that we have a cohort of almost 89%, and what I appreciate is it's so important to graduate. That is a metric, but then what? How are we making sure that our kids are prepared to transition to the next phase? Oh gosh, are we going backwards, Kelts? We should be on NAEP.
I'm going forward and it's going backwards.
So curious. All right. NAEP rankings. Now we will get new information. Darren, is it in 2 weeks? Is that coming out, or next week? January 29th. So we'll have new scores in a couple of weeks. And you can see where we rank here. 4th grade, 9th, math ranked 9th, 8th grade math 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 8th, 4th. Now remember, this is a sampling, and this is the only national benchmark that we have. Sometimes it's called the nation's report card. We were the only state who stayed flat outside of the Department of Defense schools. We were the only state who stayed flat on 8th grade mathematics. So we have been called on over the last couple of years to give reports on national committees of what are you doing in math? How is this working? Why are you the only ones that didn't dramatically drop in 8th grade math? When those new scores come out, my anticipation is we'll probably stay pretty flat, but we won't know that until we get those. So just wanted to bring that to your attention, and we'll have a press release and a lot of work to help people understand the NAEP scores when those do come out. I know that our team, under the direction of Assistant Superintendent Nielsen, are on it. I think this USHE data, oh goodness, are we just off? All right. This is very interesting. Okay, so I think it's important to share some data about what happens when our students transition. Out of the almost 57,000 students who were participating in concurrent enrollment, you can see how many credits were earned. 442,707 college credits. Think of the money saved. That's $108.2 million saved by families in tuition by having the program that we do. And I just think that's something that we should be so proud of. Our AP scores, we have more students who are participating in earning college for AP tests than in previous years. And an important metric from a policy that you all worked on a couple of years ago, you might remember this, especially Member Davis, that we were looking at policies that could help incorporate students who haven't traditionally been in some of our AP courses. And Hispanic and Latino students' participation and success rate showed a 19% increase in the year 23-24. And I think you passed that policy in 21 or 22, if I'm remembering. Maybe it was before that. But we've made great strides in our districts in trying to get more non-traditional students from families who might struggle with income and a few other things to get into those courses. All right. I feel like we've got these strange bugs going on. Utah CTE. You will see a number of bills coming out to support CTE. I think especially one to expand Prime. which is helping students earn credentials. So you can see there the number of certificates earned. And I love it when a kid comes up to me. They meet me for the first time, or a kid in my neighborhood. This just happened last night. Hey, I got a certificate in X and your name was on it. But I love hearing all of the certificates that they're earning. And again, when I walk into a high school and they'll say, Sydney Dixon, that name's familiar. Oh, I think your name is on one of my CTE certificates. Proud mama. I'm really happy to have my name on all those certificates. So we had, you can see all of those students, but 145,810 CTE competency certifications were earned along with those 45,000 third-party industry. So again, you did work on this today, right? And then dual language immersion, we continue to lead the nation. We have international conferences here often on dual language immersion, and we are highlighted and people come to see what we're doing. I think on the consent calendar, there's probably an agreement with Portugal today, and this is an MOU that helps us get the teachers and the support for the languages that our students are learning. Member Vice Chair Hart is bringing in drugged up caffeine and oranges and chocolate. Thank you. So as we look to the future, where do we need to focus? Well, we've done a tremendous job with literacy. I always get the number wrong, Senate Bill 127. Did I get it right this time? We put a lot of money and effort into early literacy, and we're starting to see the fruits of our labor. I think probably Member Bollinger is closest to the ground with that and can tell you how all of those efforts of making sure that our teachers who have skilled up are really so happy that they feel more confident knowing what to do in our classrooms, and we're starting to see that uptick. I would encourage you as a board to also think of middle school literacy. Vice Chair Hart has talked about that over time, and others have, and I think that's an area where we can maybe put some of our efforts and emphasis. We have improved kindergarten literacy outcomes. And again, I think in part we're seeing the data from full day K is making a difference in addition to the skills that our teachers are learning. And then last but not least, just a reminder about breakfast with the board. This has become a tradition, and I'm going to credit former Deputy Angie Stallings with this, where we kind of had FOMO. We'd walk into the Capitol, we would smell bacon, and we would see people gathering, and we would see posters and say, why are we not doing this? And we even have people ask, why are you not doing this? So there were so many groups and lobbyists that were doing all this stuff, and we were stuffing our interests into mailboxes, and we said, let's have a breakfast and interact with the legislators. So it's a great time for you all to meet your legislators, to interact with them, to talk about what our mission and vision are and what our funding and legislative priorities are. So we have that scheduled, and we'll send out more information as a reminder, but make sure that's on your calendar. It's an early morning, but well worth it. January 24th, 7 a.m. It's a Friday. In the Capitol boardroom. And I don't know if any board members want to riff off of the importance of that breakfast, and but anyway, just encourage each other to come if you can, and we'll be prepped and have all the collateral for you ready to hand out and share. So Chair Hymas will be leading the charge of that day, and we'll give anybody instructions, right?
Well, if I can, I'm hoping to have as many board members there as possible. One of the things that I don't want to do, and Vice Chair Wood, Vice Chair Hart, we don't want to just get up and just read through this whole thing. I would rather, we want to do a brief intro and then have the legislators speak with you about our top 10 priorities so that each of us can represent the board in that moment. So as many of you as can join would be great.
That's my report, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, board members.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Oh, I get claps. Claps. I never
Get applause
get
for
claps.
that. Okay, board members, let's grab dinner. And what I'd like to do, if we can, I mean, obviously we are behind schedule, but if we can grab it, come in here, let's eat. We'll get back to business at 6. So if you're more comfortable eating out there, that's fine. But if you want to bring it in here, eat, mingle, we'll get right back to business at 6 o'clock. Thank you. Can I ask staff to help out? Can we get Deputy Superintendent Jones? This is his portion of the agenda. Okay. Deputy Jones, we are on agenda item 11, the monthly budget report. I'm sorry to interrupt dinner. You could have brought it with you. So whenever, let me see if I can get you a mic. I think Kelsey will get you a mic. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair Hymas, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones with the monthly budget report. This monthly budget report is required in your bylaws. I do want to thank you, sir, personally for carrying on the tradition of making the monthly budget report the item right before my next meal. So thank you, sir. Proceeding with the monthly budget report, the Utah State Board of Education is financially solvent. We're able to meet all of our known obligations and commitments. Prior to this meeting, a few months ago, we'd gone to a new format, more interactive. As was stated earlier, this particular report is meant to be more user-friendly in the sense that both you and the public can drill down, or, for lack of a better term, and really get into the details of expenditures across all of our sections and all of our programs. Also, last month, I had notified you as an extension of the memorandum of understanding with the State Charter School Board that they would be reporting on their budget going forward, starting this month. They had asked for an additional month to get ready for that. They don't quite have their staff member that has access to FiNet yet. So I told them that as a demonstration for existing and new board member, or for new board members, will click on the State Charter School Board section. It's a little too far away for me to see, so I can't see how far down it is. But if you'll click on that, I just want to make sure that on the record that based on code and a combination of the MOU and some rules related to the authorizer that is the State Charter School Board, when I give you my attestation, I can only attest for the State Charter School Board in the sense that we recognize that they're not over budget and that they haven't expended any funds unallowably or outside of a particular line item. That's the extent of the attestation I can give for them. That's why I think going forward and hopefully starting next month, or their individual. Deborah told me that they have a meeting next week where it'll help get that person or their staff member access to FiNet, and then they'll be able to pick this up. So I apologize. We were really trying to push for that to them. It's not their fault. So I'm sure that they'll follow up and we'll get to what right is, and they'll be able to provide their report. Anyway, as you click on that, or it was clicked on that, you can see where they're at with their expenditures. Type thing. So I'm confident that they haven't, in accordance with the MOU or the agreement that we have with them, that they are currently within budget and their expenditures are all allowable to date. So, Chair Hymas, subject to any questions or concerns by board members, I can move on to the discretionary funds report update. Oh, yes.
I have a question from Vice Chair Hart.
That is up to you. My understanding was that, yes, that's the direction that you wanted to go, but the board can decide that. If it satisfies you that what I gave you as far as, what our understanding is of the extent of the agreement, we can go that direction too. Maybe they come quarterly, those types of things. I can follow up with leadership on that. And then, we can let them know. First and foremost, though, we should wait until they do have their staff member that has access to FiNet. FiNet, by the way, FiNet is the financial system that we use, that the board uses for all of our budgetary actions, procedures, expenditures, tracking, everything. This report is drawn right out of, this report is drawn right out of it. So, thank you for the question, Vice Chair, through the chair.
Thank you. I don't see any others, so let's continue.
If we could go to the discretionary funds report real quick. To orient new board members to this important report, it is an information item. Your discretionary funds are a result of year-end close activities that result in what we call carry forward balances. So these balances that you see in the upper right-hand corner were a result of closure activities resulting in excess funds, in particular, basically pots of money. State funds, FML stands for Federal Mineral Lease Funds, land exchange, and you can see that on the left of the upper right quadrant in there. So you see the beginning balances and you see how much we have remaining, which is only about $150,000. That's actually a good thing, because as we enter the legislative session, we are the only agency, or one of maybe two agencies, that are allowed by law to have what's called non-lapsing balances, meaning that when we're sent money, that we don't have to return that money. The money, so if we budget, say it's a 5-year contract or something like that, every year, unlike other agencies within the state, we're not subject by law to immediately return that money. However, the legislature can always, this is for lack of another better term, sweep money that is not committed or encumbered by an obligating document, such as a contract, or such as payroll activities, or such as your commitment of your discretionary funds resulting from year-end closure activities and excess balances, which you see in the main body of this report. These are projects or items that were identified by board members, by board members, and then ratified by the entire board for you to pursue, or for us as staff to support you in pursuing in the interest of public education. And appropriately, state funds are unrestricted, so no problem there. Federal mineral lease funds have to be used for research and development. So your staff, our staff, my staff, always make sure that whatever projects you decide you want to use your money for, we're using allowable funds for that. But I know there's some interest in the discretionary funds and the balances in them. If you could go back up to the right-hand quadrant, the reason why I bring up the process or related to non-lapsing balances and the potential for sweeping of funds is, as it stands right now, the legislature can sweep funds that are obligated and all that, but basically at risk right now is only about $158,000. We don't spend money just to spend money. We do a very, very good job, and I'm not doing this for, I really, it's important what you think about this, but I get all the time accolades or things from legislators and think that the board does a really good job of going through the processes to make sure that money is spent well. So just passing that on to you. So that concludes my update or briefing on the monthly budget report as a whole, finishing with the discretionary funds report at your direction, sir.
So, can you, if this requires a long answer, then I'd rather just you address it later. But can you speak to the requirement for zero-based budgeting, or the rule that was, are we subject to that?
Not by Chair, not by law. There's nothing in the law that I'm aware of, and you can check with Deborah and see if she's shaking her head north and south or east or west. If there's no law, right, Deborah, that we are required to start the process with zero-based budgeting. It has been a practice or a best practice in the past by the legislature, so you're bound to hear some legislators ask, well, do you start with a zero-based budget? And without a long answer, so the answer is no. There's no, law or rule that requires us to start with zero-based budgeting. Basically, the base budget is administered or ran by the LFA with input from us. They send us a base budget bill for public education. Deborah does the crosswalk with them, makes sure that everything's aligned. The base budget is basically the prior year's budget, right? With some changes that might be made or some modifications, but that's basically the process that is taken. Then your requests are the requests for new money above the base budget. So does that answer Board or Vice Chair Hart's questions, Chair Imus?
It answers the question, are we required to do it? I guess required and should and are there any advantages to it are separate questions. Would it be to our advantage to look in that direction, whether or not, I can't wrap my head around zero-based in the way that that money flows through us, like,
Right.
that's hard for me to wrap my head around. But is that something that would be considered perhaps good hygiene of a budget to, or some sort of internal control, or like, is that something we should look at in the future doing, or?
Yes. So, Chair, I recommend that we do look at that. We can do that through the Finance Committee. I'm very proficient or efficient with the process that is zero-based budgeting, as is Deborah, as is our staff. So we could do that. I think the juice is worth the squeeze at this point, especially when later today or tomorrow you're going to get the revenue update coming out of EAC, and then you can see why it might be beneficial that we first orient you to the process that is zero-based budgeting, and then perhaps, train on it or look at it ahead of next year's process, where right out of the session, we could start both the process of identifying funding requests and taking a zero-based budgeting approach in cooperation with the legislature and the governor's office and ahead of your submissions.
Last question. I'm not trying to belabor. Is it true that it is something that most, if not all other state agencies do operate out of a zero-based budgeting framework, or?
So I'm not aware, I'm not for certain that they do it or are required to do it every year. I am aware that some years it has happened or occurred. In some of my peers and the other state agencies have mentioned it before, but I'm not sure if all the state agencies, like in the executive branch, do it, or it's done just within like the GOPB offices, or not at all. But it has been done before, yes.
Okay. And then, this truly is the last question. If we were interested in having that discussion about whether or not the board wanted to move forward with that, and what kind of resources that would require and what kind of time, how would, is that something that would require, to me, it feels like, with a very basic understanding, that if we are looking at our return on investment with where we put our money, it might be a good thing to do to really look at that zero-based concept to understand the lay of the land, so to speak.
Right.
Is that something that would happen in the normal course of the work that you do in your area in financial ops, or would it be a special project that requires more time and effort and a small team of people, or what does that entail? Or is that just saying, please run these analyses for us?
Right. So there is zero-based budgeting is a process. Based on the way that we're established, though, I don't think it would take much beyond what we do right now to make that an integral part of our overall budget processes. Might mean some extra staff time here or there, but I think that it's supportable, especially since we're aligned so well in the systems now. Now, if you were to ask me that question 6, 7, 8 years ago, I would have said, yes, it's definitely going to take a lot better systems and a lot more personnel. But now we're in a good position where if the board wants to go that direction and every year take a zero-based budgeting approach, we can start that process with some impact, but not anything that would either negate or eliminate something else that we're required to do.
Okay, thanks for that.
That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Jones.
Yes, sir.
In full transparency, this was brought up by a legislature, right? Asking if we did
Yes.
this.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
And so I think these questions are relevant as the legislature is asking these questions. We want to be prepared in these areas as well to say, no, we don't do that. We're not required to do it, but if we were, here's what we could do. So anyway, I appreciate the questions. Thank you, Deputy Jones. I don't see any other questions, so let's move on to agenda item 12. And I'm not sure who's taken over for that one. Deputy Superintendent Newey.
Here she comes.
We just did. That was what we just finished.
Did you have a motion for it? Spaghetti.
You're, Deputy Superintendent Newey, please.
Thank you, Chair. So we do not have any staff recommended statutory changes or funding requests. However, I believe there are some board members with motions to bring forward if you'd like to do that this time. So we have an agenda item for statutory requests, and then we have funding second. So we can do statutory first. Who's driving?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you go to the motion doc? Greg is, and he's pulling up the motions doc that has the.
Okay.
You could email them to me, and I'll add them on there.
So are we? Let me just ask. So you just asked if we had statutory changes. Are we foregoing 12.1, or was it that brief? Now I'm in the same boat as Christina just was. Like, what just happened
So
here?
sorry.
Did you already cover 12.1? Or are we going to 12.2? The statutory changes. So 12.1 is information on legislative session overview.
I apologize. My understanding was that was going to happen tomorrow during the study session. I was going to go over like the website and the
Okay.
new bills.
Perfect.
And then.
So just so board members know then, and for me, obviously, we're not just skipping, we're not skipping this. We will readdress this. Okay.
Yeah, it's on the
So
agenda for tomorrow.
Let's, we've got some lights here. If we're on 12.2, and are we ready for those, Deputy Newey?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so I have first Member Bogus, and then I have Member Davis.
So I have 10 motions. You want all of them in order? I have 10 motions.
Email them to
You
me.
want them in order? Is that what you would like? Or do you want to trade and take turns?
Well, let's get you one.
If you put them up in writing, and then if someone didn't like
Legislative, statutory.
Oh, I have them all written out.
So you have them written out. Do you want to see if we can put them up on the screen?
That's fine. Yeah, I just sent one.
Okay.
So the first one would be that, and it's coming in your email, to direct staff to work with the legislature to amend it, subsection 53E-3-511 to prohibit the board and LEAs from measuring students' non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions as a part of the board's student achievement backpack data collection system.
Okay, and so that's the motion. We need a second. A second from Member Green. Do you want to speak to this? Member Bogus?
So I think it speaks for itself. I don't think we should be measuring or storing non-academic data in centralized databases.
Okay. I see Member Davis, but are you just in the queue, or do you have a comment to this motion?
I'm in the queue. I'm just wondering what we'd store specifically.
There we go. Go ahead, ask your question.
I'm just wondering what we store specifically. If a data expert could tell us exactly what we store that is non-academic, other than attendance, which we all already know, which we use for ADM and funding. Probably Probably Aaron. Is Aaron still here?
Yes, Scott, go ahead.
Sir, to answer the question, we store disaggregated data, or we disaggregate data from the field. The types of data that we have are listed. I mean, it's quite extensive, as you can imagine, because we have both federal and state reporting requirements. But we store disaggregated data. Some examples of data that we do not store are Social Security numbers. We have no reason to ask for those. So does that help answer the question? Or I can provide a list
So like
of all the
safety
different...
incidents, things like this, lots of things.
Survey data,
questionnaires, only for the time that we need that to make the next report. So that it varies. It kind of depends on which data elements we're talking about here. Does that help answer the question? Because I can provide what data meets the definition of being stored. Is that the right word? Is that the word I heard? Kept?
Member Davis, you have a follow-up?
Is any non-academic data required to be stored in code? Or collected? Or
Not that I'm aware of, but there are some data elements that we do have to keep because we have to provide 3-year trends or 5-year trends or those types of things. And I would have to break that down for any of or all of you by what those are precisely.
Thank you. Member Lear?
I had a slightly different question, Scott, to Scott probably too. Is that okay? So we were just talking about information, and because as I understood Christina's motion, and it is prohibit the board from measuring student non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions as part of the board's student achievement backpack.
Yep.
Does that include information coming from LEAs? So that's a question first to the maker of the motion. Member Bogus?
Member Bogus, you have a response?
Does that include information coming from LEAs?
Is that a question for me, Chair? Or?
No, I'm sorry. I was asking Christina first that, and then I have a...
Okay.
Once I get that
Gotcha.
answer.
I got you.
As it's written, the answer would be no, but it prevents us from measuring students' non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions. There's nothing in this about storage. We can't store it if we're not measuring it.
But we can't measure it unless we get it from LEAs either.
True, but we don't want to measure their non-academic knowledge, skills, or dispositions.
And yet we
And so
just-
it wouldn't apply to things like attendance, because that's not a knowledge, skill, or disposition.
Okay.
Knowledge, disposition, but then, so attendance, what about bullying? What about,
sorry.
what about things like, all of these that would be maintained by LEAs? Any kinds of IEP information, 504 information on students?
So it goes to knowledge, skills, and disposition. Non-academic knowledge, non-academic skills, and non-academic dispositions. None of the things you mentioned are knowledge, skills, or dispositions.
It seems like non-academic knowledge might be behavior.
I would disagree respectfully, because a behavior incident is not knowledge.
So what would be and what would be, and I'm just trying to understand the motion. I'm not trying to badger, pick on anybody. And so maybe, Scott, you're off the for a minute because I'm more concerned about the motion, but what would be an example of non-academic knowledge or skill? Non-academic skills would be CTE certificates.
No, they would be things like grit, tenacity, things that LEAs are labeling as skills, and they're non-academic skills. Fortitude, character, character counts data. It's a non-academic knowledge, skill, or disposition.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
Well, no, I mean, it's sort of, but I just can't see how any of that is ever stored in any way other than citizenship grades for students are I would say sort of what you're just talking about.
Well, and I understand that they're doing them, but this is not that. It's preventing the board from measuring them.
And we wouldn't measure them other than receiving them from, unless we needed them from LEAs if we were asked to provide data by the legislature. We wouldn't have any data independent of LEAs. So our storage would only be if we were asked to get that information. So I'm just trying to process what this could ever be, and that's, yes, you were sort of helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Member Lear. Vice Chair Hart?
So I've thought about the student data backpack and because it's bandied about, we've been up to administrative rules to talk about our progress on student data backpack. It's, I think, 11 years old. I'm actually, my interest would be a little bit more expansive than this, in that I would like to see everything that's currently in code that to be re-looked at by the legislature. It would be a request that everything that's in code that's listed to be part of the student data backpack, and for the student data backpack elements to be reconsidered by legislature. 11 years ago, there were some pretty interesting things that we thought we needed to include. Are you pulling them up? I didn't know if you were pulling up that student data backpack or somebody. You don't have to, but my point is, and I think, I'm going to go a little bit out on a limb. The last I checked, I think it was the student data backpack, that what was carried in a student's backpack was their teacher's credentials. So, like 11 years ago, so if I taught a student in the 3rd grade, my teacher credentials get carried with that student in their data backpack. And I'm not so sure that's something that I'm not sure I support that. I'm not sure that would still be supported in the legislature. I would like to, I understand what this is, but if we're going to talk about student data backpack, I would actually like the elements that are to be collected in the student data backpack to be reviewed by a committee for appropriateness. I mean, I think that's something that the Education Legislative Committee I'd like them to consider that as a policy. I don't, well, I don't want to dilute the, and I think that you have great ideas. Yeah, no, I don't want to take away, because I understand this is going at something different, but I also believe in that same vein of student data backpack that it's not just this I've got concerns about. I've got concerns about what is in the data backpack, because if you ask any 2 legislators, they give you different answers.
Thank you. Member Earl?
Yeah, it's under that code, and it is, as you're saying, Vice Chair Hart, it's section attendance, name of the student's teacher for classes and courses, teacher qualifications for a student's teacher, including years of experience, degree, license, endorsements, results of statewide assessment, a student's writing sample, student scroll scores, a student's performance reported, and then it gives the accountability system, and then results of benchmark assessments, a student's reading level at the end of 3rd grade. That's what it lists. That's what it's listing. In that, yeah, there might be other provisions up higher too.
So are there dispositions? Yes. In code?
So are we, are we on this motion still?
So what I would like to do is, in order to make sure that this motion is a complete motion, I think we actually have to go back and look at everything that's supposed to be in that data backpack, because this might just be one slice of the orange, and we may need it to be even more expansive. That's my concern, is that we just take a slice and it's only a tiny little bit, and that there's more things that would need to go even in this part. But I also want to make an additional motion regarding the student data backpack. But I'm worried that we go down the, when we talk about non-academic knowledge, skills, and disposition, I'm worried that legislators read that and then look at what's in code, and they don't think that what we think qualifies as that. If that's not the same definition, then we're not going to get what we want, is my worry. Does that make sense?
I do understand what you're saying. It doesn't fully make sense to me, no. Because I think I would call your concerns non-academic information, and mine is directly tied to things that are being ascribed the idea of knowledge, skills, or dispositions. So I am thinking things like survey data. Again, fortitude on a corporate skills rubric. There's a lot, I'm going to shut up. There's lots of things I could talk about.
And so if you're not worried that something would be missed by describing it this way, then my motion would be separate. If my concern is we are at the mercy of how they define what you've said, rather than saying individual things that are already in code. So I was just, if we wanted to expand it, we could, but given that, let's just move forward with yours, and then I'll do a separate one.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you would like to, I don't think it would be grossly inappropriate to say because I'm actually preventing us from measuring it. You're trying to prevent the storage and passage of it.
That's why it's different. And if
so, I think But you could say measuring non-academic information, but I just don't know that it bears in the same realm, Vice Chair Hart.
No worries. I just wanted to say that one's coming. So if
I would support that motion as well. I think you've got a privacy issue there for educators, among other things.
Yeah, you
but
do.
Yeah.
So I'll get it ready.
Okay, so the motion before the board then. Oh, Superintendent, please, yes.
No, I apologize, Member Bogus, if I may, Chair, address Member Bogus. I just had a thought come to me, Member Bogus, regarding like work-based learning. And so sometimes when kids are engaged in work-based learning and getting graded, some of those durable skills, like are they working as part of a team? You know, they might measure teamwork or attendance or, punctuality or the durable skills that we hear employers talk a lot about, and those may come into play for grades, for example, with work-based learning. So I just want to clarify, this would not prohibit LEAs from measuring some of those things as part of, for example, a student with an IEP that might be doing some skills-based learning out in the community, but those are the things they're measured on, or part of work-based learning programs. Would this prohibit that? That was just the thought that came before you voted.
Thank you. Response?
May I?
Please.
So I think the answer to your question is no, because we're preventing the board from measuring them. We're not preventing the LEA. And I think the second answer to your question is that, how do I want to articulate this? That while work-based learning does assess those things, there are individuals who honestly were terrible students. They were chronically absent, and now they're CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. And therein lies my concern that when we have a data backpack that ultimately will follow kids into the workforce with our data sharing agreements with workforce services and some other things, that can follow a kid and it can be extraordinarily detrimental. And there's story after story after story of a person who finally got their stuff together. And this personally should not be, first of all, in my opinion, it should not be information that the government even has. But then when we start measuring it and storing it and putting, I just think the answer to your question is I think if LEAs are doing that as a part of an IEP, that's very different from us doing it.
Thank you. So the motion before the board.
I apologize, sir. Did I answer the superintendent's question?
Did Member Bogus answer your question?
Yes, sir. I was asking about intent, and I think the intent was clear, so thank you.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board directs staff to work with the legislature to amend section 53E-3-511 to prohibit the board from measuring student non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions as part of the board's student achievement backpack data collection system. Member Davis.
My concern is that a lot of skills that are not academic are measured and recorded in IEPs. And part of why I remember Howard Stevenson getting us called up to admin rules saying, get that data backpack going. But one of the things that keeps being discussed is that we were too slow between LEAs to get IEPs to where they need to go, and that this backpack is going to help schools have the information they need to meet the needs of kids. And so we can't necessarily take that out. I mean, that's a big part of why we're doing this. So I don't know. I don't necessarily have a problem with the dispositions, especially the knowledge and skills is tricky because knowledge and skills sometimes inherently is academic. Even if you don't consider the cooking class academic, it still is. It could be considered academic because it's in a school, being taught in a school. No, Molly, I'm sorry. I know you're a cooking teacher. I should use a different example, but that's kind of where my concern is.
Thank you, Member Davis. So do we, okay. So we have a motion on the floor. I don't know, do you guys want mics? What would you like to? Okay. So the motion before the board, again, is that the board directs staff to work with the legislature to amend section 53E-3-511 to prohibit the board from measuring student non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions as part of the board's student achievement backpack data collection system. Vice Chair Wood.
Sorry. Could I ask Deputy Superintendent Voorhees your opinion? I mean, you have immense experience with IEPs and what the board collects, what we don't. Do you have any concerns with this, or can you help me better understand it?
Thank you, Chair. Leah Voorhees, Interim Deputy Superintendent. We do not collect, you do not collect IEPs. We don't have access at the state level to IEPs. We have to go to LEAs and generally to schools, actually, to be able to access IEPs. We do collect data from IEPs, the amount of service time, like the number of minutes, where a student gets the service, if they get ESY, extended school year services. There are data points that LEAs upload, but not IEPs. So IEPs are not something that is transferred in the backpack. There is some data about a student's services and supports, but not the actual IEP. Does that respond to your question, Vice Chair? Thank you.
I don't see any lights on. Member Davis.
Is any of that data would be considered skills or dispositions or knowledge that are non-academic? Would any of that data be considered from the backpack? Is the backpack even here? Where is the backpack? Katie.
That's
Dora
a great,
has the backpack. Katie has the backpack.
Deputy Jones, please.
The requirements of the law are as follows. The Student Achievement Backpack is a complete learner profile for students from kindergarten through grade 12. It is in electronic format, follows the student from grade to grade and school to school, and is accessible by student's parent or an authorized LEA user. The backpack itself is maintained at wherever the student is located in the SIS, right? We have different SISs out there, so not all of the LEAs have or are at the elements that are required in code for a backpack for a student. Hence the whole debate on one system versus disparate systems, and then the compromise that was the USIMS infrastructure, so that we would build the capability to move a complete IEP from one LEA to another if the student moved, which is happening now quite a bit, right?
Is that considered part of the backpack?
Well, no,
We have
she's
access.
right. The IEP is not listed as one of the elements in the backpack, I don't think. Maybe we need to check that. So no, it's not. However, it's required though. I mean, we get a lot of concerns by gaining teachers of the students that they don't get the IEP for months or weeks or those types of things. So we're trying to solve that problem with the infrastructure that is USIMS to be able to transfer that. However, LEAs are in different places with their IEPs. Some have digitized their IEPs, but many have not. They're still, which makes it more challenging to move an IEP from one LEA to another through the conduit that is USIMS. Does that help answer the question or provide clarity, or did I just confuse everybody more?
Member Davis, does that answer your question?
No, so the LEA has the backpack, but we gonna get the backpack and give it to another LEA. So while we have
If the student transfers.
if the student transfers, so while we have it, this motion says we're not gonna measure anything that's not academic.
But we only have it while we're transferring.
But we only have it while we're transferring it.
Is
We have
there,
a backpack here that attaches social scores to kids from the school climate survey, is that?
Not by definition, Chair, through you.
please?
Not by definition. We don't have a student achievement or student backpack here at this level.
No profile?
Right? No, well, we can create, based on the data that we have, I'm sure we could create a learner profile. But remember, we deal in more disaggregated data than anything, right? So I don't, if we're concerned with, well, could somebody go in and completely know where the student's been, what they've done, all those types of things? No, I mean, we store is not the right word. There's data in what we call the data gateway, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's data that we use for anything but reporting purposes or things that are required by code, right? So it's not we have never defined the data gateway as a student backpack or a student achievement backpack.
Thank you. We have Member Reel and then Member Earl.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in opposition of this motion for a couple reasons. One, although I understand Member Bogus's intent here, one, I think it's difficult to explain what non-academic is. There's not a great definition for it, as you can see based on our discussion. Secondly, I think that when we are prioritizing our legislative requests, this to me does not fall in the top 100 things that I think we need to be prioritizing and requesting from the legislature, primarily because I do not think we can define it and explain it, and I think that it turns into a fool's errand. So I'm going to be in opposition of this motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Earl?
I should have wrote it down because I got thinking about what Sarah was saying. It was something that was just said by Scott, though, that I was like, I'm going to have to think now. Sorry. I should have wrote it down.
Well, let me. I want to restate this motion. But as you're thinking of your whatever, if it's another motion, Member Earl, or whatever it is, I want to ask the board. How long do we want to spend? Because we could spend a long time in this agenda item. We scheduled an hour and 45 minutes. Do we want to go to a specific time? I want to put this to the board. We still have agenda items to get through, and we still have an executive session. And so, not trying to close debate on this or anything else, but I want the board to make a decision here. Do we want to go until 7:30 on this agenda item? Do we want to go until 7? It's 6:40 something right now. 6:47 right now. What's the consensus of the board? Any thoughts? Or we can just let this play out. I know we've got some amendments from Member Bogus. We've got some amendments from Member Davis, from Vice Chair Earl. And I think we'll have more opportunities throughout our weekly legislative sessions. Is that true? Is this where this is brought up in there as well? So anyway, let's get your microphone going. So you have a point of order here.
Yeah, my point of order would be that while your assertion is true, these motions can be made at any time. The legislative session moves hard and fast, and it would be extraordinarily disrespectful to our staff to have them running in the middle of the legislative session when we can do all these on the front end. And then there's a committee bill that, unless the legislature siphons off some of our policy requests, there's a committee bill that encompasses them all, and it's assigned to a specific legislator. So it would be more appropriate for the board to do their due diligence today.
So that's what I'm asking. Do you want to put a time limit on this, or do you want to just keep going? So can we give Member Earl a microphone?
Yeah, I would say 7:30 is our cutoff time today, but then we can continue tomorrow. We have a slot tomorrow for unfinished business. That's what I would say. And I did remember when we get.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Member Carey, go ahead.
Point of information, so when we say this item, are we referring to requests for statutory changes or also encompassing the requests for funding?
That's a great question. I was thinking of agenda item 12, but you're right. There's agenda items 12.2 and 12.3 have action items on both of those.
And I don't have an opinion, it was just a question. Thank you.
Yeah. But this is the reality is what Member Carey's talking about. There's things to do here tonight, right? So with that in mind, I'll just keep in the back of my mind 7:30, and then once that time rolls around, we'll reapproach it and see what we want to do. Okay, Member Earl.
Yeah. So the backpack, when you read the bill, and I don't love the backpack idea in general, but the backpack itself was intended for parents to reach in and have information on their children. We don't have that ability at the state level for a system that the parents get in and look in to a system. That's the intent of it. That's why you store this. It's to follow the kids so the parent at any time. Those are locally done. And so that's why I keep going. I don't think we have a state backpack. Do we store data? Yes. Do we, right? Is it transferred between different modalities or different requirements? Yes. But we don't have a mechanism that's set up for reaching in and taking stuff. The way that the backpack's designed, that's why it's called a backpack, is it's meant to be of the child and accessible for the parent. I think it's a great idea, though, to question what's in the required to be in a backpack and to update that language. So that I would be for that. I'm not sure, Len, here, just because it's the board's backpack, I'm not sure we have a backpack. So it's unclear to me what that even is. So
I've got Deputy Jones and then Member Bogus.
Okay, just for clarity, and this gets into the thing. So we have data on students that dates back to 2004, and it's data that is defined as part of a student achievement backpack, but it's not consolidated like or at the level of an LEA, right? That's what I mean by it's disaggregated. Now, could we go in there and create a backpack or pull that data for any individual student? Yes, we could create a backpack, but that's up to the LEAs to do that by definition of the law. That's what I was trying to say. So I I don't want to make it, I think I might have not been clear enough, and I'm trying to clear this up, that yes, there's data up here at this level. It's in the data gateway, but we've never really defined it by the one each student as being their backpack, right? But we could go in and take a student's information and create one for them that meets all of the data elements that are listed in the code. So I hope that helps. I hope it's a little clearer.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
So I think we're off into things that the motion absolutely just doesn't say. It doesn't say storage, it says measure. And it doesn't say, like the backpack, it's got a qualifier, the collection system. So we're into spaces that the motion doesn't even touch. And so I would just ask that we leave the motion as it is and not go outside the motion.
Where is the backpack? I found the backpack. What do you want in the backpack? Where are we storing it?
So
30,000.
the motion then, if we come back to the motion, it is that the board directs staff to work with the legislature to amend section 53E-3-511 to prohibit the board from measuring student non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions as part of the board's student achievement backpack data collection system. Let's vote. Okay, that fails, that fails. We're missing 2 board members. We have 7 in favor, 6 in opposition. Those opposed are Member Davis, Member Lear, Member Bollinger, Member Reel, Member Wood, and Member Hymas. And we have Member Booth and Member Kelly are absent. Member...
Go to mine since it's also about the backpack and it's already on the board.
Yeah, if that's okay, yeah. Vice Chair Hart, has yours up here. Go ahead.
I'd like to make the motion that the board direct staff to work with legislature to review the list of required elements of the student data backpack in 53E-3-511 and any other applicable sections of code and update as appropriate. I didn't get a second.
The motion then is to direct staff to work with legislature to review the list of required elements of the student data backpack in 53E-3-501 and any other applicable sections of code and update as appropriate. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a second. And do you want to speak to your motion?
No, I just think it needs to be reviewed. I also think that I almost took out elements because I do think we need an answer on whether or not we need to program the gateway to do exactly that, so that we need to know what the legislature expects for the student data backpack. Once Deputy Jones said his thing about data gateway being programmed so that there is a portal, so to speak, then I actually wonder if we need to just ask them to recommit to that student data backpack and redefine it so that we can be clear about the expectations to us. But I'll leave it at elements, and I think that conversation would come about just organically.
Thank you. We have Member Bogus and then Member Davis.
Sorry, I would just move to amend to strike the language and update as appropriate. and to bring it back to the board to look at the code language. Which we could do in any one of our legislative meetings.
Let's make sure that that is your motion, Member Bogus.
That's completely fine.
Without objection.
Without objection?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the new motion then. The new motion is to direct staff to work with the legislature to review the list of required elements of the student data backpack in 53E-3-511 and any other applicable sections of code and bring any new proposed language to the board. Member Davis.
I just want to note that this is what I'm waiting for to then be able to go back and revisit what we just voted on, because I want to see all the requirements. I don't worry about dispositions. I think that's fine, but I worry that something in this list is going to be defined in a way that could be skills or knowledge that is non-academic but is still some part of code. That's my concern.
Thank you. Deputy Newey and then Member Bogus.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this. So is the request to go to the legislature and have them, or a legislator, and have them review the statutory, or for us to gather that information and bring it back to you, what is in the code?
I'm going to turn to the maker of the motion on that one.
It doesn't matter what we think needs to be in the student data backpack. My intent is to ask a legislator to review that, or hopefully take it to committee and review and revise, so that we aren't going down some road from a list from 11 years ago trying to comply to something, and then we get to the end of the road and they're like, well, that's invasive and you shouldn't have put that in the backpack.
Okay, perfect.
11 years later.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
I have motions.
Thank you. Okay. So let's restate this motion. To direct staff, the motion before the board is to direct staff to work with the legislature to review the list of required elements of the student data backpack in 53E-3-511 and any other applicable sections of code and bring any new proposed language to the board. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes 12 in favor, 1 in opposition, that no vote being Member Reel. Next motion, Member Bogus.
Yes, sir. This is a three-part motion, but it all relates to each other. I move that the board direct staff to work with the legislature to amend section 53G-6-206 2A to remove the language, quote, resolve school absenteeism and school truancy issues, 3A and G to add the language only with expressed written informed parental consent, and section 53G-8-211 to remove the language fails to cooperate with the school authorities to resolve the school age child's attendance problems as required, and finally to unify these issues into a single code section so that we no longer have the chaos in our LEAs and among this board that resulted in today's conversation about 607.
Do we have a second? Second by Member Green. I'm going to repeat this motion as little as possible. So.
Would you like me to delineate it just smoking fast?
Well, we have a motion, we have a second. Do you want to speak to your motion?
Just very quickly, the first one, 2A, that is an unrealistic expectation of our LEAs. They cannot be accountable for something for which they are not responsible. And I realize there's tiny mitigating language in there, but it's still not acceptable for our teachers and our principals and our institutions to be held accountable for something for which they are not responsible. There are issues in 3A and G wherein students have intervention protocols that are being put in place without express written informed parental consent. Implied consent is being used to execute those, and we need to ensure that we have parental consent. 53G-8-211 assigns to the student a label as a result of a parent's choice. And we should never put a label on a child because their parent perhaps did not meet the expectations of their institution. We've got to keep that distinct and only hold the child accountable for that which they are accountable, and not label them as a result of their parent's choice. And finally, I think that speaks for itself that we've got too many sections of code, and the code lines are all over the place, and I think a cleanup bill is warranted.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Board members, the motion before the board is on the board. So take a look. Member Lear.
Yeah, that's a good point. We do have an audit on this issue, related to this issue. And I think that might give us more information. That's one point. The second point, I think we are, and I don't know how we got, well, I mean, I've been a teacher too, so I know kind of how we got here. But on the one hand, I think we have very fickle expectations from sometimes from the legislatures and also from parents. Everybody expects the state board and of course LEAs to do something. We've seen a dramatic decrease in school attendance since it started before the pandemic, but it was stronger during the pandemic, and it hasn't really recovered. So on the one hand, we have policymakers and even parents say, do something about this. Fix this. Students aren't going to school. My children aren't going to school, regarding older children. And yeah, on the other hand, we've got parents who say, if I say it's an excuse, and don't you ask. So we can't even really encourage them meaningfully to attend school or have any consequences for not attending school. So this is a little bit not exactly to your motion, but I think until we somehow work with policymakers to resolve that kind of contradiction, dysfunction, something, that all of this is just is not going to work. It doesn't help. I just think we have to decide as an education community working with the legislature, do we want to put any teeth into getting students into school? And, you know, and I heard Member Carey make the motion about anytime a parent says it's an excuse, and no questions asked, which he's not wrong about in terms of that section of the code. I just want to throw my hands up and say, why are we even discussing truancy, our chronic absenteeism? Because we don't have a unified approach to this. So I can't support this, and I can't support spending our time on it when we don't have, even among all these, the 15 board members, we don't have a consistent attitude about attendance is more important than what a parent says about a child, or vice versa. So I can't support that because I think we need a collective, strong voice about how important is attending public school. And you can attend so many ways. That's the other irony of it. But is it important or is it not?
Thank you, Member Lear. The motion before the board is, again, here in front of us. Hopefully the public can see it online as well. I think we are ready to vote.
So I hate to be a goober, but you actually have to read that out loud.
Nope. What's that? Yeah.
I'm not going to make that. I'm not going to make
Yeah, here, Matt.
I
can't tell.
I-
Yeah, this is possible.
I know it is. I know, and it's late. I should take my turn. I realize that. I'm sorry. The motion before the board is that the board direct staff to work with the legislature to amend, first, section 53G 6206, 2A, to remove language, quote, resolve school absenteeism and truancy issues, end quote. 3A and G, to add the language, quote, only with express written informed parental consent, end quote. And bullet point, section 32G8 to 11, to remove the language, quote, fails to cooperate with the part of school authorities to resolve the school-age child's attendance problem as required under 53F 6206, end quote, and to unify into a single code section compulsory education, truancy, attendance, and excused, unexcused absences. That's the motion before the board. Please vote. There's a point to everybody's steam.
Okay, that passes with 9 votes in favor, 1 vote, or 4 votes against, excuse me, and it looks like Vice Chair Wood is a no, Member Bollinger is no, Member Reel is no, and Member Lear is no. So I'll tell you what, on these long ones, I'll read it at least once at the end. I won't make Vice Chair Hart do it.
No, I don't mind.
It's all good. Okay. Where are we at? Member, I know that Member Davis, did you have one? Do we want to, is that okay, Member Bogus? Member Davis, and then we'll jump back to Member Bogus.
Do you have this one, Director or Deputy Nui? It's the teacher housing one. Thank you. I move that there's kind of a part for this, little part for the staff along with the statutory request, but I move that the board direct staff to include current teacher housing initiatives and incentives on the USBE website teacher retention page. And I move that the board support potential changes to first-time homebuyers incentives legislation to 1, include changes in the new construction requirement to allow previously owned homes and or first-time homebuyers expanded to include first-time single-family home, townhouse, or other buyers. Number 2, a seat on the Commission of Housing and Affordability representing the education community. And number 3, a study on nationwide public policy teacher housing initiatives.
Do we have a second for that? Okay. You want to speak to your motion, Member Davis?
Sure, I'd be happy to. A group of stakeholders and I visited with some other states and tried to figure out what people are doing to innovate in this area. And our own state is doing a lot of innovation right now in the housing space. So this legislation is a little precarious in that, for example, it only allows for new construction in the first-time homebuyer incentive. So we would be asking for a little carve-out for teachers that a lot of teachers, quite frankly, I did this myself as a new teacher. They can only afford like a condominium right when they start teaching. So could their incentive, if they only get it one time, be to move from a condominium to a previously existing home, single family or townhome, and not brand new construction, and not be a very first time? So the same group also met with the head of the Housing Authority, which is Steve Waldrop, and talked about some of these, questioned about if these were feasible ideas or not. And he felt that they were, along with the governor's education folks as well. So if you have questions about these, I'd be happy to elaborate more, but in the interest of time, maybe I should wait for some questions. But this could be really, really great for teachers, and it wouldn't cost a lot of additional money. It would just be shifting the code a bit to make things a little more specific for teachers.
Thank you. Member Lear?
Completely, totally think this is a very helpful idea. There are already school districts who've done this for years. Tooele, and in hard to staff and areas. Tooele has done it for years. San Juan has done it for years. And those are just the two I can think of off the top of my head. I think it is an excellent creative idea, and we should put the full weight of our board behind it, because the reasons teachers, and I shouldn't say they don't, that's why Park City pays their teachers so much, because most teachers can't afford to live there. So the only question might be, Cindy, is if you want to make it less specific and just more communicating our desire and our intent, and letting legislators come up with their own means to do this. And
Yeah, Member Davis response.
Yeah, after meeting with all of these folks, was kind of the list that we came up with. And then the thought really is that we provide these as ideas, and legislators will or won't. I mean, they'll take one of them maybe, or two, or none, but even
great.
one or two would be really helpful.
oh, it's such a great idea. That's fine, however you want to do it.
I can't take full credit. It was made by a handful of people.
Thank you. Member Earl?
Yeah, I don't know that I necessarily disagree with the three ideas. I just, in general, there's been a few initiatives that the state's done over the last few years that really were beneficial for builders, for real estate agents, and not necessarily for law enforcement, for firefighters, for teachers, those that they were trying to help, because they ended up in the end taking something off the top when they sold and stuff. So in general, I think it is good that we have a seat. So I'm trying to weigh that out against what could be some really bad policy, right? Just because, like, it's is this the kind of the proper role kind of a thing? So, but I understand there are some complications with teachers and making sure we can help them get into housing. But there is for so many, I mean, my kids, right? So I don't know. I would like a seat at the table. I just am kind of mixed on whether, I don't know, the direction in general.
Yeah, thank you. We do have Member Green and then Member Davis, but you want to respond to that? Is that okay, Member Green? Oh, your lights, I don't know what happened. Okay, Member Davis, we'll go to you then.
I'll just respond quickly. This would not create any new legislation. This is just within what's already existing. And we did talk about firefighters and police officers also. And the reason that the new construction piece is there is because of that builder lobby, for that very reason. And if they're going to do it, let those funds allow to really help folks and not just certain groups of builders.
Thank you. Member Carey?
Yeah, I like two of the three. I'm not a big fan of B. I'm assuming we're requesting a voting position on that commission, and we don't even have a voting position on the state charter school board, right? Right. I just think that it's a reach. I really don't want to make a motion to divide, but I do like A and C, but I just have some reservations about B. So despite the late hour, I would just make a motion to divide, and then we vote on A, B, and C separately.
Okay, so the motion before the committee is to divide? The motion before the board is to take B and vote on that separately. Okay, so the motion then, get ready.
Okay.
The motion before the board then is,
The motion before the board is that the board directs staff to.
I guess we're just voting to divide, to pull.
Oh,
B.
we are going to,
Yeah,
I
think
thought
need to
we just
vote for
pulled
that.
it without voting on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, is there any opposition to that? To just pulling B? No? Okay, let's move on. Will you read the motion? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah. But first, we're going to do A and C. So, oh, you want to do B first?
No, do A and C.
Okay. Will you scroll down so I can see A? The board directs staff to include current teacher housing initiatives and initiatives on the USBE website teacher retention page. That the board support potential changes to first-time homebuyers incentives legislation to A, include changes in the new construction requirement to allow previously owned homes and/or first-time homebuyers expanded to include first-time single-family home, townhome, or other buyers, and where did he go? Oh, and a study on nationwide public policy teacher housing initiatives.
Okay, that's the motion. I don't believe it needs to be seconded since we just divided. I believe Member Bogus is in the queue, so let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes. 11 in favor, 2 in opposition. Those no votes are Member Green and Member Bogus. Let's look at the next motion.
Thank you. That the board support potential changes to first-time homebuyers incentives legislation to grant USBE a seat on the Commission of Housing and Affordability representing the education community.
Member Davis.
Just said a member of the education community, and I don't even know who's in charge of the housing commission, but they could choose someone. It's just for communication. Like, for example, when we went and met with the commissioner, we didn't even know there's a development in Ogden that apparently is really new and great, and teachers have a little part in it, and we didn't even know to be able to communicate it out. Or it's just really for communication purposes, not to advocate that more is done. So much is being done on this front. It's just to make sure we know what's happening and have a seat there so that we can communicate as well. And if other folks, firefighters and such, are included, we would hope that teachers would be as well, if there are any carve-outs.
Thank you, Member Davis. Member Lear.
It's a little bit like the issue of impact fees. They're usually not allowed, but just knowing, being in the educators being in the room to explain the plight of their salaries, in some cases the uncertainty of their positions and that kind of thing is, I think, immensely helpful.
Thank you, Member Lear. Member Green.
I'll admit there's a lot about this I don't know, but I am just thinking of all those small businesses that don't have housing built into their realities. They have plights too, you know. This is just okay. Like,
Will you use your microphone? Thank you.
They're all included in this already. The difference is that a lot of teachers start in like a condominium already, and they're precluded from what all the small business owners have access to.
In what way?
Because they're forced to be a first-time home buyer. So if a teacher buys a little 2-bedroom condominium, one teacher that went with us has 3 kids in a little 2-bedroom condominium. He would really like to access this like the small business owners and everybody else can access, but he needs like a townhouse or a single family home, but he can't access it because on his salary he was able to get a condominium. So we're just asking for a little flexibility, whereas teachers have a set salary, a small business owner doesn't. You know, there's no, it doesn't matter how many hours you work, you're still going to get this amount of money. And usually you can only get like a condominium. Oh, both.
Thank you. Follow-up? I mean,
We should talk.
Yeah,
Okay.
I kind of have the same, I agree with Member Carey's, I hear what you're saying. I don't know if I'm ready to vote to try to get somebody on that commission. You know, add a seat on the Commission of Housing and Affordability. So that's where I am. That's where my heartburn lies. But we can vote if we're ready. I don't see any other comments here. Let me just restate the motion, and we'll put it to a vote here. So the motion is that the board support potential changes to first-time homebuyers incentives legislation to add a seat on the Commission of Housing and Affordability representing the education community. Let's go ahead and vote. And that motion fails with 8 against and 4 votes in favor, those being Member Reel, Member Davis, Vice Chair Wood, Member Lear, and we have Member Kelly and Member Booth and Vice Chair Hart absent. Okay, Member Bogus.
That the board requests staff to work with the legislature to amend subsection 53G-6-8039A to add the following language. 4 is a computer adaptive assessment, or 5 is an assessment that an LEA or school administers in lieu of an assessment described in subsections 1 through 4.
Thank you. Do we have a second to that? Second by Member Green. Would you like to speak to that, Member Bogus?
So this is the code line that allows parents to opt out of like the RISE assessment, and this would allow codified language that says they can opt out of any computer adaptive assessment or an assessment that is given in lieu of an assessment that they've already opted out of.
Thank you. Can I ask, I guess, staff, I'm just wondering, I thought we'd already covered this 5. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can say, oh, you opted out of this computer adaptive test, right? Or whatever. I'm going to give you another one of this similar nature. I thought we'd covered that.
So you
Somebody call Angie.
It's
ahead, Member
happening.
Bogus.
That's the ongoing issue.
If it's happening, if we've covered it and it's happening, that's a different issue
So
than going to the legislature. That's my assumption.
I do
but go
apologize.
ahead.
It's not covered in code.
I
We've
see.
had the conversation in this room. We've made our assertions, but we have not made action for policy change.
Thank you. Darren, do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, Darren Nielsen, Assistant Superintendent of Student Learning. Former Deputy Stallings and myself had the privilege of meeting with Board Member Bogus, and we worked through this language. As I understand the intent, and it came up in a previous board meeting where you'd requested, as we were reviewing 404, I think, and the parental exclusion opt-out form. the concern that was raised by Board Member Bogus is that, as she's articulating, when a parent completes the parental exclusion form, their student's then not going to participate in whatever assessments on that form they indicate. Some schools or LEAs will administer a LEA developed an assessment in lieu of that, and this is an effort to try to put some controls around that practice and honor the parents, I think, as you described, the parent's intent to opt out of an end-of-course assessment, and honor that, require that be honored.
Thank you. Member Earl?
And I'm just recalling, because we had this conversation, and I mean, even the parents' right under the code for right of conscience, right, that we had already discussed this, that they can. So, I don't know, maybe you already said something like that, but it's there. And I guess if we're having violations of that, that's something that we need to maybe deal with. But anyways.
Okay, thank you. Well, I don't know if it's necessary. I mean, you're welcome to. I've got Vice Chair Wood first, and then I can go to Member Bogus.
So I did reach out to a charter school just to ask them, because they have a very, very high opt-out rate, what this does to them if they cannot offer an in lieu test over the statewide assessment. And they said, I would be opposed to that on the basis of local control and removing a school's ability to track student progress. We require the MAP test because such a high percentage of our students opt out of the state test, like 65%. If we couldn't require the MAP test, we would have no nationally normed tests to use as data points for how students are performing. Then I have no valid, reliable third-party data to points that show how students are performing. So in our work towards academic excellence, if we have no way to track what our kids are doing, there's no accountability. How do we know that they're performing, that our programs are working, that we're putting taxpayer funds towards those things that are valid for our students?
Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. So I would offer, this doesn't say they can't offer something. It says they can't require it. That if a parent opts out, that opt-out goes all the way to the finish line. And then the other thing is I know Board Member Earl brought up the 205 code. And the response to that 205 code is nothing in code precludes us from requiring this for you. And then kids are taken out of class and put in the library, and parents aren't called, and they're just told to take this test. And then parents are calling me after the fact saying, I said no, and they locked my kid in the library and made him take this test. And I'm not certain that there's not some hyperbole in that statement. But the reality is, a parent says under the 205 code, my child should not have to take this assessment because it's in lieu of the one that I've already said no to. And LEAs are not responding, honoring that parent's choice. And their excuse for not honoring that parent's choice is nothing in code says they have to. And so this is language we need for clarity, and we need to honor that the parent is the primary arbiter of their child all the way to the finish line.
Thank you, Member Bogus. The motion before the board is that the board requests staff work with the legislature to amend subsection 53G-6-8039A to add the following language. 4 is a computer adaptive assessment, or 5 is an assessment that an LEA or school administrators or administers in lieu of an assessment described in subsections 1 through 4. Let's cue it up for a vote. Okay, That motion fails. 7 against, 5 in favor. Those in favor are Member Carey, Member Brinton, Member Hall, Member Green, and Member Bogus. I just read this off, but I think, so we're at 7:31. Would we like to keep going? The reason I ask is we have to decide again, what are we going to carry forth tomorrow? We still, I mean, if we look at the calendar, or if we look at the agenda, we have general consent, and then we have executive session, and essentially that's it. So we're close. So I don't know how to get this, and maybe I'm going to ask. Yeah, Kelsey, go ahead. Well, I'm asking. I want to know. I want to do what the board wants to do.
If I could just provide just a point of information for the board, as you look at the rest of your agenda, if members are online tomorrow, which I'm guessing there will be at least more than there are right now, they cannot participate in executive session per our board bylaws. So that's one consideration into whether you want to have executive session tonight or tomorrow.
Thank you. Member Bogus, go ahead.
I would just say with that consideration, I would move to table agenda items 12.2 and 12.3 until tomorrow.
So the motion before the board is to table agenda items 12.2 and 12.3 to tomorrow's overflow meeting. I don't know what we call it. So we got a second from Member Carey. Would you like to speak to that motion, Member Bogus?
No, sir, I think it's in the presupposition.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to that motion? No opposition. We're going to move that to tomorrow. Thank you.
I just want to make certain it says 12.2 and 12.3.
We just said 12.2 and 12.3, so we're going to move on now to 12.4.
Oh, there it is. I apologize, sir.
And thank you for that motion and second, and thank you, board members. Let's look at 12.4 information item, and we're going to invite Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones up, unless he's already eaten, and then
What's going on here? Now I'm tall enough. Okay. What? Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. Which agenda item are we on, sir?
we're on 12.4 information. It says December 9, 2024 Executive Appropriations Update.
Yes. So would you recognize Director Yuri and Dr. Nestor Rodriguez to come forward, please, sir, for the presentation?
You know it.
And we'll be fast. While they're getting set up, just to give some background on this, the Executive Appropriations Committee for the Utah Legislature met in early December, approximately December 6th or 9th. I can't remember the exact date. That December meeting is very, very important because it's in that meeting where basically they get a pretty detailed revenue update, and it sets conditions for what eventually becomes the base budget bill for public education, which we're working jointly on with the LFA as we speak. And Nestor is here so that you are all duly informed on where we stand for revenue going into the session 2 as it matches or equals what is the understanding of your colleagues in the legislative body. The key takeaway with this also, as you get into your request for funding, is right now our request for funding exceed the amount of availability of funds likely for public education for new funds for FY26. I'm not asking or recommending any changes to it, but I think you all should be cognizant of that, and what I just said will be supported by what you are presented here today. Very important information because, again, it sets conditions for
and together as we move into the legislative session. So you guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, board. Happy holidays. Hope your holiday was great. Which one are you gonna put? Nestor Rodriguez, economist.
Sam Uri, school finance director.
And so, as Scott said, we're just going to go over some numbers. They're a bit dated, and I think you'll be happy to hear some of the new numbers that we've gotten recently are better, if you will, better news, given monthly summary from the TC23 tax report. And so as we load up the slide, I think we're loading it up. Okay. It's also in the board backups. It was just recently updated. Cammie just recently updated it as well. So it should be there. So if you want to pull that up, but yeah, no. So if you could pull it up, it's on the board backup. There's a few documents there. We'll just be going through the PowerPoint.
Nestor's not coming up yet.
Okay. I'll just start talking. But yeah, if you're looking online, the monthly TC23 update, we just got a new one in December, so this is going to be dated, and this is in line with what Scott was referring to before, with LFA and GOPB and the like. As well, Utah Economic Council, that, at least from what I've seen, garnered has not come out the new updates, but getting a sense from recent economic news in New Year and the holiday was, relatively optimistic in terms of sales, and that will drive us into the fourth quarter or drive us through the fourth quarter. So on that end, I think you get a sense, and from some of the preliminary reports, because the holiday is sort of has been transformed, and also between dates and returns, and also online versus in-person shopping and the like. But everything on the surface, at least, looks positive, which is good. And then we're going to continue our discussion, as Scott had mentioned earlier, with regard to ongoing versus one-time funds. The sense of where now, unlike in October, we have more information. We have a sense where LFA stands, but we did get the governor's recommendation with regard to the budget, which was important in the sense of where we're standing and where they think we're standing, and that's a good thing. More information, as information is revealed, we're more informed, and we get a sense and idea of where we'll be. So with that said, I really want to move forward. If you're looking at it, yeah, this is right here, I think. I want to move forward to really just highlight what happened in December. There it is. The December. So if you move forward in the slides, that's what I kind of went over real quick. But what happened in December? There's a TC23. I kind of just took a snapshot of it and put it in the slides. But that's the more recent tax update. And what's important to understand there, so keep going. What's important to understand, sort of, if you compare November's TC23, which I would have gone over in December, to what we see now, there was a statement in the November TC23 summary. This is a summary stipulating that they were concerned. In my world, sort of a statement like was presented at the towards the bottom of the generality of the entire document. Over the coming months, state economists will need to closely monitor the revenue effects of recent trends and policy changes, including interest rate cuts and softening labor market. In layperson speak, economists try to be sort of just fair and not be very, not that they're not being definitive, but they definitely just, they're looking at this, and that's what they did there. Well, if you look at the December, which you keep going here, keep going. So that's the statement I just made there. That was November, but if you keep going, they have actually in the December monthly revenue snapshot, you're not going to be able to see it here, I think, but They made some adjustments to these numbers that are more optimistic and more in line with what they were expecting, and not as negative as they would have been. So in the next slide, so that's good. But still not great. All right, thank you, Sam. But on the other hand, the idea being that just, we're being judicious here, and I think all parties involved, including the other entities, are being judicious about where we are. And we also have to keep in mind and I know this sounds cliche-ish, there's uncertainties, right? And now we have a new administration at the federal level coming in less than 2 weeks. There's just a lot of uncertainties, and with that, there's going to be a bit of change in terms of at least the administration, not to mention their policies. So folks are just uncertain. But between LFA, GOPB, the EAC meeting, everybody is very positive about where we stand, and that's a good thing in the sense of we're in a good spot. And again, we just need to look back at COVID. The Utah economy fared well compared to the rest of the country. And so, that's something to keep in mind. And that said, skip over this because if you look, what I was kind of suggesting, go back one slide. What I was suggesting was that there was a bit of a downturn here, but that has sort of alleviated. And I think there's just a bit of caution, and there's and that's something I didn't iterate the last time we met. But to think about is we have to consider what consumers and producers have been through in the last, I'm going to go back a ways, maybe 10 years. There have been some dramatic macro events. And so when we consider they sort of, there's been whipsawed, if you will, the fact that we're relatively speaking in an okay place is good. So we sort of have to keep this in mind as well. So keep going. Next slide. And so this is from the Utah Economic Council. And so they're predicting that this is from what has happened in the past. And again, as you can see, Utah's real GDP, gross domestic product, that's overall economic activity in the state, has superseded what's been happening across the country. Next slide. And these are just the indicators that these are all publicly available. And I was waiting for it was going to be a new update in October. Nevertheless, the trend seems to be continuing in the sense that they're predicting that Utah will continue to sort of supersede the rest of the country. Next slide. And so this is the latest economic update now, the third quarter. The fourth quarter initial estimate will be out at the end of the month. That is what BEA, Bureau of Economic Analysis, is predicting. But again, if there's any indicator based on what we saw with the holiday season, I don't anticipate these numbers to fall off at all. Next slide. And then as you can see here, and I iterated this in October, and it continues. And the Federal Reserve has seemed to have been able to perform this what we call soft landing, in that they've raised interest rates, but at the same time have not caused the economy to stall, if you will. Next slide. And so again, this is just a graphic showing that. Next slide. And so this was just iterating what had happened over the holiday season. These were preliminary numbers. Nevertheless, the numbers have come out very optimistic, or the numbers have been optimistic. So that's something to sort of keep in mind as we ride into the first quarter of the new year. Next slide. And then with that said, and this is going to what Scott was iterating before, what I want you to focus on are the trends. And we have some data now because we're going to have a third data point, if you will, in that when you look at ongoing versus one time, what's been appropriated versus what's been requested, the focus seems to have shifted to more one-time funds as opposed to ongoing. And that's something to sort of keep in mind. Also, next slide now, we had initiated these 3 scenarios, and now we have information from the governor's office, as well as LFA to some extent, about where we stand with regard to that inflationary adjustment and statutory enrollment growth ongoing. And so we feel that the possibility of that first low scenario is far-fetched now. On the other hand, we still urge caution because, go ahead, next slide. I think the medium scenario is more likely, but certainly this high scenario, the high range, is something that we just put up there just for comparison's sake. But nevertheless, we just believe at this point we have more information, we see where we're going, but certainly the idea being focusing more on those one-time monies as opposed to ongoing. Next slide. And so that is really, the trend continues to encourage caution, and that's just because we've had a series of macroeconomic events over these years. We have a new administration coming in on the federal level, and so, we'll let that bear out. Nevertheless, the state is in a good place, and this is coming from several entities, stating that as far as reserves go, and the like, we're in a good place. We just need to be judicious about where we want to go. And then I just want to go back. You want to go back to the first? The first one? Remember the one I told you, this one?
Oh, the comparison. It's a different document.
If you can go to, it's a different document. It's the comparison. And it's just to stress with yeah. It's just to stress this notion of where we stand and what we're seeing. And what we're seeing is, again, this emphasis more on one-time monies versus ongoing funds. And we saw this last year, so now we have another data point to see that. And it's just something to think about in terms of priorities, spending, and the like. So I think this is pretty informative, and then this will I think it'll be updated in the near future with more information as we get it, so that we can also get a sense of where we've been, where we're going, where we're going to continue to go, because this will probably be the second year that we've seen this. So with that said,
and if we could just pause there, Chair, if you were to take any piece of information or data out there, I would take this slide out. It enables you to, as discussions are made amongst your constituents, and if by chance you're in the any legislative committees, PEA, EAC, or you're listening in on it, there'll be references to the one-time versus ongoing statuses. So all of the slides are great. They provide a lot of data, but you notice we started at the higher level, went down into the different scenarios that were excellently put together by them. So these are good references for you, especially if you're hearing language along the lines. Yes, overall as a state, we're in good shape, but policy drives everything, right? Where we're a state that does emphasize having reserves, those types of things, that does put us in good shape, but that means that money is set aside. And that's fine. There's no criticism of that. But then that means that money is not available for other things, right? So, and there we are, with more emphasis on income tax is cyclical, right? It goes up, down. It depends on a lot of the pressure points, if you will, of the economy. So this is I thought this was a great table that Nestor put together. Thank you.
And let me just iterate what Scott said there. Yes, that you have many programs that are identified there. And again, information is revealed. We see where we stand. And this would, as Deputy Jones has mentioned, would make for very good conversation points to be had or made or discussed. So I can't overemphasize this slide in the sense of its importance for moving forward, not only moving forward now, but even into the future, because if you could think about ongoing versus one time, right? And the impact of, if you just think of it just from a dollar, from a time value of money standpoint, for some of these programs, this is something to think about.
Thank you. We have a question from Vice Chair Hart.
Actually, it's, I know how I felt when I saw this presentation as a first-time board member, and I know that the presentation, like you might just pick out a few words. You're like, oh, I know that word. Don't really understand the sentence, but I understand the word. This slide right here, I printed off and had in my materials when I went up or when I thought I would be running into any legislator. And I kept looking at this slide, and it kept grounding me in kind of feeling like maybe I knew what I was, a little tiny bit of what I was talking about. So I do think that this slide is really important. Also, don't think that everybody around you understands what a very skilled economist just shared with us. You go home, listen to it again, you still won't understand it. You probably won't even understand it during next legislative session, but the third time's a charm, and it is really good information. And you know more than you think you do, actually. It just, I know, feels, it's just so foreign, the amounts of money we're talking about and the pots of money we're talking about. And then, bless their hearts, and I apologize to every legislator out there, some of them don't know what we're talking about too. But I would like Dr. Dixon or Deputy Jones, will you talk about the role of an economist on our staff? Because some people might go, an economist? That's interesting. Talk to us about the history of that and how I think it's absolutely fabulous and wonderful. And with such a large percentage of Utah's budget, we have a responsibility to understand these trends, understand where things are going, make sense of what's out there. It puts us in a much better position. But will one of you two speak to the history of that?
Okay, yeah. So the history of this is and I'm sure you've seen this too, the GOPB and the LFA have had economists on their staff, and more than just one, for years. And what we had struggled with for a long time was getting to this point that we are now, which is by having an economist, the capability to make sure that you become more informed, more duly informed about the data and information from an economic perspective that goes into the decision making by the legislature. Nestor is an integral part now, or relationship with the economists, both at GOPB and the LFA economists as well. So when we go to make all of the estimates, the formulas, those types of things, having that perspective is a value add to the overall process of determining where funding should go for public education in conjunction with all of the other experts and expertise that you see out there. So that's Nestor, how long have you been here now? Only about 3 years, right? So we never had an economist up to this point, and we were missing that key piece or that key side of, well, you know, where is the revenue? What is driving the decision to fund the WPU at these percentages? And Nestor provides that additional capability to you as the board. So does that help summarize that, or where we were and why we have such a great economist in Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Seeing no other lights, we just want to thank you, Nestor, Sam, Scott. We appreciate what you do here and that you're available for questions at any time.
For the record, no, I have a great team, by the way. This guy, and Sam Urey, school director, but Dale Frost and Brett Baker, by the way, they're a great team. We work together. We pick each other up. We have different skill sets, different abilities, different things that push us, right? And so, no. And great leadership, of course, obviously here too. But no. It's a very supportive, great work environment, great projects, great ideas. And I love board meetings. I tell Sam I watch them all the time. So, no. I do. I actually do.
I do. He was so excited to give this update in December. I mean, he wanted to record a video and send it to all of you so that you could watch it. So he's real excited. I did want to offer as well, if there is anything in the backups that you review that you have questions on, please reach out to us, whether you're a board member or the public. We'd be happy to do that. And just one point, if I may, at the very bottom of this document, the totals there, our ongoing requests here at USBE are almost double what really is available right now. So just kind of if that and Scott's referenced that as well, but that's kind of why we keep referencing the ongoing versus the one time. So there on the left, the 377 million in USBE ongoing requests are about double what is actually available right now in ongoing revenue. So anyway.
Thank you.
Just to, sorry, your time, but just to think about that ongoing versus one time, okay, and the impact that those funds would have, and what seems to be what we've been prioritized here versus what other entities are. Think about where this would make for good discussion in the sense of some of these programs and what it seems to be is that one-time funds are being offered versus what we've thought with regard to one-time versus ongoing on our end. So just something to think about.
Thank you.
Okay. We've got agenda item 13, general consent calendar. Vice Chair Hart. Vice Chair Hart?
Yeah, I would, I want to move to, I move that we move consent calendar to tomorrow, please, and go into executive session.
Okay, we have a motion to move agenda item 13, general consent calendar, to tomorrow's meeting, and it's been seconded by Member Bogus. Any opposition to that? No? Okay, not seeing any. We're going to jump to agenda item 14, which is executive session. Yeah, let me just,
Go ahead.
let me get this set up here. I'm seeking a motion.
I move that we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, and pending or reasonably imminent litigation.
Thank you. The motion's been made, seconded by Member Carey. We need to do a voice vote here. Let's start with Member Bogus. Member Bogus is yes. Member Bollinger? Yes. Member Booth is absent. Member Brenton? She's a yes. Member Davis? Yes. Member Earl? Yes. Yes. Member Green? Yes. Member Hall? Yes. Perfect. Vice Chair Hart?
Yes.
Yes. I'm a yes. Member Kelly is absent. Member Carey? Is a yes. Member Lear? Is a yes. Member Reel? Is a yes. And Vice Chair Wood? Is a yes. Let's go into closed. Yeah, but we need, hey, Jerry, can you come in here for a second? Today's Jerry's birthday.
And before we saunter, or as you saunter, we are going to sing.
You want to take this, Member Hart?
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy.
Okay, I am seeking a... No, I'm going to seek a motion to come out. I'm seeking a motion to come out of executive committee, or executive meeting. Thank you.
Second.
Do we need a second? Perfect. Let's do a roll call vote. Member Bogus?
Yes, sir.
Member Bollinger?
Yes.
Member Booth is absent. Member Brenton?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Earl?
Yes.
Member Green? Yes. Member Hall? Vice Chair Hart?
Yes.
Member Carey is Member Kelly. That's going to be a problem. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Lear? Yes. Member Reel? Yes. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, Member Bogus.
That's my job.
He's prepped.
Let's keep it close. I was going to say I'd use it to vote. All right. Thank you, Chair. I move that the board approve the UPAC consent calendar.
Second. Oh. What the?
Joe
my
Joe
official-
clearly indicated that was his. Jenny.
Yeah, Kristen Norton and I had a good thing going, so.
Okay. The motion is that the board approve case number 18-1560. Consent calendar? I can't even remember. What did we start with?
Do you have a copy of this, Chair?
Oh,
Imus?
there it is. I think I do.
Okay.
Yeah. So the motion is that the board approves the UPAC consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. Do we do
Yes.
this voting? Okay, let's vote then. I've only been doing this for 4 years. I should know.
Well, the voting system is only like a year and a half, so.
How many do we have here?
We need 2 more. We have 30.
Okay. Okay, that passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
I move that the board approve UPAC's recommendation for case number 181560.
Second.
Okay, the motion is that the board approve case number 18-1560. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
I move that the board approves UPAC's recommendation for case number 201756.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board approve case number, UPAC's recommendation on case number 20-1756. Please vote. That passes with 11 in favor, 2 opposed, and those opposed were Member Bogus and Member Green. Member Bogus.
I move that the board approves UPAC's recommendation for case number 23-1984.
Second.
Motion before the board is that the board approve UPAC's recommendation for case number 23-1984. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
I move that the board approves UPAC's recommendation for case number 23-2049.
Second.
Motion before the board is that the board approve UPAC's recommendation on case number 23-2049. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
I move that the board approves UPAC's recommendation for case number 24-2065.
Second.
Motion before the board is to accept UPAC's recommendation of case number 24-2065. Vote, please. Approve, not accept. Okay, that passes unanimously. I'll get on it. That passed unanimously.
I move that the board approves UPAC's recommendation for case number 24-2074.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board approve UPAC's recommendation in case number 24-2074. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
I move that the board approves UPAC's recommendation for case number 24-2081.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board approve UPAC's recommendation of case number 24-2081. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
I move that the board approves UPAC's recommendation for case number 24-2085.
Second.
The board, the recommendation, or the motion before the board is that the board accept or approve UPAC's recommendation on case number 24-2085. Please vote.
That concludes UPAC.
Okay, that passes unanimously. And what else do we have coming out of committee?
We have
If there's
three
Member Bogus,
motions
you
left.
still make those?
Yes.
Okay.
So I move that the board appoints the following individuals for a position on the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee, or APAC. One is as an educator, Jacob Furlow, to a 4-year term. The second is as an elementary principal, Savannah Broadbent, for a 4-year term.
Second.
Thank you. The motion for the board is that the board appoints the following individuals for a position on the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee. One is an educator, Jacob Furlow, as a 4-year term, and one is an elementary principal, Savannah Broadbent, and as a 4-year term. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
I move that the board appoint Leah Voorhees to the Utah Education and Telehealth Network, or UETN, committee.
Second.
The motion for the board is that the board appoints Leah Voorhees to the Utah Education and Telehealth Network, UETN committee. Board members, please vote. And that passes unanimously.
We have one more.
One more, okay.
Yeah, I move that the board appoint the following individuals to the USBE Audit Committee. Molly Hart as chair, Rod Hall as vice chair, members Christina Bogus, Carol Lear, and Sarah Reel.
We have a motion before the board, and that is that,
Would you?
yeah, I don't have that one written down. Thank you. That the board appoint the following individuals to the audit committee: Molly Hart as chair, Rod Hall as vice chair, Christina Bogus, Carol Lear, and Sarah Reel. Board members, please vote. Will you give that? Thank you. That passes. 11 yeses, 2 abstentions. Abstentions coming from Member Bogus and Member Carey. Okay. Member Bogus? That concludes.
For you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. I know we don't have any time. Board chair's report. I just want to report just quickly that the board leadership has been meeting with a few of the committee chair, like legislative leadership, just going over the board's priorities. So I just want to keep you updated that, yeah, we've had some meetings. We've got one more coming up next week. It looks like it's about to get busy, right, as legislative session is coming. Goodness sakes, it gets busy. Yeah, I'm looking at Jenny because she's relaxing over there. Anyway, that's my brief report. Are there any board member comments? Seeing no lights, I'd seek one final motion. Motion to adjourn. And second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. We're adjourned.